Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
A fucking bitch.
What now?
It's a great day. For being sad.
Consequences.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Cyclone Cheeto.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
What you talking about?
What? Come on!
Climate and everything are the same word. This is from 12 Rules for Life. I don't want reality.
Welcome to the resistance.
It's science.
I'm staying in the race.
What you talking about?
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
Consequences.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Whoops, I've left my microphone off. There we are. What was I saying? Oh yes, look at us. Here we are once again, gathering somewhere between Earth and the never-ending void we call space. It's a good old Saturn day, but that doesn't mean that we don't have stuff to do. In fact, we've got a lot to do, so I suppose we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as these journeys through the unknown can be incredibly dangerous. Well, let's see. Do some shout-outs here. Hermit Horologist, Decipher, Disco Wolf. None of you were here before the stream started, so no medals. Bob Carmody. I see Sarah Layla, PB. Moa Noep. Who else do I see? Orb Vroomer. And Sasha G. I think that's everybody. I see that Moa Noep decided to give out medals. That's fine. That's fine. Accept those medals. Alright. Alright. Oh, what have I done? I forgot to do this. That was stupid. Who's in charge of this stream? Should have already been done. Why have you forsaken me? Okay. It is the weekend, so we're going to attempt to have a teeny tiny bit of fun. This isn't going to be Sunday fun day level fun. There will certainly be some attempts and fun, along with the normal valuetainment. Maybe some slightly less prescient, important stories. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, let's start in that usual place. Or is this Washington, D.C.? I'm pretty sure. Who's this guy? Walter Masterson? Walter Masterson. Something like that. Uh-oh, I lost my mouse. Where's my mouse? Why can't I see it? Am I going blind?
That's what a zygote sounds like! Fuck that kid when it's out of the womb.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck him. You stole that flag. Give that back to me. No, it's my
You stole that flag? You stole it.
You want to control women.
How dare you? Look at him stealing flags. It's flag thief.
I'm at the March for Life in Washington, D.C. It's an anti-abortion march. Now, I thought I would come here and try to have a friendly conversation. That's the sound of a 6-week-old fetus. That's what a zygote sounds like! Listen to it, kids!
Don't want women having the ultrasound.
Look, someone left this behind. Here, oh my God. Someone left it behind. Fuck that kid when it's out of the womb. White Rose, yeah. That's based on the Holocaust, I think. It's kind of a weird appropriation of the Holocaust. Yeah! Fuck those kids! Save the...
Hold on, I just want to read that little...
White Rose, yeah. That's based on the Holocaust.
There we are. The White Rose. 5 students from Munich University and one of their professors challenged the Nazi regime by forming the White Rose group and beginning a secret campaign. They asked the German people to react to the violence and oppression which were all around them by standing up and fighting for freedom. Wow, yeah, that is a weird appropriation. Yeah, we're being oppressed like the Jews during the Holocaust. That is, wow. That's might be going a little far.
That's too much, man!
Think of a weird appropriation of the Holocaust. Yeah! Fuck those kids! Save the fetus! Cut Medicaid! Cut the SNAP program! Fuck these kids! Once they're out of the womb, fuck them! Abortion! Evil. Abortion. Appropriation of the Holocaust. Yeah. Fuck those kids! Save the fetus! Cut Medicaid! Cut the SNAP program! Fuck these kids! Once they're out of the womb, fuck them! Abortion! Evil! Abortion! Yes! Let's control some women! What? I know, I'm with you guys. I want to control women.
You stole that flag. Give that back to me.
No, that's my flag. No, it's my flag. It's mine. It's my. I'm part of it. I want to control women.
You stole the flag.
Oh, what are we talking about?
Why he stole the flag?
Why?
Why did he do it?
You know, the white
How would he do such a thing? Oh God.
You know what? Wait, who's the virgin? Thanks for showing up too. We're gonna control women.
Did they really call him a virgin just now?
Once the kid's born, fuck him. All right, we're getting rid of SNAP benefits.
I love that.
We're gonna have the right to vote.
Exactly.
It's about controlling women. All right, we are here to control women. All right, how you doing?
That one. I love how these people. Like, he's got a very confused looking face. Like, he knows that this is a parody, but he doesn't know how to approach it. Because, like, in this dude's mind, he's like, I actually agree with all of this stuff. I haven't heard anything I actually don't like yet. What do I do in this moment?
All right, how you doing? Yeah. Dude, we controlled some women today. Right?
We did it. We did it. We did it. Yay.
Yeah! Let's control women! Let's repeal the 19th Amendment! Donald Trump! How you doing? We hate women. You know what they say? Oh, let the states decide. I think we should take it even further. We should let all the women in each of those states decide. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Who wants to repeal the 19th? Yeah. Repeal the 19th. Show us your sign. It says make more babies. Yes. Force women to make more babies.
That one. The guy's like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, number one.
Everyone needs to fuck and have kids. Sounds like you hate the nuclear family. Yeah. We really need to repeal the 19th Amendment.
It's too much responsibility.
You know what?
I can't be trusted to make decisions. Look at me.
Good. Yeah.
I don't even know what's going on half the time.
I don't even know what's going on.
Oh, you're just so...
I just need a strong Christian man to tell me what to do.
That makes sense.
I'll finally feel joy for the first time in my life.
Yeah.
Can't stop at one though. I need to have at least 15 babies.
15? That's a lot.
Too much,
man. For babies. For anything else.
Oh no, the clip audio.
Yeah. Live action. They're a great group. So they're the ones that were saying that Pittsburgh is being powered by like burning dead babies. Yeah, live action. It's a great group. Death is not welcome here.
It's a great group.
What cinematic universe was this
spreading
flag
insane
belong to?
propaganda and lies. Actually, Detroit is being powered by dead baby. What? There's no possible way that that's true. Just logistically speaking, that's impossible.
What cinematic universe would this flag belong to?
Marvel?
You hear that, Thanos? Death is not welcome here. Yeah. Yeah, Thanos is a fucking idiot. Thanos is like, well, you know, there's all types of sustainability. It's just like, no, let me just have the population. And in a few years, the population will go back to its rate anyway.
Also, the whole problem is that there's not enough resources in the universe. So it's like, why not just, instead of killing half the population, just double the amount of resources?
Yeah, like he gets infinity stones. You could
just
there's so
double
much he could do.
The resources.
Yeah, just make more things.
That's a great point.
I kind of want to kill everyone.
Wow, Thanos.
The comic book explains it more because he actually was trying to have sex with death.
Yes.
There's more abortions now that we overturned Roe v. Wade. Anti-abortion movement is just like a big psyop. Abortion, abortion, abortion. Am I doing it right?
Am I doing it right?
Abortion! Abortion.
You're just muttering to yourself like abortion.
Abortion. Abortion. I'm like, abortion. Abortion. Women making their own decisions.
The precious.
When you go to an anti-abortion
must have the
rally,
precious.
you have to make sure that you put away the flag properly. So we put it,
So close. So close.
I think I need to fold it up.
Sometimes disposing of your trash
Aborting the
responsibly
flag.
is
Aborting
more
it.
difficult than it looks. A lot goes into trash disposal.
The flag
People don't
is
think of.
6 weeks.
at the end of every march. It's important that you responsibly dispose of your forced birther flags. Yeah,
Nice.
there we go.
We did it. We stopped abortion.
You did it. Yay.
Did you know Trump put a worldwide ban on abortion? Let me explain. There's something called the global gag rule, aka the Mexico City rule. Thanks to Ground News, you can see that. The left and center are talking about how Trump is reviving his anti-abortion.
Ground News advert must get past it.
She made the choice, conceived and raped.
The description. So remember, go to groundnews.com/got it.
You were conceived and raped?
Yes, I was.
And your mother, she made the choice?
She, this was back in 1957.
Mm-hmm.
So abortion was, of course, illegal.
Not a baby.
Jesus.
Will be some.
This guy is a walking contradiction. Holy shit. Oh, God. I feel like this is incredibly personal to him. Like, he feels like he wouldn't exist if abortion existed. If it had been legal when his mother was raped. And therefore, he has to come out and support forced rape births, I guess, in order to justify his existence. It's a real weird vibe. And he just gives me creepy vibes. I don't know what it is.
Don't be creepy.
So abortion was, of course, illegal.
Not a baby.
It was.
Will be
That's right.
someday. Not right now.
She didn't have a choice.
Okay, week 2. Still
That's
no.
good.
Week 3. No. Week 4.
That's like an alien.
Still no.
Okay.
This is not a human life, everyone. This is literally just a clump of cells.
If a human being cannot survive outside the womb and they will die in, let's say, 2 minutes or so, or let's say an hour or so, can I shoot that baby in the head while it's still alive before it dies naturally?
I'm talking about this right
yeah, that's
here.
a human being, yeah.
So
that is a biological human being.
You can
That
do
is a
whatever.
whole organism.
You can for this. I honestly don't.
Are human rights defined by how long we can survive outside the womb?
If an egg can go in the freezer, and be
It's still a human being. It's fully human being. That doesn't prove anything.
No, but that's the difference. So if I put a baby in the freezer, it's gonna die.
That's
I'm
because
not gonna put a baby
because they're
in
in
the
different
freezer.
stages of life. That isn't that right there. That is a whole human.
Now let's not remember. Let's now remember just for a second here, and not forget that the picture we're looking at is underneath a microscope, right? And I'm fairly certain that underneath the microscope, this guy could not tell the difference between this grouping of cells or another grouping of cells. In fact, I'm fairly certain most people, given the opportunity and the correct equipment, could not in any way identify the difference between a human embryo, like at this stage, at 1 week, versus another animal species. Like I'm like about 100% certain, because without DNA testing, without it's just a ball of cells. There is no discernible characteristics that could lead you to believe that it's a human without knowing ahead of time. That's where it came from, essentially.
Organism with human DNA, right?
Your hair
of
has
course.
human DNA. There's hair follicles.
They're not whole organisms. They're only a part of an organism.
That's not a whole organism.
That is a
That's not a whole
zygote.
It is a literal clump of cells.
We are all
I'm
clump of
actually
cells.
glad.
Every living organism clump of cells. We have to define what kind of clump of cells.
What?
What kind of clump of cells are you referring to?
Well, so basically, we agree that life is on a spectrum. I don't think it's worth to take away a woman's right to choose over
what?
something.
Choose what?
Choose to terminate pregnancy.
They're a human being.
They haven't proved that.
You don't have to prove it. It's a human being.
It's a human being. Look at it.
There's actually no.
It's walking around.
It is a yes. That's just there. There is.
What's the
proof? The proof is that it's a biological human organism.
Free thinking.
Human beings are given rights
Free-thinking
simply
group of
because they are
cells.
human beings, right? And because we are part of the human species.
now.
Yes, it is. It's a whole organism with human DNA.
If you go to
It's a
the
whole
one-
organism.
if you go
It's done.
towards the end,
That's a whole organism, everybody. That thing is cooked. The thing is done. Okay, you take it out now. All right, it's done growing. That's a human right there.
one in the end, that's closer to a human being. This
So
is
when
not
do
a
you think they
human.
become a human being?
What?
When do you think they become a human being?
I think, once we're at like the 7 month of gestation, it gets a little dicey, right? Like that's not a casual, capricious decision to terminate a pregnancy. What's a reversal?
There's a reversal of abortion when a woman takes the initial abortion pill. If they regret it instantly, which they often do, there's a pill that they can take to reverse that by, I think it's a flood of progesterone that reverses the presence of the hormone that causes the abortion.
Are you familiar with the global gag rule?
The what?
Global gag rule.
Tell me about it.
There's this flippening that happens every time there's a Democrat or a Republican president. Are you familiar with the global gag rule?
No, I'm not, no.
Are you aware of what's called the global gag rule? Are you familiar with the global gag rule?
No, actually.
It's kind of this flippening that happens every time there's a Republican versus Democrat president. Democrat president comes in, removes the global gag rule, and now foreign money that goes to other countries, developing nations, they can have reproductive care, abortion care, all of that. A Republican president comes in, and then that gets removed. The global gag rules, when a Republican president comes in, they remove any foreign aid to any country. Donald Trump has vowed to expand the global gag rule to just mean any aid that a country gets. So like Ethiopia, 75% of its healthcare infrastructure is from America. If they offer any type of abortion services in that country, he's going to cut off all aid completely. So normally
She just
it's
nods.
in
She's like, yeah,
regards to
that sounds
family
great.
planning. And it's a very narrow thing where, money going into family planning will get pulled from a foreign country if there is abortion access. Trump is what he did it in his first term. He's trying to do it now, where he wants to expand it. So basically, any funding, any money that's going to any foreign country, like whether it's for malaria, will be pulled. So it's effectively a worldwide ban on abortion. How do you feel about that?
I would support that because I do believe that that child in the womb has.
Wow. I wonder what these people think about Palestinian children. Things like that. I get a sense that they're only concerned about unborn children, insofar as the women carrying them must give birth, regardless of circumstance. It is such a strange vibe. The dichotomy between all of that. It's very strange. It's very strange. And we're talking about other countries, right? And determining what their policies should be, right? Saying, oh, you're not allowed to do that from a different country. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do that.
Value.
Normally it was very small in scope. Whenever there was a Republican president, any family planning, foreign aid would be cut off if they offered abortion care.
You're a beta male if you support
Donald
abortion.
Trump
If you allow a woman to get rid of a child, you are a beta male. You must, as an alpha male, what you must do is you must force all women around you who you suspect of being pregnant. You must hold them against their will and stop them from getting healthcare services. Allowing for abortion is the act of a beta male.
promised to end all foreign aid to any
Love that
country
sign. It's a great sign.
if there is anything like a Planned Parenthood or any type of abortion.
You know what I love about this is that this alpha male right here hasn't said a single word this whole time. And this woman, but next to him, who I assume is his chattel, or at least his subordinate as a woman, And he's just letting her talk for them the whole time. I'm very confused. Where is the alpha? Where is the alpha in you, sir? Why will you not say words?
Country, if there is anything like a Planned Parenthood or any type of abortion services at all, like countries that get like malaria funding and stuff like that. So he's doing a worldwide ban on abortion.
Yeah.
How do we feel about this?
I feel amazing, and I feel like a lot of the Christians who didn't want to vote for him or didn't want to vote at all.
Come on, alpha male.
Not pro-life enough.
Can't find your tongue.
Wait.
Say a word. Prove that you know English.
Vote for him because he wasn't pro-life enough. Stop. What?
They wouldn't vote at all because Jesus wasn't on the ballot. So.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Jesus
Christians in my own hometown and just people in the church that, you know, they see politics and they don't really want anything to do with it.
So you believe in the separation of church and state?
I don't. I think that the church should be on the front lines of the state.
Why?
Because that's what our founders wanted, and that's why they founded our country the way that they did.
That's kind of a big thing in their constitution.
It was. Wait, didn't she just get done saying that the founders were big into it? Why was the?
Because that's what our founders should be on the front lines of the state.
Somebody might be regurgitating propaganda
that's what
again.
Our founders wanted, and that's why they founded our country the way they did.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Constitution. They said a lot. My issue is, you know, right now there's people that have died because they haven't had access to this. They're in states. They have a miscarriage. Something goes wrong. They need this fetus taken out. They can't get access. The doctors cannot do anything for them. They're like dying in the parking lot of a hospital. Mm-hmm. I spoke to someone.
That's fine. He seems fine with that.
Kids. They were pregnant with a third, and the doctor said, "It's not going to go well for you." Mm-hmm. And they were early enough where it was like, okay, this is a very hard decision to make. What about I have 2 kids that are alive? I have this, fetus in my womb. What do I do? I could roll the dice, but if I die, I'm a single mother with 2 kids.
Yeah, I hate for her to be in that position, certainly. But if you don't mind, I'd like to go back to that. You said that there's women who they need the child removed.
Yeah, they need the fetus removed.
Is that because it's like the fetus has died? Is that what you were saying?
There's complications, and the fetus is dead, or there's instances of ectopic pregnancies. There's all types of
I don't know what that is, but
what
is an ectopic?
Someone that's actually a doctor could list out. Honestly, you and I could probably agree on one thing, whereas childbirth in itself is a miracle.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The amount of complications that someone has to go through and to carry it to viability.
I wonder if this weird guy in the bright green hat is a father.
Surprised anyone gets born at all.
If you understand fully the nature of the sexual act,
why the leather gloves?
If you know what the consequences are, you got to live with consequences, right? If I choose that I'm going to take this way to work versus this way, I have to live with the consequence that maybe if I take this way, I don't go. Maybe I run into a car accident or something, right?
Huh? Now that Donald Trump has won the election,
if you go one way, you might run into.
See a national abortion ban.
It'd be very difficult to achieve because even Trump seems to be the guy who's like, well, Roe v. Wade's gone, so it's a states' right issue. It would take a lot of movement in Congress for it to get going. I'm sure if it crossed his desk, he probably would sign it.
What,
might require something like a constitutional amendment, but we'll see.
For you, it's just a logistical thing.
Yeah, it's a logistical thing. If it could happen, I'd
that is
support.
Who's Lauren Handy?
What an empathetic take. It's just a logistical thing for him. That's great. That's funny. I like that. That's the take of a, what I assume is a white cis male without a vagina. It's just logistics. It's just it's a matter of legislation and stuff. It's not about suffering. It's not about people's rights or anything. It's just a matter of how we logistically take any of the remaining rights away. That's true. UPS does do logistics. They're the logistics company. But yeah, the stuff exhibited at this whole, what do you call it? Rally, I guess you might call it, were pretty, well, unsurprising, but still just horrifying at the same time. It's about what you would expect from pro-life rally, anti-abortion rally. It's not pro-life anymore. I think they've actually changed it to anti-abortion now at this point. Because everybody knows that they aren't pro-life. And, the thing that I found even more interesting, maybe some of the commentary, was the fact that Walter Masterson, throughout all this, was going around with a clipboard, trying to get them to sign, to agree that school lunches should be free for kids, free child care. And he only got 4 out of what seemed like at least hundreds, if not thousands, of people to attend this hate rally. And that seems like a low number for people who are supposedly pro-life, who care about, who care about children. They just want the children to live in poverty and in starvation. All right. Let's move on from those idiots. Let's talk about one specific idiot. Elon Musk. Who has been doing all sorts of weird shit recently. Probably heard about some of it, I would guess. It's been kind of hot news, all of the Elon stuff. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry, let's start here.
What's up, gamers of the world? It's another episode of Some More Noobs, the only gaming channel that erases your memory of its existence every time you finish an episode. I'm Cody Noobmaster Johnston, and here's some more noobs. Today we're talking about epic gamer Elon Musk. On top of being a genius and the world's richest genius, somehow this real-life Tony Stark genius hero has the time to be the #1 Diablo 4 player in the world, and is so good at Path of Exile 2 that they're too scared to let him play. All of this on top of being a space and car engineer, master of government efficiency, and the best meme lord who ever lived. His memes are so sick that the woke media is trying to cancel him for making a random gesture at a Trump rally. Jeez, you can make anyone look like anything if you just freeze frame a video of them. Let's see the truth.
My heart goes out to you.
Oh, wow. He just did it, huh? He just did the Nazi Sieg Heil salute. Twice. Oh, okay. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Let's watch the rest of the clip.
It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you.
See, in context, it's totally innocent. He was just saying that thanks to the people at the Trump rally, they have secured the existence of their people, and showed them his heartfelt gratitude by aggressively doing the hand gesture that is universally known as the salute of the Nazi Party. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. But maybe that's just how Elon gestures, that his heart goes out to people. If only we had any other clip of his heart going out to people for comparison. Oh, we do. And it's different. Like, completely different. Seems pretty definitive that he did the Nazi salute. But the ADL said it wasn't Nazi stuff, and those guys are always on the ball. Musk's Nazi puns? Anti-Semitism. Must be condemned. The obvious Nazi salute? Everybody calm down, please. My goodness, everyone is a coward. And a liar. Ben Shapiro also defended Musk by pointing out that Elon visited Auschwitz with him a while back. Hey, Ben, do you remember why he did that? This was immediately punctuated with a post by the wife.
That's a great point. Here's the Guardian, a little clip here. Elon Musk visits Auschwitz after uproar over anti-Semitic messages on X. Months after he endorsed an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, the CEO of X went to the site of the Nazi death camp. But it's so easy to forget. It's so easy to forget. I get it.
A Holocaust survivor who was there during Musk's visit, saying that the...
I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I saw your messages, and then I completely ignored them, like I always do, because I'm always repressing chat.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm very sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh shit, I lost it. 13. 15. Okay.
Billionaire seemed largely unmoved by the visit and was clearly only there for the photo opportunity. But sure, let's trust Ben instead. Way to do damage control for the Nazi guy, Ben. Ultimately, it took the gosh darn Hollywood Reporter to state the obvious, which is that, accidental or not, he objectively gave a Nazi salute, and a normal, non-Nazi person would immediately recognize that and apologize for it. They wouldn't deny the basic reality or try to be coy with it, because it sure didn't look accidental. He could have even said, well, it was a bad joke to trigger the libs, which is the most likely explanation because he loves pretending he's a 15-year-old edgelord with the best sense of humor in the world.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that explanation is, of course, still bad, because he still did a Nazi salute in front of millions of people at a political rally, thus normalizing and softening Nazi salutes.
No.
But he didn't even say that. So if he isn't apologizing or explaining it, like literally anyone else would be required to do, I guess we have to just assume he's into it, right? That he's kind of a Nazi.
Yep, at least a little bit.
It's okay to just call him a Nazi now. Anyway, we're not talking about the world's richest Nazi openly believing in Nazi stuff and then doing a Nazi salute during a political rally. I mean, we should talk about that and have. Elon keeps doing it. He keeps ingratiating himself with the far, far right. But this isn't about Elon Musk, the Nazi. It's about Elon Musk, the gamer, you see. Also, I think we were doing a bit where this was a gaming show praising Musk, or was that a dream? It's only February, guys.
It's true. God, the graphics are so
gamer in the world. I know we're really whiplashing him around through irony, but I'm going to earnestly say something right here at the top of this. Elon Musk is an epic gamer. No, really. By the end of this episode, I'm going to prove that Elon Musk is good at gaming. How's that for a twist? Whoa! After all, at this point, it's safe to say that most people don't like Elon Musk. So the only way to make a hip and subversive video about him is to flip the narrative. Also, I hear it's really lucrative to pander to the X crowd now. Anyway, so in case you have a life and a family and or people who love you, let me explain what's going on with Elon Musk and the gaming community. And I promise this will all eventually be relevant to people who have no interest in gaming. But in short, Elon Musk, whose accounts are ranked in the very top for the games Path of Exile 2 and Diablo 4, streamed himself playing Path of Exile on Twitter a little while back. During that stream, he very confidently navigated and explained this game, which has more than 500,000 players as of recording this. And in doing so, made it very clear that he had absolutely no idea how to play it. A game that he was claiming to be a top player of. He was really, really bad at it, and people noticed.
Oh, no.
What about the mats in the inventory, bro? Like, what? What? What about the mats in his inventory? He's trying to click. It's grayed out.
Noob.
He's not played this before, has he?
What a noob.
Bro, he's not played this game before, has he?
That's YouTuber Quinn69TV, one of many who pointed out that Elon was making rookie mistakes, such as...
God, it's true. It's true. All right, let's move on from the fact that Elon is definitely not an epic gamer. And let's just talk about how he's not really that epic at anything, aside from being the world's richest man.
Fire. Okay, so... before the break, we laid out how Elon Musk, a Nazi guy, cheated at video games and then lied about video games before confessing to cheating at video games. Because, according to him, it's the only way to be the best. He has to be the best, you see, even if he's not literally the best. And it maybe makes you wonder, what else is he cheating at and lying about? I think at this point, a lot of people, regardless of political beliefs, are starting to notice that Musk is maybe sort of kind of a stupid guy, or at least extremely unhinged and dishonest and unpredictable and not super knowledgeable about the many things he claims to be super knowledgeable about. And you might be wondering how he got that way. How did Elon Musk go from doing a cameo in Iron Man 2 and getting praise for being this god alien who is good at everything, to this seemingly dim weirdo sharing bad stolen memes and doing Nazi stuff? You probably already know what I'm gonna say, because you probably already suspect the answer. And yes, much of it is simply because unfathomable amounts of wealth has broken his brain, and the website he bought has radicalized that broken brain into Nazi soup. No brain for you! But generally, perhaps when someone says that they are this amazing genius who's really good at a lot of vastly different things, they are, most likely, just a liar, and a weird liar at that, because over time, most people will notice that you're not actually good at those things. We all probably had a friend like this, right? The kid at school who said his dad is a professional ninja, or the guy at the bar who can totally do 500 pull-ups. The big difference is that Elon Musk, A, is an adult, and B, has been, up until now, claiming to be really good at stuff that most people don't have the knowledge to call him out on. And his entire persona and career have been based around this confidence. People would listen to him talk about engineering or space and just assume, well, since he's rich and important and played pretend with an actor pretending to be Iron Man in a movie, that he must know what he's talking about.
Those are all valid
over time,
arguments.
He's drifted
No
more
further
and more
questions.
into common knowledge or areas of other people's expertise. For example, here he is talking about Roman history as it relates to birth rates.
Rome fell because the Romans stopped making Romans. That's actually the fundamental issue. And there were other things. There was like, they had like quite a series of malaria epidemics, and
it was the birth rates
and whatnot.
And the malaria.
But they had those before.
I see.
It's just that the birth rate was far lower than the death rate.
Oh.
Seems correct. I mean, I don't know much about ancient Rome besides what I learned playing Assassin's Creed, but that sounds like it could be true. Good game. Not as good as the one where you fist fight the Pope, but still. Except, here's the thing. There are people who do know about ancient Rome. For example, Mike Duncan, a historian and podcaster, who pointed out
people who know
that Elon
things.
Musk had no idea what he was talking about. Musk is referring to birth rate concerns that were recorded around 18 BC. Followed by several hundred years of prosperity before the decline of Rome, which is credited to a lot of stuff, but not a declining birth rate. Because again, the low birth rate preceded, as Duncan pointed out, 2 centuries of Rome's golden era. But okay, so the guy was wrong about Rome in order to push his existential fear of lowering birth rates. We are all guilty of occasionally declaring stuff that turns out to be wrong. As they say, to err is humid. It's a weird saying, to err is humid, but that's definitely what they say. It's almost as weird as that other popular saying.
Is that? No.
The air is human? It's a weird phrase.
No, that's also
Language
not
is fun, but it's not necessarily even a hit against Musk that he thought COVID wasn't going to be a big thing. I mean, it was obvious how wrong no new cases by April was, even at the time, but whatever. Oops. Oh well. But what is weird isn't that he was wrong, but that he never reflected on being wrong and continued to say very wrong stuff with a lot of confidence throughout the pandemic, all so he could keep his factory open and give his workers COVID. You'd think that at some point he'd say, well, I'm not a doctor and I was really dramatically, laughably wrong about this, so maybe I should sit this one out. But he didn't. Because here's some news. When you're actually a smart person, you also have humility and the wisdom to listen to other experts. Smart people admit when they are wrong. Stupid, insecure people don't. And not just like, I disagree with your opinion, sir, but wrong about a very straightforward claim. A very verifiable, straightforward claim. And in fact, Elon Musk was so confidently wrong about COVID and so unwilling to be wrong that he apparently bet $1 million on it.
Nice.
That's according to podcaster and former friend of Musk, Sam Harris, who Elon bet $1 million that COVID would fizzle out by April of 2020. Elon was overwhelmingly comically wrong.
Yeah.
And instead of owning up to it, he ghosted Harris and then began to publicly insult him and proudly lie about him on Twitter a bunch. To repeat that, instead of admitting he was wrong about something he was objectively, drastically wrong about, Elon Musk destroyed a relationship. Because it's important to note here that it's not just that Elon Musk is wrong a lot, but he's also incapable of admitting it or of changing his mind. There's always an excuse he will give.
I love that, you know? The fact that this man's ego is so fragile as the wealthiest man on the planet. Being wrong is somehow a threat to him and his existence. Being pointed out that there are serious factual inaccuracies in the things that he says is somehow just an existential crisis for Elon. Not being the best gamer in one of the grindiest games on the planet, like PoE4 or whatever it is. You know, that is somehow just earth-shattering for him.
But maybe accurate nonsense? Maybe he is a brilliant inventor and expert engineer. Except, first of all, he doesn't really have the academic background for that. Musk has a dual bachelor's degree in economics and physics. He was, by all accounts, a very good but not exceptional student, and that's fine. Whatever. But none of that really relates to engineering. In terms of inventing, you can find about 10 patents that have his name on them. 4 of them are Tesla design patents, as in the shape of a door or charging port. He's got one for an autonomous vehicle processor, which he shares with 17 other people, so good job to the team. 3 patents are from his work at Zip2 and MyWay, doing like map and directory programming. One is vaguely related to Neuralink and pending, and the last one was filed but abandoned. It should be noted that Tesla itself has filed a little over 3,000 patents, and Musk is on just a few of the design ones. That might explain why, according to people who worked there, Elon Musk wasn't really involved with Tesla's rise, and in fact became more of a liability than a guiding light.
My God, Elon Musk only on 3 of the thousands of patents that Tesla has? Seems like he's been not only not instrumental in all this, it seems like he's been completely hands-off in the whole thing. I thought that he was a genius inventor. What happened?
Out several important engineers for very silly reasons. He was seen more like an oblivious money guy or a salesman. And if you have any background in engineering, you might already have known that. We've seen him make these bold claims about what Tesla can do without having the evidence to back it up. For example, saying that Tesla was nearing level 5 self-driving autonomy back in 2020, level 5 being complete automation. He's been predicting that since 2015, mind you.
That's 10 years. That's... wow.
That's too much, man!
How?
How has it gone on that long?
Okay, he's not like an engineer. He still had to start from somewhere, right? In order to invest in Tesla, he had to have the money for that. And yes, he grew up rich. And yes, despite him continually denying the existence of an emerald mine, he did literally brag about it himself years ago in an interview. But it would be inaccurate to pretend like he didn't accumulate wealth between his childhood and his years at Tesla. Like, what about PayPal and Elon Musk as a programmer? This is how he got his start, co-founding a software company called Zip2. You can't take Zip2 away from him. It was a genius idea to take a business directory and put it online. While also providing maps. Kind of like...
that is a genius
the Yellow Pages,
idea.
But online. But okay, he was one of the first. One of the first people to say, what if we put the phone book online? And he did program the site, which was then sold to Compaq and made Musk around $20 million. And that's kind of it. It's not nothing, mind you, but Zip2 is pretty much the only thing he built from the ground up himself. He programmed an online directory and sold it off. Cool. He would then...
Nice. Talk about accomplished. That's why this man is the wealthiest man on the planet, because he made $22 million on that thing. And then from there just invented everything, apparently. Wait, what? He bought it all, you're saying? Rather than inventing it? No.
Form, and this is true, a banking website called X.com. Yes, that's it. And so Elon Musk, a very stupid man and obvious liar who believes we are all stupider than him, has been given no reason not to believe that. He spent his entire career overselling his abilities while leaning on the talented people under him and taking the credit, and became literally the richest man in the world doing that. He's made predictions and promises for a decade now, and every one of them ended up being wrong. And his weird army of sycophants just keep moving the goalposts for him. Remember when he bought Twitter and said his goal was to be politically neutral and upset the far left and far right?
Ah, yes.
Many people pointed out that he was absolutely full of shit. Now, cut to 3 years later, and he's doing a fucking Nazi salute at the Trump rally he paid hundreds of millions of dollars to make happen. Are we really going to keep doing this? Yes, obviously.
Yes,
unfortunately. But now he has the president's ear and has been allowed to purchase one of the largest media and communication platforms we have, because it's not just that he thinks we're stupid, but is aspiring to make us stupider, to attack our means of communication and fact-checking. He's now trying to claim Wikipedia as some kind of woke propaganda machine for literally just saying a true thing.
Yeah.
Seriously.
How dare they say the truth? That is woke. That is woke. I mean, that's basically been the objection, right? CRT was an objection to the truth, right? The truth being taught in schools to children who might feel uncomfortable talking about their privilege. The truth is woke, and it will destroy America. Do you know what else might destroy America? Having the richest man on the planet. You know, just tinkering around without any oversight.
What we have seen
in
is
our government, ending agencies, you know, all sorts of weird stuff. Let's go here, talk about some of that.
What we have seen is basically the world's richest man deciding that the world's richest country should stop helping some of the world's poorest people. Last week, the team from DOGE showed up at USAID and began trying to destroy the agency. Teams from DOGE were at the Reagan building, pushing out staff, kicking staff off of systems. By the end of the weekend, Elon Musk was on Twitter bragging that he had spent his weekend putting USAID through the wood chipper. USAID does a huge amount of good around the world on behalf of the American people. And all of that is now frozen. This freeze of all aid funding and these attacks on USAID will absolutely cost lives. So that includes people who are living with HIV/AIDS, who have been able to depend on US HIV programs to supply their antiretroviral drugs to keep their HIV suppressed. That includes people who are living in refugee camps or crisis zones around the world who have depended on US assistance for their food, for their water. Today in Gaza, what's known as colloquially as the American Hospital, this was an NGO-run hospital that was funded by USAID and widely seen in Gaza as the best hospital still functioning in Gaza. That has had to almost completely shut down because of disruption in funding under this new administration. One of the things that's really striking about how Elon Musk is talking about this is that it's basically all lies. You know, there's a lot of talk these days about geostrategic competition with China. It's a big theme of this administration, and taking USAID off the board is a huge win for China. It's a huge win for Russia. Dmitry Medvedev, who's the former president of Russia, was tweeting over the weekend, going rah rah, supporting what Elon Musk was doing to USAID. Now, we should ask ourselves why one of Putin's closest cronies thinks it's great for Elon to kill USAID. Don't think it's because he has America's best interests at heart. The fear here is that if an unelected billionaire with dubious authority from the president can just rock up at a federal agency and destroy the place, push out all the staff, take over all the systems, halt all the spending. If he can do that here to foreign aid without court engagement, without congressional oversight, what's to stop that from happening anywhere across the federal government? I think we need to look at USAID and what's happening here not just as a matter of protecting foreign aid and protecting the good that America does abroad. I think that is important, but this is also a playbook. We are seeing a test run here for what could be done across the whole federal government, and that is a very
dangerous prospect indeed. The implications across all agencies here are, quite profound, and I think pretty clear to anybody paying attention right now. Because USAID is just one of many federal agencies created by Congress and or through other means. And, that if USAID can go this way, that it seems to be going, that means the rest of the agencies can also be just sort of shunted aside by an unelected bureaucrat. In this case, the richest man on the planet. I mean, 4 years of this, how many agencies, if this is allowed to go through, could this affect?
What we have seen is basically the world's richest.
Click the wrong thing. There we go.
A US judge ruled early on Saturday to temporarily block Elon Musk's government efficiency team from accessing the Treasury Department's payment and data systems, citing a risk of sensitive information being improperly disclosed. It came after another judge on Friday put Musk's plans to dismantle the US Agency for International Development, or USAID, on hold. The agency's sign and flag outside its headquarters in Washington, D.C. were removed on Friday, a day before over 2,000 USAID workers were set to go on paid leave. But a U.S. district judge ordered those plans be paused and reinstated some 500 employees who had already been furloughed. The judge also temporarily barred the administration from relocating the aid agency's humanitarian workers stationed outside of the U.S. He said he'd consider a longer-term pause at a hearing scheduled for Wednesday. But in a separate case involving the Labor Department, a judge did rule in favor of Musk's efforts for now. A union group had sued to block the department from granting the billionaire and his team access to its computer systems, alleging he could obtain sensitive information, such as about investigations into his own companies and competitors, as well as the identities of workers who have filed compensation claims or sought protection for labor complaints. In a temporary ruling on Friday, the judge noted concerns about the defendants' alleged conduct, but said the union had not shown it was harmed by the Labor Department's actions. In a statement, the union called the decision a setback but not a defeat, adding that it would provide more evidence to support its claims.
Sorry, I gotta take 2-second break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's go here to Bernie Sanders, see what he's been saying about all of this. This was from earlier today, Saturday.
Let's be clear about what's happening right now in Washington, D.C. Elon Musk is the wealthiest guy.
Why do you keep pausing this?
In the world. He contributed $270 million to elect Donald Trump as president. Surprise, surprise. He is now having the most important job in the United States government. That's what happens when you make a huge campaign contribution. And by the way, Musk today is $150 billion wealthier than he was before Trump was elected. How's that? Not bad. Now, what Musk is trying to do right now is to destroy USAID, a program which helps hungry and sick children all over the world, the poorest people in the world. That's what the richest guy in the world is doing. Today, he's going after USAID. Trust me, tomorrow, he will be going after the programs that impact you and your family. That is Medicaid, that is Medicare, that is community health centers, that is education, that is Pell Grants, that is affordable housing. Together, we are going to stand up and fight back, get organized, and tell Trump that this country is a democracy. The government is supposed to work for all of us, not just the billionaire class. So stand up and fight back. We can do it. We can stop them. Thank you.
There you go. Bernie Sanders saying that we must stand up and fight back
This is democracy
against
now.
this illegal
Midst of
campaign being led by Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Welcome to the resistance.
All right, I think we watched part of this yesterday. I want to watch the rest of it, so I'm gonna go here. Let's see, I think we somewhere around here.
That dismantling the Department of Education is really about imposing what Professor Henry Giroux has called the violence of organized forgetting, right? Erasing history and replacing knowledge with state-based propaganda. And I'll just say, if the order is successful, if he's able to either gut or completely abolish the Department of Education, it would end some $18 billion in Title I funding, which provides crucial support to high poverty schools like many that I've taught in throughout the country. I began teaching in Washington, D.C., and I would pass the White House on my way to school in Anacostia in one of the most impoverished neighborhoods. And my Title I school had a hole in the ceiling of my classroom, and it would just rain in. The rain destroyed the first project I ever assigned as a teacher before the kids could even present it. And that's why the schools desperately need this funding that he is getting ready to gut, as well as students with accommodations, IEP plans. Special education funding is crucial, some $15 billion from the Department of Education goes to that. This isn't education reform plan. This is really educational arson that he's proposed.
And explain, Jesse, who is his nominee, Linda McMahon?
I mean, it is breathtaking. She fits the profile of so many of his appointees in that she is completely unqualified, very little background in education. She was a CEO for WWE Wrestling, and like many of his nominees, is also under investigation for allowing sexual assault to run rampant in
Yeah, I think we talked about that at one point.
illegal.
But one thing I just want to point out to everybody, because, you know, federal funding for education is incredibly important, but it affects states differently. Some of the states that would be most affected by a lack of federal funds would all be not all, but many of the most federally funded education systems are in red states. Alaska, Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, Mississippi, sorry, not Alabama, Kentucky, West Virginia. All these states voted for Donald Trump. And now his best buddy, who is now tasked with gutting the education department, well, is going to cut potentially funds for all of those kids in those states, including all the other ones that take federal funds too. Because it's not like those are the only states; they were just the most. They're on the like sort of top echelon per capita on the list.
For her organization, she would be a disaster for the public schools in this country. We need someone with a real vision for what the public schools can be and for keeping our children safe, not another privatizer.
Jesse Hagopian, we want to thank you for being with us. We're going to do part 2 of this conversation and post it online at democracynow.org. Jesse is a high school teacher in Seattle, Washington. His new book is called Teach Truth, The Struggle for Anti-Racist Education. And before
yeah, check that book out. Somebody let me know. I don't have money to go buying books right now. But I thought that was a important conversation, which is why we watched both parts of the video 2 days in a row, because the education department is incredibly important. We're already way behind the rest of the world in education and test scores. And it's not because of federal funds, there being too many federal funds. That's definitely not the reason. All right. I'm going to do it this way, actually. That there. That there. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. Now let's continue talking about Elon Musk. He seems to have his hand on every single lever of government right now. Here's a place people might be familiar with.
Steve Bannon has to contend with the fact that it's not him calling the shots. It is literally foreign tech billionaires, including Elon Musk. And here's Doubt That talking to him, and it's just interesting to get his sort of spin on it.
Underestimate just how weird the long-term ambitions of a lot of people deeply involved in Silicon Valley are, especially around artificial intelligence, and that there is this sort of
Balazs and the network state. Let's talk about that. They're not weird.
Well,
they're radicals. They're radicals.
That's a yeah, the network state we can save for the next time I have you on. For now, let's just focus on.
I'm going to be invited. I'm going to be invited. We got breaking news. Bannon's actually going to be invited back.
We're gonna every week, man. So listen. So the transhumanism stuff, though. So to me, it seemed like one of the things that pulled Elon Musk into the conservative coalition was that while he's certainly not a religious conservative, but he is a kind of weirdo humanist, right? He likes the human race. He wants the human race to continue.
Stop.
No, okay. So you don't see. To me, it seems like Musk is in one group.
Musk is
just as transhumanist as the rest of them.
No, since Edison, maybe our greatest applied engineer.
Okay.
Greatest applied engineer.
Isn't it dig that he said? Isn't it dig that he said Edison and not Tesla?
Remember how we just got done talking about how less than 0.1% of Tesla's patents even have Elon's name on them? Because he's had almost zero involvement in any of the inventing going on over there. I'm sure it's the same for SpaceX and basically all of his other companies at this point. And yet, Steve Bannon, he's our greatest applied engineer since Edison, I guess. Wow.
That's an interesting point because maybe he's also
because Tesla fans think Edison is and I think it's correct,
an applied engineer,
not necessarily the smarter of the two, and then was a lot of stolen valor. Sorry, Matt. Go on.
Well, I mean, Edison, was more applicable. Tesla's sort of like exciting thing, but it's interesting here. I just find it fascinating that Bannon there's a lot of boisterosity that impresses people about it because he'll call GOP pussies and then he'll go off against Balaji Srinivasan and then this complete capitulation. I mean, we can let him go. Maybe not a complete capitulation, but he does need to glaze Elon a little bit with this BS about all these guys. Let's just play a little bit further, see how he comes back from that.
As transhumanist as the rest of them?
No, since Edison, maybe our greatest applied engineer.
Okay.
He is a genius in that level. Agreed. And so he looks at the thing as all kind of mathematical equations and from engineering in a big brain. When he puts on something, he can solve it. He is the most prominent of that crowd that's warned against artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence. It's one of the reasons he and the Altman at Open.
I love that. I love how Steve wants to give him credit for saying AI might be bad, while also Elon and Sam Altman, the two people he's talking about, are still rushing towards the end, the end zone on AI, right? With their hands open to catch all of the money. It's hilarious. It's so hilarious, dude. This guy's, pretend populist guys. Actually, these guys really care about whether or not AI they think it's going to take it out, while they push it in that direction themselves.
I've had so many big fights besides the problem
with each other.
Yep. They hate each other. I mean, and part of that's personal, but part of it is philosophical. And Brother Musk is probably the
Brother Musk.
He's the most advanced in chipping. So I think Neuralink is one of the most aggressive about Homo sapien 1.0 or Homo sapien 2.0. Elon is at the tip of this, and Elon is actually on an applied engineering basis, not bullshit talk. He is probably the farthest advanced for transhumanism. People have to understand in the life, and I say life, next 10 years of your audience, we're going to be facing a dilemma for yourself and your kids. Do you enhance yourself? Do you enhance yourself either by genetic engineering?
Oh my God!
By advanced chip design plugged into you? Do you advance yourself by artificial intelligence?
Please, can you pause it? I'm sorry. Right. Please, I encourage everyone in MAGA to try to advance themselves right now by putting a chip in their brain.
Get the head started.
Can you please be the first? Please, men on the moon. The first man to, you can be the elevated human beings, the next level of our race. Be the astronauts of our time.
We
put
just need to CRISPR
Neuralink chip in your brain. I encourage
also
it.
hooked up to that Elon chip. Exactly. No, she's right. The CRISPR Neuralink future it's a coming. It's a coming. And it's here actually.
So yeah, it's
everybody
it's very interesting. He's supposed to be supposedly the sort of
so stupid
counter to all this stuff, and yet he can't help but sort of take his hat off to it, because right now Elon's the daddy.
Yes.
And Bannon needs to flatter that guy, that weird freak who wants to put a techno chip into your head to process your thoughts. He has to defend him.
Or we could make humanity we could choose a different route and maybe give everybody health care and free education and
I don't think we need all this money that venture capitalists have to play with all this shit. It's very clearly better directed by the state towards all the innovations that all these people have been skating off, like the internet, cell phone stuff. Who made GPS, you idiot?
Yeah.
Who invented all this stuff? It was Uncle Sam and other governments and their higher education sort of grants.
This is what I mean too. Like a lot of this stuff, like tech, Silicon Valley is just used to sell capitalism to you and deregulation to you, generally speaking. Yep. And as you're, deregulating society to facilitate, the techno future, you're, devaluing the public sector in ways that you don't even understand. Like, I can admit that Gattaca may be the future, but to, to not allow for the fact that some of the biggest advancements in the human lifespan, right, have been articulated or caused by like the public sector, whether it be vaccines or whether it be like, mass public health campaigns like anti-smoking in America.
Narcan.
These are things that these are things that the public sector did. And talking about like, brain chips and Elon's death cars is just a way for people to get sold a bill of sales about like our system that distracts them from the fact that like we're living shorter lives now, not because we don't have brain chips, not because we don't have not because we don't have cars.
Because we have seed oil in our.
Yeah, and you know what? I've been wondering to myself, how much does elective brain surgery cost exactly? Do you have to pay for that too when you buy a Neuralink device to hook into your brain? Like, who is that even for exactly? Is it free? And they just, they monetize your thoughts? How does that work? Pay as you go? Sort of installment plan. If you don't keep up with your payments, your brain turns off. Let's go here. As we've been talking about all this stuff, if you didn't hear, a judge blocked Donald Trump's plan to put USAID workers on leave. The BBC from 18 hours ago.
United States because a judge in Washington has blocked some of President Trump's plans to dismantle America's international aid organization. It came after 2 unions sued the Trump administration, which had notified workers that almost all staff at the world's biggest aid donor would be put on leave. Reports suggested that USAID staff could be slashed from a force of about 10,000 worldwide to just a few hundred. Now, this was the scene on Friday at the organization's headquarters, where crews were seen removing the signs. The move is part of President Trump's efforts to reshape America's role in foreign aid assistance, but the dismantling of USAID is facing intense criticism at home and abroad. Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes reports.
The dismantling of the world's biggest donor of development aid has already started. Signs identifying the agency's Washington headquarters have been removed or covered in black tape. But the fate of its almost 10,000 staff remains unclear. A judge has put on hold the Trump administration's plan to put just over 2,000 USAID employees on paid leave, while the court considers a union lawsuit to try to save the agency.
With this ruling, it does provide a reprieve. And it also provides some other relief, we hope, as well, for payments that the U.S. government is due to pay the partners and all of those who've been implementing programs long before January 20th.
At risk are health and emergency aid programs in around 120 countries, including the world's poorest regions. The United States' current budget allows about $70 billion for international assistance. Donald Trump has argued that the agency doesn't represent a valuable use of U.S. taxpayers' money.
When you look at USAID, that's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Fraud. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous.
Opponents say the president's plan is unconstitutional, arguing that Congress is the only entity that can legally dismantle the agency. Peter Bowes, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, meanwhile, President Trump says he's immediately revoking his predecessor's security clearance, a move that ends Joe Biden's access to daily classified intelligence briefings. President Trump posted that Mr. Biden could not be trusted because of alleged problems with his memory.
Alleged problems with his memory. So people can get their security clearances revoked for memory problems. Interesting. Seems like there's a few people in office right now who deserve to have their security clearances taken away immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Fascinating. Who knew? I say we go down the list in the government and figure out who's got memory problems. We do, you know, quantitative scientific analysis on their memories. And then we just, you know, go down the list and start knocking these security clearances out, you know. Starting with the president, of course. You must start top down, of course. Ask things like, Donald Trump, do you remember being the one to sign that NAFTA deal that you were recently claiming was the worst deal in history? Do you remember that time you said you were going to bring peace to the Middle East and then said we should do an ethnic cleansing? Stuff like that. Or maybe just simple questions. I don't know. Either way. Either way, I'm fine with it. All right. But it should be interesting to see down the line, I would say. Because this is very unusual, right? Having a former president have their security clearance revoked. Even Joe Biden didn't revoke Donald Trump's security clearance when he came to office. I've never heard of it happening. Now, if you forgot, we talked about this yesterday. Here's the Senate vote process on Russell Vote. Wait, what? Am I having a stroke? Why did I say vote twice? This is why I'm going to call him Russell Vought from now on. It's just easier to distinguish between those two words. We're just going to say Vought.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 47,
There we go. That was Russell Vought getting confirmed by the Senate 47 to 53 to 47. So it went straight down the line. Republicans voting for, Democrats voting against. And of course, Democrats do not have the seats necessary to block any of these things. And Republicans are just getting in line so they don't get admonished by the king. Now, of course, he is the head architect of, at least one of the co-architects of Project 2025, which appears to be shaping...
Now, it's not even 3 weeks since
Donald Trump's policies. Let's go here, BBC yesterday.
Now, it's not even 3 weeks since President Trump's inauguration, and we've seen a blizzard of executive orders and a total reshaping of the way things are being done. Now, in the run-up to the election, Donald Trump batted away concerns that Project 2025, a conservative blueprint for dismantling federal government, could shape his second term. So where are we? Well, Russell Vought, who's an architect of Project 2025, has just been confirmed to lead the White House Budget Office. President Trump has offered incentives for federal workers to resign or face being laid off, a move that's being challenged in the courts. And the Department of Justice is trying to force the FBI to release the identities of staff who investigated the January the 6th riots. A judge has ordered a halt to that, saying there is no question that releasing the names would put FBI agents in significant and immediate dangers. Just a few of the things that are currently at play. Let's speak to Scott Lucas, a professor in American Studies at University College Dublin. Scott, welcome here to the programme. So, as I said there, we're less than 3 weeks since the inauguration. Where are we, do you think?
Where we are, and it needs to be stated clearly amidst all these dizzying news reports, is a systematic effort by Donald Trump and by Elon Musk to effectively take apart the U.S. government. And by take apart, I mean by closing certain departments and agencies without going through Congress, by firing thousands of personnel, by trying to coerce or cajole thousands of others to resign by shutting down entire federal programs, including the U.S. foreign aid program, and by severely restricting the ability of U.S. specialists in government to cooperate with colleagues around the world on health, education, environment, and other areas.
I was reading an article by Edward Luce in the Financial Times today, whose first line was that Donald Trump is making good on his threats, driving a Cybertruck through the US Constitution. From your answer, I suspect you agree with that basic assessment. In terms of Project 2025, how far down that road are we in less than 3 weeks?
What's interesting is that this was in plain sight, that this intention to take apart the agencies and bend them to Trump's will was in Project 2025, even though he lied, he knew nothing about it. And they have gotten quite a way into doing that because they bypassed the courts, they bypassed Congress. In other words, that U.S. system of checks and balances is gone. So to give you some extremes where we are already facing this, that is that the government services organization, which is supposed to oversee U.S. agencies, is effectively paralyzed. They aren't able to operate because Musk and his people are going in, getting sensitive records, are issuing commands or emails calling on people to resign. The CIA is facing the unprecedented effort of having to hand over the names of its agents in an unclassified way, something that violates every principle of security because it's being demanded. And of course, we're looking at the FBI and the Justice Department facing effectively a paralysis on any type of meaningful investigation, all because Donald Trump and Elon Musk they want retribution over the investigation of January the 6th.
You mentioned a list, and I've got a few more, because Elon Musk, access to the payment details in the Treasury, and of course that lead civil servant who's been there for decades, forced out. You have what I had mentioned about the FBI. You were talking about the CIA, the pushing or trying to push out all those federal workers. When you see that array of all these different things going on, which is the thing that concerns you most?
You could pick any one of those and talk about it being unprecedented and dangerous. Think about the idea of the records of almost every American being in the hands of men between 19 and 26-year-old with no expertise, but who could find out about people's health record, about their payments records. Think about the fact that American national security is now compromised at a time of great international crisis. Think about the fact that entire health programs in the U.S. and abroad, like HIV prevention programs, are paralyzed. But put it all together, we are talking about the attempt effectively to bring an autocracy into the United States. And I know what that word means. And by autocracy, I mean you can choose Donald Trump or you can choose the health of the U.S. system. You cannot choose both.
Just a sentence or two in terms of all those legal challenges that are currently in play. Do you see any prospect of them being able to hold the ring?
The problem with the legal challenges, and they need to be brought, is that unless the courts can effectively stay, not just say that it is wrong what is happening, but that they can actually say there should be no further pursuit of records or of firings by the Musk people or by the Trump people, they'll try to operate. They'll take all the time they can before the courts intervene, and that could be weak.
Yeah, that is one of the huge problems here in this moment. Having allowed Donald Trump and these people into the government with their stated goals in Project 2025, now with no, Democratic led House or Senate or Supreme Court, and tons of Trump loyalist judges put in place throughout federal courts, this is going to be very difficult to stop without some drastic measures, let's say it that way. All right, now I'm going to keep talking about this, but go to a familiar place. Zateo from earlier on Saturday.
Less than 10 days into the Trump presidency, and it's all about shock and awe.
People are depleted, and they're counting on this not waking people up.
He tried to freeze federal grants and funding. He said clean out Gaza of all its people.
Leaving the World Health Organization, destroying healthcare in the United States, putting RFK Jr. in charge.
In his inauguration speech, he talked about manifest destiny to the stars.
This is what you do if you truly want to make it worse.
There was another Republican president who liked to shock and awe. He did it in Iraq in 2003.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I know it's the wrong Bush. It's the same vibes, though. It's the same vibes. Okay.
I'm Naomi Klein.
And I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And this is Unshocked.
Naomi, welcome back. Good to see you again. Happy New Year, though there's not that much happy about it so far.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to see you because I feel like it's a very good time to get unshocked. Everyone's heads are exploding.
And this week we're going to get unshocked about shock.
Yes,
and because what we've seen since January 20th, we're recording this, less than 10 days into the Trump presidency, and it's all about shock and awe. And before we get into the details of it, just for those of you watching at home who are old enough to remember, there was another Republican president who liked to shock and awe. He did it in Iraq in 2003.
The start of the campaign called Shock and Awe.
Artlist.io.
As many as 3,000 Tomahawk cruise missiles.
This isn't just an attack on bricks and mortar. It is an assault on the human senses.
This will not be a campaign of half measures. We will accept no outcome but victory.
Naomi, shock and awe is back in the news. It's not just the George Bush era. Everywhere we look now, people are talking about Donald Trump shocking and awing us. Mainai, a Columbia University professor, described the ICE raids as a form of shock and awe to terrorize immigrants. A reporter at the Washington Post, John Hudson, said that USAID officials are saying this is shock and awe, the way they're shutting down aid to the entire world, with the exception of Israel. Even Steve Bannon, the guy who first talked about shock and awe in the first term, he's saying this has gone beyond shock and awe. He's calling this the days of thunder. You wrote a book called The Shock Doctrine, which is where the name of this show comes from, Unshocked. What are they doing when they're trying to shock us?
Yeah, so that the military strategy, the shock and awe military strategy from 2003, the invasion of Iraq, the whole approach was designed to overwhelm and awe Iraqis so that they would just kind of lie down and give up. That was the military strategy. If we recall, it didn't actually pan out that way. No. There was a short-term sort of suspended animation.
I don't want reality.
Then there was a lot of looting and chaos. And then there was a very, very intense response that bogged the U.S. down. So it's bad strategy. I don't know why they're trying it again, but the idea is to come at you from all directions, right? And the shock approach has also been used in economics. The idea that you want to apply shock therapy to a population so that they essentially give up, right? And so a big part of this, I think, describing the raids as a shock and awe approach, what that speaks to is not just that there's a lot of it happening all at once, but that it is being performed, right? That's why, Dr. Phil goes along, and that's why there's like media embeds, is that they're counting on this being broadcast to communities, overwhelm them, have a sense of futility because there's so much coming at us. And that's the flurry of executive orders as well, which I know you had your eye on. We're not supposed to be able to keep track as journalists.
And you...
Now, I know I'm just a space journalist with no accreditation, but goddamn, it is true. I mean, it has been working to some degree, putting me on a back foot. It feels like every single day. Struggling to start at the right time. So what time did I start today? almost midnight, 2 hours later, trying to parse through all this stuff that's like just going on. Even with the weekends now, it's just like I'm still just trying to like fully wrap my head around what has happened already and what it is I am thinking of even about it, right? Like, because I feel like in many cases I just, you know, there's so much to think about that not having the time to just sit and think leaves gaps in terms of my coverage and in my understanding of some of these things, leaving me like I said, like on the back foot with all of it, feeling like just an onslaught of media and news to go over every single day.
Word overwhelmed. And interestingly, to go back to Steve Bannon, a man you and I have studied, sadly have had to study. I know you, when you wrote your book, you spent a lot of time listening to the War Room. He's the guy who famously in the first term said to Michael Lewis of Bloomberg, the Democrats don't matter. The real opposition is the media, and the way to deal with them is to flood the zone with shit. And that's where we get this phrase of them flooding the zone. But this time round, he said recently in a Washington Post interview, they're not just, he said, they're overwhelming the system. And he says that in a positive way. When you talk about overwhelming people and flooding the zone, it is about numbing us. It is about making the public not be able to keep up, journalists not be able to keep up. They've done so much. You mentioned executive orders. Again, for our viewers who may not be able to follow all this, just to give a sense, Naomi, while we get this conversation going about shock and awe, just some of the things that Donald Trump has done in 10 days, just a few. I just want to run through them very fast. He pardoned January 6th insurrectionists. He pulled America out of the climate change agreement, the Paris Agreement again. He signed a bunch of executive orders trying to end asylum at the southern border, trying to end DEI in government, trying to end birthright citizenship. He said ICE can grab people from churches. He called for MSNBC to lose their broadcasting
all of those
license.
things.
He fired DOJ people. He fired NLRB people. He illegally fired 18 inspectors general from the federal government. He tried to freeze federal grants and funding. He said clean out Gaza of all its people. He sent 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. He threatened Denmark. He threatened Colombia. He threatened Panama. He renamed the Gulf of Mexico.
Even Naomi is shocked right now hearing the whole thing over again. Even I am. Mehdi's recall, unless he's got a list in front of him, is truly impressive. This is a very expansive list, and it's all true.
Denmark, he threatened Colombia, he threatened Panama, he renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. He told Mark Milley and
Maddie, I
There's
think
a lot.
you get it. It's a lot.
It's a lot. I could keep going, but yeah, there's a lot.
You could keep going, and we'd be here all day. And
but that really does.
Don't forget the WHO.
overwhelm the media, the Democrats, the public. Where do you focus your attention when you're being shocked and awed like that?
Well, this is the whole idea for Unshocked, which is we have to pick out the signal from the noise. And that's part of understanding that this is a strategy. It's designed to make you curl up in a ball and give up. It's also designed to make you do their work for them, right? So I think part of what we're seeing is, an executive order that is patently illegal, or many of them, right?
Yes.
But, to talk about a recent one, the appropriation of funds that were allocated under the last government. They have no right to do that. They know they have no right to do that. But what they successfully did is scare the hell out of people, right? I mean, this is not just about overwhelming the senses. It's about fear, right? This is the other thing Bannon is talking about right now, is he's talking about peace through strength, right? So they're doing a few things to just show that they're willing to do anything, right? And sending these messages of you could be next, right? And so when it seems like they're going to freeze everybody's funding and take everybody's funding, if they are while they hunt for gender ideology and Green New Deal indoctrination,
Marxists.
Nobody comes to work saying, today I'm going to do gender ideology, and today I'm going to implement the Green New Deal. There is no Green New Deal. It didn't get passed.
That's a great point.
Joe Biden didn't even get Build Back Better through, let alone the Green New Deal. So the point is to make everybody at a foundation, everybody at a university, everybody in the nonprofit sector look at what they're doing through the eyes of the Trump administration and think about,
that's one thing that I find fascinating, because the Republicans have been screaming about the Green New Deal for years now. Yesterday, we watched a recent clip of Lauren Boebert still claiming that we need to get rid of the Green New Deal, which doesn't exist. And it's just kind of hilarious that they're so focused on something that is not happening, right? Because in a way, it's a great way to gin up, a certain group of people's resentment, and to shift the focus away from the important stuff. Or, you get what I'm saying. Because of course the Green Deal is important. What I'm saying is like shift people's focus away from all the horrifying things that Republicans like Lauren Boebert are getting themselves involved in by, ineptly or perhaps somewhat adequately, because their voters seem to be just so ill-informed, just by scaremongering about something that just doesn't exist. So shitty.
Through the eyes of the Trump administration, and think about, okay, well, who can we throw under the bus, right? Yeah. Who can we sacrifice? So they're sending that fear through every institution, and of course, with the shock and awe immigration raids, it is a very, very tangible fear, and that's why it's really significant when you have countries standing up, like Colombia, and saying this is, you can't treat our people this way. It messes with the script.
Yeah, and you had a couple of judges so far stand up to him, one on the birthright citizenship executive order saying it's blatantly unconstitutional, and then this Muslim judge, which must have annoyed them even more, who halted their their federal funding freeze, and they now claim to have done a U-turn or a rescission. We will wait and see on that. But this idea that we are limited in what we can do. You make a very good point that they want us to do their work for them. And just another quote that I just spotted
journalists especially, right?
Journalists especially, and before the journalist activists, before the election, in fact, actually just before the inauguration, the New York Times ran a piece about Stephen Miller profiling another Bannonite in the government, another one of these kind of revolutionaries. And the Times said, Mr. Miller appears to have learned two key lessons from the first Trump term. The first is to...
This is completely unrelated to what they're saying. I just noticed a comment in here from, who is it? Bruno. I just want to say something here about this, because this is not as easy as you're making it sound, unfortunately. The next win being New York 21, when Stefanik leaves. In terms of, if you mean Democrats winning New York 21, I think it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough going for that to happen. New York 21 is in the northeast part of the state. It includes parts of Saratoga Springs, which is very conservative. And it's a very rural area up there and super upstate. And it might be tough. It might be tough to actually win over that seat. Depends on how much Donald Trump's policies hurt his base. I don't know how the voting went in New York 21 for the presidential election and the other sort of elections that happened around the same time, but my guess is that much of that district went to Donald Trump. So it's going to be tough.
The zone. He believes that those he regards as Mr. Trump's enemies, Democrats, the media, groups like the ACLU, are depleted and only have so much bandwidth for outrage and opposition. Mr. Miller has told people that the goal is to overwhelm them with a blitz of activity. Do you think they're succeeding 10 days in?
I think he's not wrong that people are depleted. I think coming out of this election, people are depleted. Coming out of the pandemic, people are depleted, and they're counting on this not waking people up. But I would argue that this is actually a really risky strategy. Because he's right that people's tanks are pretty low, but I think people can also be pushed too far, and you can wake people up. Shock can be a bit of a jolt, right? Like it's they're playing with fire a little bit, right? They're hoping that the shock just overwhelms people and makes people lie down and give up. There's also a history of overwhelming shock inspiring people to fight, and that could happen too. I think. The other thing that if we're picking out the signal from the noise here, what Miller is doing, he's their sadism guy. He's really important to this project because he is the one who is just kind of serving up blood to the base, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's why they want
the cruelty is the point.
The cruelty is the point, but it's not just the point. The point is also distraction, right? Because Trump did not run on having the big tech billionaires be his favorite people in the world, who he showers $500 billion for AI, which it turns out the whole business model was failing anyway, right? I mean, he's actually doing the exact opposite of what somebody like Steve Bannon has been telling his listeners for years, which is that they were going to take on big tech. The biggest economic initiative so far is handing this over to $500 billion for AI.
Yeah. What happened to that? What happened to that, Steve? But he doesn't. I feel like Steve is really just sort of an entertainer and, an aspiring revolutionary, but really the entertaining and the, the proximity to power are really what he's going for, right? I don't think he actually has any values aside from, I don't know, just hate. You like that I'm already planning the New York 21 strategy? Well, I do know this. I think just yesterday, I believe there was legislation passed in the New York Senate allowing Governor Kathy Hochul to delay that election. So I don't know when it's going to actually be taking place. It may not take place until next year. It's unclear. But we will see, and I'll keep my eye out on things like that.
Huge corporate welfare, right? So he needs to distract his base, because while he's feeding, the billionaires these lavish subsidies, the base needs something, and what the base is getting is this sadism.
When you mention the distraction, it just reminds me of all Republican presidents, right? All Republican presidents used culture wars or some distraction from what they were essentially doing, which was to transfer wealth from the poor to the rich, to give tax cuts, all the things we know Trump has done and wants to do again. And yes, his base were not supposed to be fans of H-1B visas or tech billionaires and all of the rest of stuff. What's interesting is journalists give him cover, Naomi. Amy Walter, who is your classic Beltway pundit, said on Twitter last week, "I don't think it's correct to call Trump 2.0 shock and awe. He's doing exactly what he said he would on the campaign." That's just not true. He didn't say on the campaign that he's going to spend his first week in office picking a war with Denmark over Greenland. He was supposed to be reducing the price of eggs, not trying to annex new territory. And when he talks about stuff like manifest destiny in his inauguration speech, I never heard that phrase on the campaign.
Yeah. It's weird, because everything that they're doing now is projected via Project 2025, but Donald Trump was saying a bunch of stuff. Well, he said, an incredible number of different things during the goddamn election, but it's a good point. There's a bunch of stuff that's happening now that he was disavowing during the election, that he was, he was claiming he'd never heard of I've never heard of Project 25. What is that? I don't know. Agenda 47. That's what we have. That's what we're doing. Don't tell me about projects, okay? I only have concepts of a plan.
I never heard him say that they're going to try and conquer more territory for the United States. This is all pretty new, and it is shocking. What do you think's going on there when you get all this new kind of empire stuff from Trump?
Well, I think there's a bunch of different interests who are fighting over the pot at the moment. But it is true, and we need to focus in on the things that are very different from what people thought they were voting for. Like ending wars, and he's picking all kinds of. But we knew this was going to happen minimally with China. But I've been really interested listening to MAGA media that they're sort of preparing the audience for an escalation with Iran, for. Like, I heard Bannon this morning talking about picking a fight with Qatar. What exactly are they doing? The big picture that I think is happening, and this is where it's different. I've covered what I call the shock doctrine for a long time. In recent decades, I think there's two things that are different when it comes to Trump, and he's not the first person to do it, but I think it's just really an escalation, is he isn't waiting for another shock to exploit. He's creating the shocks. That's what the Days of Thunder are. They are a rolling sense of shock, right? So I mean, Bush had 9/11, right? I mean, he actually had a bolt from the blue, and
that's a good point.
And Trump is not waiting. Not to say that
he's declared an emergency at the southern border. There is no emergency.
Exactly.
The numbers crossing are lower than when he left office, but he's just created an emergency.
He's declared an energy emergency, right? And so the fact is there are real emergencies. There's a climate emergency, second largest city in the
Yeah. I wonder if he'll be dealing with that emergency. Oh, wait, that's right. He ended all new federal funding or any already appropriated funding, if I recall correctly, or any new sort of projects, solar, wind, anything that's good for the environment, that's all gone now.
United States.
All right, it's not completely gone. I'm just saying, like, in terms of the U.S. government expanding it, or keeping the current ones maintained is all in just flux. Not even flux. What's the word? Purgatory? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Large parts of it still smoldering. And in the face of that, he's declaring an energy emergency, which is permission to accelerate extraction, i.e. the very thing that is driving the climate crisis.
Immediately,
so
if not sooner.
Make the real crisis worse while declaring a fake emergency. You deny the real emergency. And so what is that about, right? And I think that points to the other thing that is different about Trump. Most of the people who I've covered who use this tactic, including to a large extent, the second Bush administration, they mainly used it for, they did use it for expansion, but they mainly used it to push neoliberal economics, it's a free-for-all, privatization, deregulation. They definitely had geopolitical goals, but Trump is of another order. Like, he's bringing back a kind of a He-Man conservatism from like the pre-Paleolithic age. I mean, it is about asserting...
Oh, Naomi, I was a fan of He-Man. You just ruined him for me forever.
But it really is like zooming out.
Oh, God. I just imagined Donald Trump in He-Man suit, and it was horrifying. Oh, God, I don't know. I blame Naomi for that image in my head. It's never going to go away. Oh, God.
It's yes, it is all those things around corporate giveaways, so we can't take our eye off that, but it is also this return of just the crassest kind of dominance, right? Men over women, straight over gay, dad over the family, America over the world.
Dad's first.
Rich over everybody else.
Family second.
And it's really, and I think this speaks to the appeal of Trump, right? Is that he is from the not just quote unquote woke era, but he's even pre-1990s political correctness. Like, he's from the 80s. He's a creature of the 80s before anybody had to do anything to, to mediate what it means to be powerful, right? Like, if you've got money and you've got power.
Gordon Gekko without the charm or brains.
And I think what we underestimated, many of us, is the extent to which it pained these billionaires to have to make even the most minor concessions, right? We saw a lot of this come out around Palestine and the genocide, and using that issue to take aim at all of the gains in recent decades.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I feel any less overwhelmed, but fact is it would seem that for at least some period of time, we're just going to have to adjust to the onslaught of insanity that we are being pelted with on a daily basis. Suffer the slings and arrows. No, not time for Shakespearean references. But yeah, it's, it's difficult for everyone, I think. I know they framed that discussion around journalism, but I think everybody is sort of dealing with trying to digest all of this stuff that's going on. All right. We are going to go back to talking about Elon Musk in a second, but before we do that, I figured we would continue talking about Donald Trump's crazy shit. If you didn't hear, because when I heard about this, I was like, "Excuse, is this another Onion article?" This is now happening basically every day to me, where I see a post and I'm like, "This has to be a joke. This can't be. Why would this be a thing? Why? Just why? I don't understand. I really don't." Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about this insane story, which makes no sense. Will probably make no sense at the end of this. It will probably make even less sense tomorrow when we think back on it and ask what the fuck was going through Donald Trump's mind when he decided to do this. God. If you didn't hear, Donald Trump appointed himself as the chair of the Kennedy Center. Something I did not know a president could do, but he's decided to do it. The John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Something I'm fairly certain Donald Trump knows absolutely nothing about, aside from his work in, I guess, television. I guess that counts as performing arts to a degree. But truly, doesn't make any sense. But he did it. Here's CNN 18 hours ago with the story.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! The Kennedy Center put out a statement saying they have heard about the social media post, and some of the board members have received termination notices from the administration. There are many questions here, as usually there are, about whether this even can be done, because the Kennedy Center board is a congressionally authorized entity. They serve out 6-year terms. Trump has some folks on there, Lee Greenwood, Paolo Zampoli, and Pam Bondi, all on the Kennedy Center board. Why does he want this? Does anybody know?
I think that it sounds like, at least the structure of the Kennedy Center, is similar to a lot of independent agencies. So you have independent agencies where statutorily you have to have a number of both Democrats and Republicans on. That's just what this sounds like, I think. And I haven't checked into this. It may be the case where some of those board members, their terms are getting ready to expire, and Donald Trump is just saying that, hey, I'm going to replace them.
That's not really what he said, though.
This isn't about governance.
Culture is very
about board
important
governance.
in America, and the Kennedy Center has been a very important place to celebrate American culture. And I think the right recognizes that culture generally extols lefty values and are made of liberal people. And this is an attack on that and saying, we're going to put our own sort of cultural figures.
Yeah, what we need is more Republican comedy, because we all know how good that is. They've got 3 jokes right now. It's pronouns. It's anti-vax stuff, I think, as well as claiming they're being repressed by the woke left, right? Can't say anything because the woke left, they'll come after you. And those are the 3 jokes that we'll get now, brought to you by the JFK Center. Not the JFK Center, the Kennedy Center, right? Is it JFK? I think, yeah, okay. But the point is, what are we gonna get more MAGA musicals? Is that what we need? Yeah, how everyone's gonna go watch those? Jan 6th, the musical.
In place instead.
Well, the Kennedy Center did not welcome Donald. It was not a welcoming place for Donald Trump when he was president of the United States. And I think that they need to accept responsibility for that. But whether or not Donald Trump is president of the United States, probably being chair.
I think that history between Trump and the Kennedy Center has a lot to do with some of the people that the Kennedy Center honors, artists, actors. Robert De Niro famously doesn't like Donald Trump, but he's also a very famous, celebrated actor. They can't control people's views, nor should they try to curry favor with the president just to make him happy when their job is to address the culture. I mean, I don't see why they
is
should
it
do
just
anything
leftist
otherwise.
culture?
Well,
I mean, that
hold
was
on a
what I
second.
wanted.
This Kennedy Center is named after a president who valued public service, intellectual collective curiosity, inviting artists in. What do artists do?
All those words describe someone other than Donald Trump. Jesus. Valuing intellectual discussion.
Collective curiosity.
I'm sorry, collective
inviting
curiosity.
Inviting artists in.
Yes.
What do artists do? Nationally and globally, they challenge those in power, even countries throughout the Middle East, conservative countries. They hold their poets sacred. They're the only ones who are allowed to challenge authority. This has nothing to do with board governance. This has nothing to do with a grudge. This is a protection of what is ultimately going to be, I fear, a propaganda machine for the right.
Well, it wouldn't be a Donald Trump first 100-day move if it did not involve drag shows, because he says one of the reasons he's doing this is because last year the Kennedy Center featured drag shows specifically targeting
the youth.
This will stop.
What does that even mean?
Well, first of all,
what does targeting the youth mean exactly? I feel like everything that they talk about is always targeting the youth, but they never have any real clear like explanation for what the fuck that's supposed to mean. The Kennedy Center is an American jewel and must reflect the brightest all-cap stars on its stage from all across our great nation. The brightest stars. It was already doing a perfectly fine job at what it did, right? Like, for instance, like the Mark Twain Prize, you might be familiar with that. Like the Mark Twain Prize for comedy or humor, whatever it is. That's a JFK Center thing. What else do they do? I mean, that's the most notable one, I would say, that people know of. But they do just a bunch of other stuff, you know? Orchestras, music. We've watched a few of them, right? I don't know why Donald Trump, I don't think a president has ever been in charge of the JFK Center. Like, it's always been someone who's essentially, I think, like existing within the infrastructure, who gets put into the chairman position.
How abnormal this is, right? Ronald Reagan didn't do this. George Bush Sr. didn't do this. George W. Bush didn't do this. No one comes in and just fires the entire board. And, you know, I've gone actually from having anger at some of the things that Donald Trump does to just sadness. How we've fallen. I mean, John F. Kennedy inspired the world. Every person looked to him.
Now, it's a perfect place for it to pause on its own. Thank you. One thing I would just want to say, because it's been bugging me. We have a lot of Democrats who did not really spend a lot of time pushing back on what, you know, Joe Biden did in his last year and a half, or what the messaging of the campaigns, either Joe's or Kamala's, was, and didn't warn while others were, especially in the sort of leftist, YouTube-y, twitchy space, were warning, such as I, that things were not looking good, and that maybe they ought to switch the messaging a little bit. And it's just a little frustrating.
To America, including my parents who were going to immigrate, saying, wow, we want to go to America. They're leading civilization. They're leading the best of humanity. And now you have a president, when there's a plane crash, who can't even talk about the grief of families. How have we fallen to this point? Tony Kirshner once said, how can a country that produced Abraham Lincoln produce Donald Trump? And I think he asked the most profound question. But we're going to come back. This is just a terrible moment in our history.
We're used to having people who have amazing values like JFK, right? Who are president, We have somebody who is petty.
And I'm sorry, guys. You guys are in a bubble. You are so in a bubble. He doesn't act that. Why do you think they put him back into office? Because he doesn't do things like every other president.
We're in a bubble. I wish I was there right now. I could ask this guy. Name one great Republican musical. You give me just one example. The greatest Republican musical ever, right? Like, it's just not really, like, it's just not a space for them, right? Like, I mean, since when? Since when? They're gonna do Republican, the version of Rent, you know? And instead of the Bohemian, what's it called? I can't remember the names of the songs right now. My brain just broke. But you know, like, instead of talking about impoverished minorities, it'll just be a group of white martyr types complaining about how the minorities are making America worse or something. I don't know. Like, like, seriously, I am just floored by this announcement, and I know I should be more floored by some of the other things, perhaps. I mean, I am. It's just, this one just came out of left field. Maybe I should say right field. But regardless of what side of the field it came out of, I wasn't looking at it. I wasn't prepared for this announcement. I honestly don't even know where to go with this discussion. It just doesn't make any sense that Donald Trump feels he needs to be the chair of the JFK Center. Just what does he plan to do? We're gonna have what's his name? Jim Brewer and Bill Maher. Well, Bill Maher, he claims he's not a Republican, so where does that leave us? I guess Jim Brewer and who are the other idiots? I guess Dave Rubin, is he a comedian? I don't know. None of these guys are actually funny, so it's just I struggle to think of who's going to be right. I know who. That one guy. Remember the guy who did the protest? The guy who did the protest in the middle of the street? That guy. He'll be able to go there and do Republican stuff. He'll paint a big flag on the JFK Center. Because that's all he's famous for, right? I can't remember this dude's name now. God damn it. Yeah, that's perfect, Bob. That's exactly what I mean. $5,250,600. The cost of monthly rent here is just too high. Why are there so many immigrants in my neighborhood? That's what the JFK Center is going to be doing. Everybody get ready. It's going to be very, very exciting. The creativity is going to go wild. We're going to be overwhelmed by the amount of Republican creativity coming out of the JFK Center. I'm very ready and excited. Yes, Tony Hinchcliffe, an incredibly racist comedian who said that Puerto Rico was an island of garbage. And a number of other very offensive things. He will win the Mark Twain Prize. Best comedian. What a repertoire of humorous anecdotes from that guy. All right. Let's go to another guy who thinks he's a hilarious edgelord. Elon Musk. And I'm sure many of you already heard, but if you didn't,
Tonight, Elon.
Please pause.
Musk vowing to hire the DOGE staffer who
You're a bitch. Please stop. Just stop doing this to me.
Social media
Why do you
posts.
hate me? Just stop it. I'm in the middle of talking right now, and it's very rude.
How rude.
There we go. All right, so what was I saying? Yes, that's right. I'm sure many of you have already heard, but if you haven't, one DOGE staffer was apparently investigated by, I think it was either the Wall Street Journal or the Times or something. I can't remember who it was, but it's just a regular, sort of centrist newspaper that was looking into his staff, and apparently one of them was found to be making incredibly racist remarks on X. After being made aware of this, the staffer decided to quit, to resign from DOGE. But very shortly after that resignation was made public, about 12 hours later, actually, maybe a little bit longer, Elon Musk came to the defense of this individual. Shockingly, who could have guessed that Elon Musk would come to the defense of somebody spewing racism on his website? Wow. Who? What? Not me. I would never have guessed that.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Tonight, Elon Musk vowing to rehire the DOGE staffer who resigned just yesterday after being linked to racist social media posts. An account that appears to be connected to that staffer, 25-year-old Marco Elez, posting in December, quote, "I just want a eugenic immigration policy." In September, there was this, quote, "normalize Indian hate." Coming to his defense today, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, whose wife and children, of course, are Indian Americans. Vance posted, quote, "I obviously disagree with some of Elez's posts, but I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life."
Oh.
President Trump backing him up.
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the Vice President said that, did you say that? I'm with the Vice President.
Renee Marsh is out front. So, Renee, what more do we know about this DOGE staffer and, frankly, some of the other young engineers and staffers who are working for Musk?
Erica, the 25-year-old DOGE staffer is also linked to a social media post that calls for the repealing of the Civil Rights Act. We know that Marco Elez graduated from Rutgers University in 2021, and shortly after that began working at Musk's company SpaceX. And as a DOGE staffer, he was considered a special government employee. He had access to sensitive federal agency IT systems and data, similar to the slate of other 20-something-year-old engineers who are on Musk's DOGE team. And it does not appear that he has any prior federal government system. But again, the DOGE team that Musk has compiled, again, it consists of these 20-something-year-olds or early 20s who have impressive accomplishments in the tech world. They're engineers, but again, they're novices when it comes to their experience in understanding the federal government and how it works. Musk's team includes a 23-year-old software engineer from Nebraska. He used AI, for example, to help decipher an ancient scroll buried for centuries. And there's another who was a runner-up in a hackathon contest last year as a Harvard senior, and a third is a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar.
So none of them have any experience in government, is what you're telling me.
Startup. So that just gives you a sense of just, who these people are. I can tell you tonight here in Washington, D.C., there is high concern, especially from Democratic lawmakers on Capitol Hill, about the lack of transparency about who exactly is being hired under the DOGE team, the security and background clearances that they've undergone, what sort of data they're accessing, and what they're doing with that data. We just learned, and this is just coming in, that an internal Treasury memo warns that DOGE's access to Treasury's payment systems poses an unprecedented insider threat. So that is the latest. Again, this internal memo going around at Treasury, essentially saying that these individuals who had access to these internal IT systems, that this poses an, quote, unprecedented insider threat. So lots of concern.
I mean, it's beyond that, right? The fact that Donald Trump says it's fine, Elon Musk is rehiring this kid. He's not a kid, he's an adult, actually, right? He's 25, 26 years old or whatever, right? He's not a child. He's an adult. He should know that eugenics are bad. Saying racist stuff, also not good. You know, it's one of those situations that seems very easy to push back against, and yet the people in charge of this, you know, young adult are, you know, just essentially green lighting this sort of stuff. You know, saying that it was a mistake is insane, right? The guy made multiple racist posts. It certainly wasn't a mistake, right? It was an error. It wasn't a mistake. He did it on purpose, right? He didn't accidentally tweet that he likes eugenics, or that he thinks that we should normalize Indian hate, right? Or that we should get rid of this. That the likelihood that you do that, I mean, sure, maybe a monkey typing in a room in some sort of, you know, time-space void, just ad nauseum forever, might one day type that accidentally. But to suggest that a human being did so is really stupid. It's a ridiculous suggestion, right? It's just disingenuous, right? It's the precision of language, please.
Precision of language, please.
Honestly, I've seen that a lot, right? Over time. You know, young white man does something bad, and people say, oh, it's just a mistake. He's a good kid, actually. He does, you know, oh, he comes from a good family. It's fine. He's fine. He's actually fine. It was a mistake. He doesn't know what letters or words are, you know? While we're talking about this, I figure we'd talk a little bit about DEI, since it's under fire in multiple ways.
Since President Donald Trump returned to the White House, rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives has been at the top of his agenda. He's issued executive orders that target DEI programs, dismantling decades of federal anti-discrimination policy. For Black History Month, John Yang explores the origins of DEI in America in our latest installment of Hidden Histories.
Long before DEI became a household term, there were other efforts to move toward equal rights for all Americans. Some of the earliest were in the late 1800s, during the post-Civil War Reconstruction era. As Southern states enacted Jim Crow laws making segregation in public spaces legal, Congress established the Freedmen's Bureau. It provided formerly enslaved people basic necessities, helped them look for jobs, and acquire land of their own. In 1866, President Andrew Johnson vetoed legislation to enforce those amendments, arguing that it discriminated against white people. And pressure from white Southerners led to the closure of the Freedmen's Bureau just 7 years after it had been established. Nearly a century later, Black Americans were still battling racism and discrimination. Led by icons like the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., they united during the Civil Rights Movement, pushing back against the systems that excluded them. At the height of the movement, John F. Kennedy became the first president to call for affirmative action, using the term in an executive order targeting racial bias in the hiring practices of government contractors. In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson signed the landmark Civil Rights Act, which banned employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and...
Yeah, and this kid, this young man, who's apparently getting rehired at this fantasy, government agency at DOGE, specifically said he wanted to get rid of this act, to get rid of civil rights, all of this stuff, and it should be deeply disturbing to everyone here. Not just that he said it, but more so that the people around him with even more power, with a ton of power, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, all said that this is just a little teeny tiny mistake. And he deserves to have his job, and he just left too quickly. It was fine. We were never going to complain about it, actually.
National origin. By the 1990s, a backlash had emerged over affirmative action. Voters in California, Washington State, Michigan, and Arizona banned its use in public employment and higher education admissions.
Illegal.
Then, May 25th, 2020, George Floyd was killed by Minneapolis police, igniting months of protest across the nation and around the world. Racial justice was back in the nation's collective conscience, this time with support from large corporations. Many of them created DEI committees and pledged to invest billions of dollars to promote racial equity. But companies began ending these initiatives after the Supreme Court in 2023 banned affirmative action in college admissions. Last month, Target joined the growing list of companies pulling back on their DEI commitments. At the same time, though, employers like Costco and Delta Airlines are doubling down on theirs. Today, DEI has become a political lightning rod, but its roots run deep in American history, and the quest for equity and justice goes on.
Earlier, I spoke to Sean Harper from the University of Southern California's Race and Equity Center. I asked him to explain how the current debate surrounding DEI fits into its broader history.
I think that this is a very particular moment in which the three letters DEI are being scapegoated, villainized. Everything is being blamed on those three letters. But as it turns out, most polling shows that most Americans actually believe that diversity is a good thing for our country, that people ought to be treated equitably, and that workplaces and retail environments and schools and so on ought to be inclusive environments. So the sort of...
Yeah, and this is the thing, is DEI was created by white people, essentially, to solve the question of how the Civil Rights Act was enforced in places like work or in government, right? Which I guess are technically the same thing, but you get what I'm saying. Like, this is something that the DEI initiatives were created to help solve the problems that the Civil Rights Act, which Lyndon B. Johnson signed into law, to make sure that they were abided by. And without it, what is the solution to ensure that those things exist? Otherwise, I believe that this is many things will be in violation of the Civil Rights Act without being able to prove that they're not violating the civil rights of people in workplace or otherwise.
Broader ideals of DEI very much remain at the American core, but it's just that those three letters, the three-letter acronym, is being politically scapegoated during this time.
Why has it become so politicized?
Let's rewind almost 5 years ago when Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd, and we all saw it play out via Darnella Frazier's video footage. That forced a global reckoning with structural and systemic racism here in the United States. That was a conversation, frankly, that most Americans didn't care to have, and they were certainly unprepared to have it, but yet they were dragged into it. So what we saw almost immediately, after that summer of racial reckoning, if you will, was a bit of an allergic reaction. Well, that allergic reaction then became legislative as states across the country began to, defund and ban the teaching and learning about diversity, equity, and inclusion in schools and DEI offices. So, I don't blame the whole thing, obviously, on Derek Chauvin's murder of George Floyd, but it certainly marks a pivotal chapter in our nation's history.
As you mentioned, there are DEI.
Okay. All right. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We blew through the break. What? Y'all just got a half hour of extra content, no break. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Okay, that was too close. We almost didn't get our expected breaks in. Well, you know what time it is. Little galactic intermission. And while you're taking this short break, do remember to hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe as well. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so that you get all those alerts knowing when the galactic content is coming out. Otherwise, you'll just be sitting there guessing, wondering, I wonder if the stream is on. This way, you won't miss anything. Now, while you're doing all of that stuff, I'm gonna have to also recommend to you to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways, of course, to do that. YouTube, you have the super chats, the super stickers, and memberships, which keeps going up, getting more and more members. Like I've been saying recently, if everybody who is subscribed to the YouTube channel donated only $2 a month, our financial woes would cease to exist. What? That's right. But there's other ways, of course, to donate, not just YouTube. There's Twitch, where you can send bits or subscribe to avoid all those Jeffy Bezos ad breaks and get access to some sweet galactic emotes. Of course, there's Cash App and PayPal if you just want to give us money to ensure that we can continue doing this show. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. That's right. Just go onto our website by clicking the link either in chat or on my bio. Just go to the YouTube channel page and you'll find all of these links to everything that I just mentioned. But don't use Apple's App Store, because we've been having a whole bunch of problems with them. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. I'll be right back. Also, must say thank you to Narwhal for this beautiful super chat here. I'm glad you think that the GIF is rad, and I'm also, quite relieved to hear that at least someone thinks I've earned the title of Space Lord. What? I do what I do around here. Doo-doo? What's that? I got jokes. Alright, chat. Enough joking around and gazing at our galactic avatars. We must continue on. Okay, where am I in my list? Oh, right. That's right. We were talking about DEI and racism. We were talking about Elon Musk's takeover of USAID, as well as Elon Musk's little intern over there at DOGE making incredibly racist remarks on Twitter. Apparently the account was taken down, but you know, the vibes still remain, and the contents of what was said, I believe, still remains. People are pretty upset about it, but people like, Elon Musk saying that he vows to rehire this racist staffer who resigned too quickly, apparently, in his opinion, over his incredibly racist posts. We had Donald Trump, the president of the United States, saying, I don't know much about it, but if Elon says it's good, then it's good. And even J.D. Vance. I think we talked about it yesterday. But one thing that sort of slipped my mind throughout all of this, somehow, I don't know how, but probably because it's not a big deal to me. Like I'm not outraged by it, and therefore it just sort of passes by as just more information. But I forgot who J.D. Vance's wife was, and what the ethnicity of her and their two children happens to be, which is Indian. They are all, at least the kids are half Indian, and then Usha is 100% Indian. And in one of these comments, one of these posts from this DOGE staffer was that we needed to normalize Indian hate. Something I don't even understand the premise of it, why it needs to be normalized. As if it's, you could make an argument that at least racism against Indian people has been prevalent in American society and in the media for quite some time, actually, right? When you think about it, go back. Not Indian. No, not Native Americans. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Indian. Far East Asia Indian. And it's just, why would it need to be more normalized than it already is? I don't know. Because it already exists. But this staffer thought that it's just not enough, and we need more. Among other things, right? That he wanted eugenics policy in the government. That he wanted, just insane things that you couldn't possibly mistakenly say. I don't think. Is he dictating to his phone or something? I don't know. Point is, J.D. Vance, whose wife is Indian, whose children are Indian, also came to the defense of this kid. What was J.D.'s response again? Let me read it before we actually get here. All right, so this was J.D. Vance. This is what he said. I obviously disagree with some of Elez's posts, but I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life. We should reward journalists who try to destroy people ever. Full stop. So I say bring him back. If he's a bad dude or a terrible member of, you bring him back. Bring back Indian hate, I guess. Gotta bring him back. I love the presence of the what's it called? Clause. If, right? The suggestion that it's somehow in question, right? Wait a second, can nobody see what's happening? Oh my god, this is terrible. I've ruined my I was like literally going, but like look at here's the tweet from JD. Right? I obviously disagree with some of you. What just happened? Okay, so the point is like the existence of of the use of the word if, right? Saying that, you know, lost my train of thought. The existence of like plausible deniability in JD's mind, as if this guy somehow might not be a bad guy. You know, there's no way of knowing if he's bad, even though he said we need to make Asian hate normal again. Yeah, no, he's fine. He's fine with that. Actually, the jury is still out for JD somehow. Let's talk about that a little bit, and looks like CNN's on the story for us.
This is who they've decided to defend. The user called for the repeal of the Civil Rights Act. He called for a eugenic immigration policy. He said the world should normalize Indian hate. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, who is Indian American and is here tonight, like Vance's wife, is also Indian American. He asked the vice president just a simple question on X. Are you going to tell him to apologize for saying, quote, normalize
It's a great
Indian hate
That's a great question, Ro.
the government? Just asking for the sake of both of our kids. That apparently struck a nerve. Vance responded telling Khanna to grow up, adding, quote, racist trolls on the internet, while offensive, don't threaten my kids. But he says a culture that denies grace to people who make mistakes does. Vance went even further in another post, accusing Khanna of emotional blackmail of the DOGE staffer, adding, quote, you disgust me. Well, the congressman is here, so I want to start with you because I, for one, was flabbergasted by that exchange. How did you take it?
I was surprised that he reacted in the way he did. Look, I praised Usha Vance actually just a week and a half ago. I said, as an Indian American, I'm proud of her ascent as a second lady. And I've known Usha, I've known the vice president. And all I was saying is you have someone who's 25 years old who has made deeply offensive comments about Indian Americans, who has talked about repealing the Civil Rights Act, who has talked about his disapproval of interracial marriage. You're going to rehire
Jesus
him.
Christ.
Is he going to apologize?
I didn't miss
Is he
that
going
one.
to have any accountability? No one is saying cancel him, but you can't just...
Wow. Really going back. Way back. No more interracial marriage. Wow. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. Also, what happens to all the interracial families, such as JD's, right? Do they have to get divorced and their kids... What happens to their poor kids? They're interracial. Do they go to some special interracial camp? The intersectionality town or something? Like, what in the fuck are we talking about? How is this being defended by these people? It's disgusting.
Rehire him and say, okay, everything is fine, and he's going to represent the United States government.
Why not cancel him? Just asking, because we're living in an era where we're being told that if you talk about diversity, you should be canceled out of the government, but you can post racist posts as of a month and a half ago and welcome in.
Yeah, in a world where DEI and critical race theory and affirmative action are under attack, I feel like we're protecting white supremacists and racists and attacking Black and brown people who want to be part of the fabric of the country. And I'm curious how the vice president would explain to his Indian children why he stood up for somebody who said normalize Indian hate.
It's a great question. How do you look your children in the eye and say, actually, kids, sometimes people say terrible stuff and they just don't know what they're saying, and it might really hurt, but you just gotta suck it up. People say you shouldn't exist because you're brown, and you gotta go, you just made a mistake, but I'm fine with that. Is that what he says? Is that what he says to those two kids? I'm struggling to even grasp at a plausible, decent answer to your children, multiple, that he explaining this. I hate to laugh about it, but it's just so it's like this is just wild. The dichotomy of all of this, the juxtaposition of man in just an overwhelming amount of power for his lack of credibility, such as J.D. Vance, who has 2 interracial children in supposedly a very happy marriage, having to go home and explain to his goddamn children why it was okay that one of daddy's co-workers said that they shouldn't exist, or that it's actually okay to say terrible things about them, terrible racist things. It is a farce. It's a goddamn farce. It's like a circus. Like, seriously, in my brain, inside of the helmet that I live in here, there is just a circus show going on 24/7, I feel like, and stuff like this. It makes me hear circus music all day. And clowns with cymbals honking their horns.
Racist troll. He acknowledged that this person who he wants back in the government is racist.
They obviously fired him in the first place, right? Why did they fire him?
Well, and I think there's 2 things that I see happening here. The first one is that this is the signal to his voters that we are going to let these things slide, that you can't be canceled anymore. For all of us, however, the other vast majority of Americans, we're standing by the fact that we are going to hold people accountable to that. And with all due respect, Congressman, an apology would not suffice for me in this particular circumstance. This is a moral character bedrock of somebody's perspective of the world. I don't care what you got on.
That's actually kind of a fair point. Does an apology actually solve this, right? Like, I'm just trying to think, and I'm afraid of saying some of the things I'm trying to think of as like examples to use as some sort of a counterpoint to this. So give me a second. God damn it. Oh my fucking God. It is such a wild statement. But like, why would, theoretically, hypothetically, excuse me, why would it somehow fix this? Just seriously, why and how? Someone explain to me the intricacies of that, because my brain struggles to actually get there. Like coming out and saying I'm sorry, it's the same thing as saying the kid made a mistake, right? Like, what's he gonna say? I'm sorry, but in the last 24 hours, I have realized that all of these things I said were abhorrent, and all racists are disgusting. And, because the fact is, if he came out and said that, I would also expect a second resignation, for having to work underneath a bunch of racists, right? Like, and that's the thing, right? How does an apology solve it? It doesn't. It just obfuscates the facts. Kid, I keep calling him a kid because he's young, but he's not that young. He's 25 years old. I'm not that much older than this kid. And it's insane to think that somehow just a simple apology would suffice. And the fact is, Elon Musk isn't even asking for an apology. J.D. Vance isn't asking for an apology. They are actively prevaricating over all of this. trying to pretend like it's not a problem. And oh God, it's just wild.
Grades at Stanford. I don't care what coding competition
I don't think being a good coder.
These are not the kinds of people who should be filtered.
Being a good coder does not excuse racism. Okay, let's write that all down. Everybody, write it down. Being a good coder doesn't excuse racism. Here we go. Rule of the day.
The biggest decisions in the design of this
So what?
country.
He's banished off into the desert for
No,
eternity?
you're-
Like,
Banished to the desert.
Wreck his career, send him off into
So you're
nobody.
okay with racism in your party?
Hold on, man. Let me finish. That is not what I said, so don't even go there. Absolutely not. I think it's important what he said. I frankly agree. If he's willing to acknowledge what he said was wrong and apologize for it, we are a compassionate people. Why can't we give
He didn't do that.
Well, we don't know that he's done that or not.
But he has access to the World Wide Web. And you're welcome to apologize. We're very much
Yes.
looking forward to it.
Yes. Absolutely.
The congressman asked.
Go right ahead and
Vance, the
apologize.
Vice President, should this person apologize? Vance didn't say yes, he should. He said, God, I mean,
he said some insane stuff. I mean, let us go back to that post, please. I have to go back to it. JD Vance. DOGE tweet racist image search. What was it again? He said we shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people. That's what JD said. Okay? We shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people ever. Forget about people who are just literally saying out loud they would like to destroy entire groups of people, like your children and wife. Forget about that, right? We gotta worry about the journalists trying to destroy people by exposing the truth. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
There's not a single word about apologies in here.
Acknowledge that the comments were sophomoric and terrible and all the stuff
And
that he
racist.
said. And racist, yeah.
So this is not inappropriate.
He called the
Sophomoric.
guy a racist troll, and now
Sophomoric.
he's like, come back to the government.
JD Vance would have been better.
Sophomoric. I love that. This is exactly what I've been sort of saying about this whole time, right? They're trying to pretend like this kid is in like high school or something. You know, he's just a sophomore in high school. No, he's technically an adult. He's 25 years old. He's out of college, so he's not a sophomore in college or in high school. Sure, he might be new to government. Does that mean he's new to the human communication? Is he new to the English language? I mean, what the fuck is this? I love how CNN includes Republicans in these discussions for these sorts of fantastic sort of breakdowns.
If they just disowned this in the beginning. Like, this is one of those easy things to do. It wouldn't have been much backlash against JD Vance and Donald Trump if Elon Musk just decided, okay, well, this guy's going. I think this is more about Elon Musk's guy than anything else, because in most other situations, they would have just said, okay, we're going to cut ties with you, which is exactly what they ended up doing. But I still think that this
They did not cut ties with him?
This connection.
What are you talking about? Oh, right. This guy's part of Black Americans for Trump. Everything he says is idiotic. I forgot.
That's really problematic.
Vance is wrong.
So
in that
problematic.
The information that we are receiving, the slurs that we receive as Black and brown people, as women online, is hurtful, right? This is not, it doesn't matter, woke culture is worse. That's not true. And this individual works in government. When I go to my government and ask them for something, for help, do I have to worry that the person on the other end of the email or phone is racist and actually hates me and has been online saying we think you should be whatever, deported or whatever?
He should apologize.
I mean,
That'll solve it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not arguing. I completely agree with that.
But again, like I do want to challenge us. This isn't an apology. Like I have a 5-year-old at home. He says he's sorry, and he does not mean it to his sister all of the time. It's just to get through the thing. I believe that the Trump administration was so eager for a moment like this to be like, see guys, don't worry, we're gonna save you. We're gonna make these things insignificant. We're gonna decurrency these kinds of statements and provide air cover. I agree with you. I think they chose the wrong one to die on the hill of. But we as a society, as much as you want to strip DEI and wokeism and CRT, it's not going to work.
Well, look,
we're all still
I
here.
think that what this is happening in the context of a lot of other things in this government. And part of the point that I'm trying to bring to the table is that this is the same government that is saying at the Department of Defense, we're going to stop acknowledging Black History Month. We're going to go into DOD schools and address what they are learning there. This is from Jamie Raskin. He says he received this memo from constituents abroad on a U.S. military base who are parents in the DOD school system. They are outraged at censorship like this is happening against military families. One asked a school official why they removed photos on the wall of Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King, but not Leonardo da Vinci, and was told, quote, he was a real historical figure.
This is one of the most idiotic responses I think I've ever heard from us. Maybe not. I've heard some dumb stuff from school officials, but this is beyond idiotic. First off, is that suggesting that this guy thinks that Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King didn't exist? Or did he just think, because I'm pretty sure he's suggesting that they just are insignificant to American history. But, of course, Leonardo da Vinci, I don't think ever made it to America. I don't think he even knew America existed. How old, when was Leonardo da Vinci? Maybe, I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, I mean, I guess when he was real old, America had been discovered for like 20 years. They still thought it was the East Indies, though. Stuff like that. He is not, I mean, if we're going to be talking about American historical figures, you know, I think it's it's just incredibly easy to argue that Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King are much more relevant to American history than fucking Leonardo da Vinci.
This is also happening in the same government. So I don't know, how are we supposed to interpret this with our eyes and our ears?
Well, I'm not familiar with that and what's going on. Obviously, I would believe that it's wrong. It should not be happening in our government, and I would love to know more about what happened. We're talking here, we're talking about two different things. If it's about DEI and qualifications for jobs versus giving somebody a second chance.
Those
oh
are not
my
different
God.
things, okay? Because if we talk about qualifications for a job, and you're also telling me that you are willing to hire somebody who...
Get him, Abby.
Who is a self-described racist, then how is that person...
Look at the way this guy is shuddering.
Job?
It's hilarious. Watch his body language when this is all going. He's like, you can see him like he's repulsed by the word racist. Oh my God, he's personally attacked by hearing the word racist.
Telling me that you are willing to hire somebody who is a self-described racist.
Yeah. Oh God, he's just slapped in the face
for a job
by that word.
The American people in the government.
I mean, he was so emotional about this and such an outburst. I'm not saying that he's not condemning the racism. He did, but why can't he just say, yes, the person should apologize before being reconsidered? What is the hesitancy for him to say it? Is it political, that he doesn't want to offend a base? What is it that he can't?
I think it's for multiple reasons. One of the reasons that it isn't is because PB just gave us a super sweet super chat. Lemon love. Thank you, PB. Much appreciated. I don't think I've seen that one before. I like it. I like it a lot. It's very cute. Aww. But I think we all kind of know, or maybe we don't. But the thing that as I was listening to this, thinking about what it would mean if they essentially suggested that being a racist was disqualifying of being in government, it would disqualify a number of people currently sitting in the executive branch of government, a bunch of other people in other positions, right? Elon Musk, for instance, he has outright that's why he went to Auschwitz to sort of do a little PR stunt after being accused of resharing and agreeing with anti-Semitic tweets, right? And he's got behind a whole bunch of other very racist stuff on his own platform. There's plenty of evidence for it, right? Donald Trump has said plenty of racist things in the past, right? And if being a racist is disqualifying, well, that puts a lot of people in jeopardy of being unmeritorious, lacking competency, which would be incredibly just horrifying. Morbius Dragon gifting a galactic membership. Thank you, Morbius. Who got it? Bloodstone by Stars got a gifted membership from Morbius. Hope you enjoy that. Getting us closer and closer to more emotes, I believe, as well as, well, I mean, I know we are always moving closer to more emotes, but also closer and closer to a goal I have of, you know, getting everybody to be a Galactic subscriber. And maybe that's too much. That's too much. But you know what? Being a Galactic member is pretty cheap, you know? I kept the price down. I think it was it $3? You know, try and make it as affordable as possible without it being just free. Let's listen to the rest of this, I guess.
Well, I came on here. I'd not seen your back and forth. I'll be honest with you. Okay, I can't speak. Look, I can't speak for the vice president, but I do know that he condemned the remarks from the outset.
But do you think he should, at the very least, say that before someone is hired, he should?
I'm not going to tell the vice president what he should or should not say.
So yeah.
I agree that I think the guy should at least acknowledge what he said was wrong.
And if he doesn't do that publicly,
I am not familiar with this guy at all. This Lance Trover guy, but I feel like I need to do some digging on him. He just said that he would never tell a vice president what they should do. But I have a strong feeling if I start looking through this guy's tweets and shit over the last 4 years, I'll bet he was telling Joe Biden and Kamala Harris what to do. I can almost guarantee it without knowing anything about him.
I think he should be fired. The guy, if he doesn't acknowledge that.
Yes, I'm very clear. I think he needs to acknowledge that he should not be hired back.
And do you think it would be a big mistake in terms of the signal that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are sending?
No, I'm not getting into the signals and stuff. I'm telling you what I think should happen.
I mean, you're like, signals. No. Again, we are saying that we are here to protect racists and white supremacists and the manosphere. That's what we're here to protect.
But what signal do you think it sends?
Hassan, over here in Chicago, I was literally going door to door. A lot have.
Hassan, you're ruining this.
The only good thing is.
Hush, everybody knows your voice. You're ruining this. God, I do really want to look into this guy super bad. Oh, he has an X account. Fascinating. I wonder if this guy's ever attempted to tell a president what to do. Let's see. Oh, he doesn't tweet very much. No, not at all. Zero tweets for the last 8 years. Really? Until the last few months? Wait, why are these all out of order? You know, X has just gotten worse since it became X. This is such a garbage platform. Are these organized by the number of replies? What the fuck? Oh, I'm almost positive this guy's done this stuff. I'm getting getting caught up going through this dude's Twitter account right now. I can almost guarantee he has definitely told a Democratic president or vice president what to do. I love when people pull out the what's it called, the decency card, or it's not even the decency card. It's like the deference card when they wouldn't do it in any other circumstance. Okay, all right. I'm not going to go through it because it's just not. I cannot scroll through an unchronological grouping of tweets. It's way too much. You forgot to put it in stream suggestions, but have I covered the 100,000 eggs being stolen? Oh no, but that sounds like a Sunday Funday. That sounds like a Sunday Fun Day story. I'll add it for tomorrow, I think. All right. This is actually not where I want this video. I was going to do this one after. But you know what? This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Let's go here. Hasanabi. By the way, no, I didn't say thank you, but thank you, Narwhal, for the super chat. I was too amused by the actual contents of your super chat. Don't know how I missed that one. It seems right up my alley. Cover it and it will be the last thing that I do? What does that mean? What does that mean? Why am I being threatened over eggs? Oh, I think I get it now. I think I know why. Look, pal. This isn't ducks only media, okay? Ducks included, but not it's not exclusively duck related stream, I'm afraid. Now, while we're talking about diversity in our country, there's one thing that's definitely not helping with diversity. That being Donald Trump's immigration policies and, Tom Homan and all these deportation efforts, Dr. Phil coming out and making a fucking spectacle out of this. So yeah, let's get into it. Looks like Hassan was covering some recent events related to all this.
Hassan over here in Chicago, I was literally going door to door. A lot have no criminal background. The only good thing is community here have been teaching them not to open the door without a warrant. Yeah, they're very mad about that. They've been getting really, really upset about that. The fact that people have taught undocumented immigrants their rights. Yeah, nothing scarier than an informed public that forces these Gestapo members to at least abide by the existing laws for the time being, as those laws continue to exist. Here's another story that I wanted to cover as well. Man falsely poses as immigration agent and traps Latino men in their car.
You got caught, Mo. Where you from? Mexico? You from Mexico?
Jesus Christ.
You're going back.
So
a South Carolina
racist.
man has been charged with kidnapping and impersonating a police officer after officials say he detained a group.
Of course he's been arrested. You can't impersonate a federal law enforcement officer. Chatters, are you kidding me? I'm sure they'll deputize people soon. There's a bounty system some of these states want to implement. But even in that structure, you cannot portray yourself as a court-ordered federal law enforcement officer.
Group of Latino men in Charleston County, South Carolina. 33-year-old Sean Michael Johnson is accused of willfully and unlawfully presenting himself as an ICE agent and detaining a vehicle of individuals from moving, according to court records.
Parky. No, you cannot.
I bet you this dude has a tiny penis. I have no evidence for it aside from his behavior, but the fact that he feels the need to impersonate, to pretend to be someone in power, to repress another person, right? It just screams compensating behavior to me. Right, compensating for something. Maybe it's something else, I don't know. But whatever he's compensating for must be really deficient, really lacking any sort of merit, if you will. And this is the society that we are now living in, where these sorts of scumbags feel emboldened to go around and do stuff like this. To go around just bullying people for how they look. Oh, you look kind of brown. What, you Mexican? You Mexican? Oh, that's not happening anymore. I'm the Mexican police.
Bible, you have not a license.
Oh, and the accent.
You have no license.
Nice, dude.
We're going back.
In addition to taking their keys, Johnson also blocked the men's car with his van, so they could not drive away, according to court documents.
If you don't have a license, you cannot drive a car in the United States. No, No, it's over.
You know, guys like this are lucky.
Don't be speaking that.
They get lucky because people are scared, right? But he does this to somebody, the wrong person, somebody who's maybe, you know, not scared of being deported or whatever else, right? I just have to pause it because I fucked up some shit, but we're going to go right back to this. But, you know, he's much too confident. Much too confident. Hanging into somebody's car who you don't know could lead to your death. Just saying. You know, you want to play cop out there. Well, that's a dangerous thing to do, okay? Somebody who's, you know, feeling, you know, who's feeling it out maybe, who's like, you know what, I don't think you are a cop, right? It could lead very, very bad places for you. I recommend anybody who's thinking about doing this kind of stuff to really, really think it through. Not just for the racism of it all and the sort of disgusting aspects of all this, or the fact that has been arrested for it, but the fact is you might not make it all the way to jail. You know? You might not. Hanging inside somebody's car, they could just pull you in. You know? You could be gone forever.
Big Latin in my country, bro. Be speaking that.
I mean, this is literally a hate crime, too, on top of everything else. Like, what are we doing here? I can't say what I think or I want to evade a ban, but goddamn. And neither can you, chat. People tell me I'm crazy for saying re-education camps. What do you do with this guy? Re-education camp for this guy is an infinitely better solution than what most people would advocate for, you know?
Pig Latin here.
Johnson was charged with 3 counts of kidnapping and 1 count each of impersonating a law enforcement officer, petty larceny, assault, and battery, according to jail records. The men in the vehicle are not facing charges, according to local police.
Have fun.
Johnson posted a bond of over $230,000 and was released from jail, according to online court records. In a court appearance, his family pleaded with the judge.
Who fronted him the 23 grand? Oh my God, does he come from a rich family too?
Saying that their son...
Yeah, who could have guessed that this guy had, you know, had some sort of sense of privilege?
Has mental health issues.
Oh, does he?
Tried to get help in
that
the
excuses
past,
it.
But he needs to continue with that therapy.
Oh, yeah.
According to CNN affiliate WCIV.
This is exactly what we're talking about here, right? This is just the DOGE story, but for somebody in less power than, you know, being in the governmental department, right? This guy didn't have the same power that other white supremacist had, and so he did other things with his you know, feelings of privilege. This is the same shit, right? And they're doing the same thing. Oh, he just has mental health problems. That's why he's such a huge racist. You don't get it, okay? It's a mistake. He doesn't know what he's doing. He needs to be, you know, he needs to be forgiven for these mistakes, these horrible mistakes that he makes because of his mental health problems. You know, and it's gross. It is gross. This kind of behavior should not be excused, but it's being excused all over the fucking place right now.
And has been unable to locate an attorney for Johnson.
You usually pay 10%. You front the 10% to a bail bondsman, and he covers the rest. And then if you actually don't attend your court date or whatever, then that's when bounty hunters come in. An insane process, but the bond is 10% of that. New data shows that the majority of the 8,200 people arrested by ICE have no criminal conviction of any kind. Oh, what? That's crazy. Dude, I'm so shocked. Thank God for ProPublica, by the way. This is what I've been saying from day one, okay? Remember, I was like, where are the journalists? Why are they not logging through all of this data to figure out if these guys actually have any sort of criminal convictions whatsoever? I hope that there are good journalists out there who are digging deep, because the first couple of weeks of ICE activity was immediately met with onboarded Fox News commentators that were doing ride-alongs during these deportation processes and claiming that these were some of the biggest, some of the most prolific rape of all time. One of the guys that they detained at an immigration court hearing was a DACA recipient who is a middle school teacher in Florida. This happened yesterday. Yeah, I told you, the notion that they're like going after criminals aggressively is ridiculous. And by the way, 50% of them have no criminal convictions whatsoever. And I'm willing to bet that the remainder, okay, the overwhelming majority of those who have any sort of criminal acts in their past are probably for minor things, like the guy we saw in Guatemala, who literally was in the country for 15 years, and they got him on trespass. Like, he was deported for trespassing.
So how many years altogether did you live in the U.S.?
Almost 19 years.
19 years.
Yes, I have a wife, kids. I'm scared because now with Trump, they say they have to, go with the criminal, but we're not a criminal,
But you have a trespassing conviction?
Yes. Well, to me, it's not like that. About.
Yeah, no, it's not that bad. Trespassing, just being accidentally or maybe on purpose on someone's land. Oh no, that land. It's been oppressed by the existence of a person. It sounds like a violent crime to me. The land was horribly beaten and scarred by the existence of a human being. Well, it sounds like, according to Hassan's research over here, that only half of the already thousands of deported migrants or detained migrants have any criminal record whatsoever. And, you got to assume that like he was suggesting, some percentage of those, perhaps a large percentage of them, did not commit any sort of violent crime. Maybe they were arrested for trespassing or theft, or something like that. Maybe driving without a license. I don't know. Is that worthy of deporting people over? I don't. Oh God. Yeah, I wish we could get some statistics out on exactly what the crimes have been, because we keep getting told that these are all violent criminals, thugs and murderers. Now, you know what's being affected right now by all this anti-DEI stuff? Research. Research has been getting affected. Yeah. Let's talk about the turmoil going on at universities after Trump decided to shut down all government DEI initiatives. Wonder if that's causing any problems.
My research here at Berkeley focuses on environmental surveillance for intestinal parasites in both India and in Benin. I am also interested in looking at drug resistance in these parasitic worms.
Ooh, that should be something that RFK is genuinely interested in. Brain worms?
The administration sent out the executive order and memo that halted all funding for research that included specific initiatives, and DEI was one of them. Part of my worry is that since I'm on this diversity supplement as a diverse individual, that my funding may be cut. But there's also this aspect of research that funds specific studies in specific populations that are now being deemed DEI. I grew up in a very poor family. I'm a first-generation college student, and as a woman that falls into these categories, I qualify for this merit-based diversity supplement. And this can lead to individuals having to leave graduate programs, having to leave positions before they are ready, not having positions.
Wait, it's merit-based? That means that she had to somehow show competency before they even considered any of these DEI initiatives for her? Weird. I thought we were only getting rid of non-merit-based people. What the heck is going on?
to go to, and this can really derail our academic careers. As we saw with the pandemic, diseases don't know borders. They don't stay in a specific country. If we're not researching these things, it's going to spread and it's going to affect everyone in the world, including...
Yeah, it's a great point, you know. Government-funded research has been incredibly important in science, generally speaking, in health and disease studies. And the fact is, you know, you start cutting funding there, it could be problematic for the future. Undoubtedly. Leaving things up to corporations and the profit incentive when it comes to health, I think we all know, has not good results. Yeah, and while Canada is increasing its screening for bird flu, well, we now have, I guess, RFK, who's going to be in charge of HHS and all of that. I wonder if that'll be a problem for the US.
The cages are empty at poultry markets in New York this weekend by order of state authorities over concerns about bird flu.
Over the last week, inspectors have detected 7 cases of bird flu in poultry during routine inspections at live bird markets in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens.
Since this outbreak first began in 2022, the H5N1 virus has wiped out more than 156 million chickens, turkeys, and other birds across the U.S. It's also infected cattle, nearly 1,000 herds in 16 states, and 67 people, resulting in one death last month. In Canada, a 13-year-old in BC was hospitalized for months after contracting bird flu. She was discharged last month, and as this infectious disease specialist tells us, the threat to humans remains low.
As of February 7th, 2025, the risk to the general public is low, but of course we know that this is a virus that has epidemic and pandemic potential.
Since last month, hospitals in the U.S. have been advised to proactively test specimens collected from people with common flu symptoms for bird flu. In Canada, the risk level is evaluated in a few different ways.
If someone has symptoms consistent with this and is in close proximity or has a history of being in close proximity to animals, the sample could be sent for H5N1 or other avian influenza.
Provincial health labs also regularly test a subset of flu samples to check which subtype is circulating. And as part of a nationwide program launched last year, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency also tests retail milk samples for...
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be not testing milk anymore either, with Mr. Raw Milk being at the head of the HHS. Now, he hasn't technically been confirmed yet, so I guess we'll see what happens. But the rest of Donald Trump's nominees have all gone through no problem. Barely an inconvenience. I was going to respond something. Oh, start buying N95 masks before they skyrocket in price. That's a good idea. But me personally, rather than buying a bunch of stuff that I'm going to have to throw out, what I used during the pandemic, even though some people thought it was strange when they saw me in public, I just used a paint respirator. It's much more... I think it's more effective, technically. And also, you can change out your level of... What do you call it? I can't think of the word now. Like resistance? I think that's how they... I think. But like different levels of filtration, right? Like you could put in a really heavy filtration, or you can put in lighter, depending on when you're using it. And then, when you're painting, you can also use it for that. And other things, right? And you look like a badass when you wear it. People will think that you're, a supervillain or something. Okay. Now we're going to start transitioning into discussion of environmental issues. This is something that I did not quite predict, but actually makes a ton of sense that this is happening. It's certainly something I've been thinking about for quite some time, right? Because the fact is farms, much of the value of farms is in the land, something that is not easily tappable, aside from growing crops on it, or selling it, or building on it. And apparently, U.S. farmers are now turning to Airbnb.
What?
Yep, that's right. Apparently, during this expected agricultural downturn, farmers have decided to turn themselves into hotels. Makes sense. Might as well. It's not crazy at all. Also, farmers receive subsidies
Welcome to Pink
from the government. So, remember, these are government subsidized hotels, essentially. Not this. Those are for cows.
Welcome to Pink River Ranch. The small farm in Wisconsin is attracting people from nearby big cities, but not to work, to relax. The draw? This vintage Airstream trailer that ranch owner Britt Thompson has turned into an Airbnb.
We raise livestock and do farm dinners and are really focused on bringing people out and having them a connection to agriculture.
It's super sweet.
Thompson is just one of many farmers turning to agricultural tourism as demand for rural experiences grows and farm income declines. Their crops are used to make food, feed livestock, and produce vegetable oils. But turning a profit is becoming ever more challenging in an increasingly unstable agricultural economy. Corn and soy prices sank to 4-year lows last year. Steady revenue from her short-term rental has helped Thompson endure this volatile commodities market.
Disgusting. This is disgusting. I can't lie. This disgusts me. If farmers are going to be receiving subsidies because they're important to our nation's food supply, well, they should be making food, okay? I don't want to be subsidizing your little Airbnb, what do you call it? Bracket. That's not the word I'm looking for, but it's what comes to mind right now. But your little, shift in careers here needs some looking at if this is a thing people are going to start doing.
Working my butt off for $5 an hour when I can make $100 an hour cleaning the Airstream for an hour.
Farmers have long offered pumpkin patches, hay rides, and corn mazes to lure customers. But aided by platforms like Airbnb and camping websites like Harvest Hosts and The Dirt, agritourism has boomed as urbanites look to spend time in the countryside.
Consumers are looking for more authentic experiences for the most part.
Ryan Pesh is an agricultural business extension educator at the University of Minnesota.
It's one of those strange things about modern lifestyles. We are uber connected via our phones and devices, yet at the same time, we can feel very lonely and feel very disconnected from the land, from where our food comes from. Gathering with half a dozen people on farm, eating food that came from those fields. That can be a magical experience. And that's really what a lot of agritourism producers are looking to conjure up.
Subsidies are bad. I mean, I have a sort of nuanced take on the subsidies. Like, I'm honestly fine with subsidizing production of food, right? I'm not a huge fan of subsidizing the meat industry, the animal agriculture industry, because we know just how bad it is for the environment. That's one I would like to sort of end, honestly. The rest of it's fine, growing, wheat, barley, carrots, whatever else. I think that's all great. Do it up. It's not destroying the environment, and it's making sure we have food. But I certainly, and I think most people here know this, who've been around for a long time, but I hate Airbnb. It is a disgusting vehicle by which a small group of people are enriching themselves, which is adding to the regular housing supply that should be available to people as, people in a certain class who can get access to either capital or just loans, right? Who already have a bunch of money on hand, who are already in real estate in many cases are, instead of renting homes to people in the area for long-term periods, years and years, they're now going to, you know, month to month, week to week, day to day rentals in the middle of places where they don't belong. And from my understanding, much of it is sort of circumventing the law around zoning. Although legislators have not done anything about it, really, aside from in some states, in a few cases. But, like, I just don't want to feel like I'm subsidizing a bunch of people to just purely enrich themselves and not to be doing the thing that we need, which is making food. We don't need it just pisses me off. And I just think Airbnb needs to be looked at. And so, like, it just really, it's a confluence of a number of things.
The trend has picked up since 2020, when people were initially drawn by social distancing. The number of U.S. farm stays on
farming is subsidized everywhere. No, I'm not saying we shouldn't subsidize farming. I'm saying that we shouldn't subsidize Airbnbs. Do you see what I'm saying here? There's a definite difference. And, you know, if they're struggling to make things work, then we need to figure out why that is, right? Why can't they grow crops? What is it? Because they don't have workers? Is it because we're deporting all the immigrants? You know, but like I said, I don't have a problem subsidizing the farm industry. I have a problem with specific aspects of the farm industry, like specifically the animal agriculture industry, because we know of how much methane that it produces. And so, yeah, that's my only loophole that I would like added to the farm subsidies, is that, you know, if you're going to be really genuinely making things worse for us, right? You know, or have a problem
platforms
with it.
Increased by 77% in the last 5 years, says data firm AirDNA. That's roughly twice the increase in overall listings. Nationally, about 7% of farms offer tourism opportunities, according to research from the University of Vermont. And many have boosted their revenue by $25,000 to $100,000 a year. Some can make upwards of $1 million. The added income is a welcome boon. Low crop prices, high interest rates, and steep costs for seeds, fertilizer, and labor are all adding pressure, farmers and industry experts say. The U.S. Department of Agriculture says farm income has dropped 23% from 2022. That's one of the biggest declines in history. And the American Farm Bureau...
But they're fine. Technically, they're fine. The fact is that the reason for that loss is because commodity prices changed. That's the industry that they're in. It's completely dictated by prices. And the market exploded during the pandemic and going into 2020, almost 2022, I think. You know, commodity prices soared to all-time highs, shit like that. And then they came down and they started making less money, right? It doesn't mean we need to be subsidizing Airbnb rentals, okay? That's just my opinion. In fact, I think Airbnb should probably be illegal. And I'm fairly certain that much of what they do is illegal, at least zoning-wise. The problem is the federal government doesn't really deal with zoning. I think that's one of the reasons why they've managed to get as far as they have. All right, let's get into environmental issues more. Here with Democracy Now! And talk about Donald Trump's push to destroy the environment and the EPA.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show with President Trump's moves to shut down the Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. On Thursday, 168 workers of the Environmental Justice Office were placed on leave. The office was first established in 1992 after research showed communities with hazardous waste sites had a higher percentage of Black and low-income residents. For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Mustafa Santiago Ali, the former head of the EPA's Environmental Justice Program. He resigned in 2017 to protest a Trump administration proposal to severely scale back the agency. So you resigned under Trump administration 1. Now it's not scaling back, it's shutting it down. Can you talk first about what environmental justice is and what it will mean?
Yeah. Well, environmental justice deals with the disproportionate impacts that happen in communities of color and lower wealth communities. Those communities are everywhere from Appalachia to Flint, Michigan, to the Navajo Nation. It makes sure that folks have a voice, makes sure that they have an opportunity to play a role in the impacts that are happening in their communities. It also helps them to be able to play a role in moving from surviving to thriving.
And so you have 168, some people are saying 200 workers within the environmental justice program put on leave. So what happens to communities across the country?
Well, they're now placed in a much dangerous situation because they no longer have that advocate for them inside of the Environmental Protection Agency. You know, we have over 100 million people in our country right now who are dealing with unsafe air, whether it's from ozone, particulate matter, or a number of other things. And many times our most vulnerable communities are the ones who are carrying those burdens. So they no longer have someone to make sure that they have the information that they need. And that they have the ability to work with the agency and others to address that. We know that we've got all these dangerous chemicals that are in our waters right now, everything from lead. And we saw what happened in Flint, Michigan, and Benton Harbor, and a number of other locations across our country. But we also have things like TCE and forever chemicals, and a number of other things that are just very deadly. So they no longer have someone, a place to be able to go to understand how to navigate these very dangerous situations that they're often facing. They also no longer will have the resources that are necessary to help their groups to be able to properly advocate, to help to make change happen inside of their communities.
The Guardian has an article headline, Trump's proposed EPA leadership stacked with lobbyists and attorneys. What concerns you most about the EPA right now? And what message do you have right now? Hundreds of EPA career workers have left. ProPublica reports those who remain feel deeply torn. You quit under the first Trump administration. What message do you have for those who are remaining?
Well, first, I'm very concerned about the deregulation and the focus on corporate profits, because anytime that we place profit over people, then we are putting a crosshair on our most vulnerable, our most marginal.
Yeah. If people don't know about this, I think many people have heard of this, but Monsanto did do all of this shit. And it's not the only, it's not just soybeans. It was any of their claimed patented nature, right? Like, it's nature. They're patenting nature, which to me makes no sense, right? Like, it runs counterintuitive to any sensible estimation of all of it, right? Like, Monsanto is a disgusting company. I'm sure with, you know, the end of the EPA, that there's no way that any of the shit that Monsanto has done over the years is going to get dealt with in the Trump administration. Not gonna happen.
That's too much,
man. For all those brothers and sisters who are still there at the agency, and for those who have been put on leave, I would give them the words of my grandmother, that you have power unless you give it away. And that means that not only them, but citizens across our country who believe that everyone has the right to have clean air and clean water for their children to be able to be on land that is free from toxic pollution, then we have to raise our voices. We have to get engaged. We have to make sure that folks understand that this is not an American value, and that we also have to understand that there is power inside of our vote. I never tell anyone who to vote for, but I do say you should be thinking very clearly about voting for somebody who cares about your communities. So don't give up your power. Continue to build relationships together and stand in solidarity.
Last week, the Senate confirmed former Long Island Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin as head of the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. 3 Democrats joined with the Republicans in the vote. Arizona Senators Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Youth Climate Action Group Sunrise Movement condemns Zeldin's confirmation as a disaster for the planet and a win for fossil fuel executives, writing, quote, he took $420,000 from big oil, pledged to undo climate protections, and has been all in with Trump backing corporate polluters at the expense of working people. In this last minute that we have together, Mustafa, where do you see this country going right now? You just stood with other climate activists outside protesting. What is your ultimate demand?
Well, our ultimate demand is to stop placing these crosshairs on vulnerable communities and communities across our country. We should be focused on making sure that folks' health is being improved and not, having a situation where folks are going to be sicker. Their actions also will make us poorer because we know that the focus for the 21st century has to be on a cleaner economy. So once again, we have the opportunity to move people from surviving to thriving. But the current sets of actions that they're moving forward on are going to do absolutely the opposite.
Mustafa Santiago Ali, we thank you so much for being with us, former head of the Environmental Justice Program at the Environmental Protection Agency. It is now in the Trump administration's crosshairs. 168 workers at least have been put on leave. He is now the executive vice president of the National Wildlife Federation. That does it for our show. Democracy Now! Produced.
Yeah, with the potential shutting down of the EPA, Americans will be left to, I don't know, I guess, just litigate every one of their problems on their own, rather than having anyone to, at the top, sort of attempt to deal with any of these environmental issues that we might have, forever chemicals, whatever else. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're getting close to 4 hours. All right, let's go here now. PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago. Why are engineers turning to beavers for insights into managing water resources? Let's find out.
And now a very different kind of story about the environment. Beavers and the dams they build are not always embraced in certain areas. They can create problems with flooding, crops, and other damage. But there's a growing recognition that they're also building a kind of natural infrastructure that helps with water management, wildfire mitigation, and the climate. Science correspondent Miles O'Brien went to see the beavers at work during their busy season and has the story for our ongoing coverage of the environment called Tipping Points.
This team of scientists is gearing up to get waist deep on a quest to better understand nature's hard-working engineers and climate warriors, beavers. They invited me along, and I was, well, eager to join them.
Going deep into the world of beavers here.
Leading this happy band of beaver believers is Emily Fairfax. She's an eco-hydrologist, an assistant professor of geography at the University of Minnesota. We met in southern Wyoming.
We're about to go into the beaver wetlands now.
We're in the Medicine Bow National Forest, and we're going into a beaver complex, which is like a huge beaver neighborhood, maintained by one beaver family.
Before we began our trek, we got an advanced peek, thanks to Emily's prowess as a drone pilot.
So right now I'm flying over the corridor that the beavers have dammed, and we're seeing quite a few beaver ponds.
In 2020, a big wildfire ripped through here. There is still plenty of evidence of that. Dead gray trees starkly define the edges of a lush, linear oasis.
How long does this green swath go?
So right now, I've flown a half a kilometer away along this path, and it's all beaver engineered. We think this is just one family doing this work here. But they take little...
One family?
One family.
And for more than a kilometer?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see them, but they sure are busy. The parents mate for life. They have a litter once a year, anywhere between 1 and 6 kits.
So in a given family at a given time, you could expect there to be somewhere between 6 and 10 beavers with the parents, the quote-unquote teenage beavers, and then the little kits.
Beavers build dams for protection. The water cover they create is an effective defense against predators for a semi-aquatic rodent.
This is all about just having a protected area to move around.
Yep.
That's all it is.
This is all about safety, protected area. We're in one pond right now, but if you look at this place from above, you'll see there's probably 14, 15 beaver dams in a row. They can go all the way up and down this river corridor and stay in the water 95% of the time, access more food, access more building material, and generally have a bigger area to roam.
Emily and I were knee-deep in a...
You're sure the noise of the drones doesn't bother the wildlife at all? I guess it depends on what part of the wildlife you're talking about. Because once you fly one of those little consumer drones like that, I don't know, even a couple 100 feet up in the air, maybe less actually, less than that, like 100, maybe 100 feet up in the air, you can barely hear it. But then of course there's birds, so you know there is that. I feel like the beavers probably can't tell, although I'm sure plenty of birds were greatly disturbed by this non-avian flying vehicle.
That has captured her scientific interest. She and her team got to work.
So what's our temp here? 11.7. Depth of the sponge? 3, 4,
94
5,
centimeters.
6, 7.
94 centimeters.
And then our flow rate?
0.0.
All the measuring of the sediment, all the things you're doing here. Give us a sense of what you're after.
This is a post-fire site, so there has been a lot of burning here around the beaver wetland. The wetland's intact. One of the things we want to know is how much sediment is this pond catching?
The team often gets below the surface. At this pond in Colorado, snorkeling to see beaver engineering and the sediment it traps. This dampens the causes and effects of wildfires.
The most visually dramatic is clearly the refugio, or this fireproof patch. Like, we have mature pine trees here, we have mature willows, we have beavers, we have the sediment capture, we have all sorts of different things that are continuing to provide benefits.
The streams that flow through here are the headwaters of the Colorado, one of the most overutilized rivers in the world. The natural infrastructure beavers build can really help the river.
So every one of these wetlands is like a speed bump for the water, delaying that water. And especially as we see climate change and things get warmer and we have more rain and less snow, it's really important to keep the water up in the headwaters longer.
Scientists estimate there were between 100 and 400 million beavers in North America before European migration. For a few centuries, beavers were trapped for their pelts and killed as nuisances to near extinction.
Before European migration? I think he means like the mass migration, but it certainly wasn't before any Europeans got here. That's just not true.
Beavers can cause unwelcome flooding on property and crops. Videos showing their
We need an AR to kill the
lodges
beavers.
being gleefully blown to smithereens are all over social media. But land managers are now more likely to see them as an ally, and they're taking some unusual steps to try to bring back more beavers. Scott Miller is the Aquatic Resources Program lead for the Federal Bureau of Land Management. He's at the center of a campaign to restore streams and rivers and the lush vegetation that borders them, so-called riparian zones. To do that, he's thinking like a beaver, building beaver dam analogs.
This is just a hand-built structure trying to mimic what beaver naturally do. We first drive the post into the ground. We put some sod in, and then we're weaving willow and aspen branches between the poles, and then we're putting some more sod in. They can be built in anywhere from a half hour to 2 hours, depending on the size and complexity.
They're building 100 of them here at the Muddy Creek watershed near Rawlins, Wyoming. Lots of little structures.
And here's the thing, right? Like, Duck Dynasty types. For whatever reason. Well, not for whatever reason. I mean, the fact is like, if you're a farmer or something like that, or, you want to use your land, for capitalist purposes, a bunch of marshes are not super monetizable, right? Very hard to build anything on a river or a creek. Very hard to plant crops in a creek. But it's obviously, it's giving benefits that might not be immediately monetizable, right? But are greatly needed for our ecosystem to remain in balance. And unfortunately, the beaver habitats, sort of winding creeks and things like that are counterintuitive to any of that. Having a creek, there's not a lot of financial incentive to keep a creek, right? And unfortunately, the United States has been terrible to the beavers for a very long time. It's only in more recent history where we started trying to fix it all. That's why we have to do things like this, where you have scientists, environmentalists trying to recreate beaver habitats without beavers. I thought it was a very interesting effort. I hear that it's actually been quite successful. How are we on time? Very close. I think we can get through the rest of these before I take a real break. Which means we might get all these halves done. Yeah, I don't think we're even going to do a goal today. I mean, I'd love for people to donate, but... oh god, some of these are super long. Maybe I should start a goal. Because we're like right on the cusp. Yeah, maybe I should start a goal. Alright, I'll start one now. But while we're doing that, let's go to a different river down in Argentina, which shockingly came up looking very strange. Crimson, if you will. Incredibly creepy.
Snowdrifts taller than
Hey,
most people.
I need to turn autoplay off. Why do I do this?
Snowdrifts.
I should. Why do I not?
Snowdrifts.
Oh my god! I'm about to slap myself. Yeah. So there is no definitive explanation for what's happened here yet, but the belief is that it's runoff from something, either industrial runoff or otherwise, interacting with something in the environment to create this, and just what looks like the whole thing. It just looks like it's filled with blood. It's kind of crazy. Why? What is that, and why is it red? That was a river in Argentina, which turned red over the last 24-ish hours. Suddenly, without any explanation yet. If I do figure out what's actually going on there, I'll let you know. Most likely, like I said, some sort of industrial runoff or dumping by industry, or something else. You know, hard to say for sure. Could be sewer leak. I don't know. Oh my God, PB gifting Galactic News Network memberships like hotcakes. Robert G, Stout Lover, Jules T, Teddy Cool, and Jules Winfield. I see some familiar names in there, all getting Galactic memberships, getting us much, much closer. Or maybe have we crossed it? I'm gonna have to look into if we've crossed into another emote territory yet. But thank you so much, PB. I guess I should count those as part of. I know it's usually super chats and super stickers, but I guess I can count this. I'll count this as like 2. I think I'll count it as 2 super chats or stickers because I have this $5. Right? Am I doing the math right? I think I'm doing it right. I might be wrong. Yeah, right. I think. God, math. My brain just broke. Just from the generosity, honestly. But thank you, PB, for gifting those sweet, sweet galactic membies to our space fams. And I'm counting that as 2, even though it's somewhat unorthodox. You know, I'm always willing to, you know, work with you all to make these goals happen because I want to give you all the content. You know, I want to do my job. I want to make sure you all get everything I had planned for today. And it's really my fault because I'm always talking so much. We wind up getting closer and closer to 6 hours, and my list just feels like it keeps getting longer and longer. So yeah, we'll count that as 2. We got 3 more to go. If I'm doing the math right. All right, yeah. Now let's go to non-river stream waterway-based story, if you will. Let's talk precipitation, which was in big supply in Japan, specifically Hokkaido, Japan, where apparently in the last 24 hours, or actually it wasn't 24 hours, in 24 hours, a few days ago, I missed this story, so it's my fault, but I gotta hit it now. Hokkaido was literally buried under snow. 48 inches, or 4 feet, or over 1 1/3 meters of snow all came down in one day. This little Japanese town.
Snowdrifts taller than most people are piled high across Hokkaido, Japan, as a low-pressure system inundates the northern island with record snowfall. There's so much white it's hard to see anything. More than 4 feet of snow fell in 24 hours, and the snowfall was expected to continue through Wednesday. You can see how it made some roads impassable. Dozens of flights were also canceled Tuesday, and train service in some cities was suspended. About 370 schools canceled classes, and officials urged people to stay indoors.
All right, we got more coverage of this massive snowstorm to hit Hokkaido. Oh God, my phone is dying. BRB. Help, help. Wow, that's a ton of snow. Wow, even that horse is struggling to get through. That's when you know it's bad. When the horses are struggling. Where is Hokkaido? It's spelled H H-O-K-K-A-I-D-O, I believe. And it is very north, on the most northern Japanese island, on the west coast of that island, and is essentially like it's near the ocean, which is a weird place for there to be this much snow, right? Like it's off. It's like, you know, this, I think, what's the name of that body of water? Is that the Pacific?
Parts of Japan blanketed by thick snow during strongest cold front for years, Hokkaido and the Japan seacoast have been hardest hit, forcing domestic airlines to cancel flights between cities in the region and Tokyo. Large parts of Japan have been blanketed with snow as the lowest temperatures this winter disrupted rail and air travel, amid warnings that more heavy snowfall was expected through the weekend. Residents struggled to dig out cars that had been buried by snow in just a few hours, with the meteorological agency describing the cold front as the strongest in several years. Hokkaido, Japan's northernmost main island, and the Japan seacoast have been hardest hit, forcing domestic airlines to cancel flights between cities in the region and Tokyo. Train services in parts of central Japan were also canceled, according to the Kyoto news agency. The snow closed several roads, prompting officials to urge motorists to fit snow tires. The town of Shirakawa in Gifu Prefecture saw 129 centimeters of snowfall in just 48 hours, a record high, the meteorological agency said, while snowfall reached almost a meter in depth in Jotsu, Niigata Prefecture, and Hanbestu in Hokkaido.
Well, there you go. Wait, why are you asking me to... What? No. That's not what I want. Sign me in. There we go. Okay. But yeah, crazy amount of snow in Hokkaido. Now, people are pointing out to me that there is a snow sculpture. I don't even know who mentioned this, but somebody mentioned that there was a snow sculpture festival here. And the, you know, the fact is this is just even for the area, at least my understanding, and the amount of time, right, they got this snow is the sort of out of the usual thing, right? Yes, they get a lot of snow throughout the winter, but usually not over a meter of snow in 24 hours, right? That's, especially with a warming world, unusual. Very unusual. Why is this command not working? Hold on, I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm trying to fix Nightbot as well as... Oh! This is giving me a perfect opportunity to do what I want to do. Totally didn't notice until just now. But we just crossed over 4 hours. Which means we only have 2 hours till the end of this stream, unless we meet our super sticker and or super chat goal, which we are now 2 of 5 of, because PB gifted 5 galactic memberships to us, getting us much closer than it appears. But we must take a break now. That's right, intergalactic break time. If you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon too, so you can get all of the latest galactic content. And while, of course, you're doing those things, please consider contributing in some way to the Galactic News Network and our finances to keep the space station up in low Earth orbit, me doing the show. So many great ways to do that, of course. Really a myriad of options. YouTube, Twitch, Patreon, Cash App, and PayPal. But in my opinion, the best way to do it is Patreon. You know, because not only do I get the largest cut out of any of them, 90+% is what I get paid out from the money given to Patreon, unlike Twitch or YouTube where I'm making at best 70%. You can also get a myriad of space benefits. It's an overwhelming number, really. So many great stuff. Just go onto the website and find out. But while you're doing that, remember not to sign up through Apple's App Store. Otherwise, it might cause some space problems for me in accessing those funds when it comes time to. Anyway, chat, take this intergalactic break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Now, one thing I want to address before we get started. I see there's some sort of contentious situation happening in chat right now, and I am struggling to figure out exactly where it all started. But I'm just going to give everybody a fair warning. The Galactic mods have executive decision-making abilities, so incur their wrath, and, well, good luck to you. We don't actually have an unbanning process around here. I have considered, although I'm so small of a streamer, it doesn't feel like very... I know that Mazan used to do like ban appeals. I think he still does, technically. But just saying, Galactic mods can act with impunity around here if they feel chatter is causing problems. So, do tread carefully when a mod warns you about things that may be, in their view, problematic. Oh god, Valentine's Day? Oh Jesus Christ, Geode. I forgot all about it. It's in 5 days, isn't it? It's 5 days from now. I've forgotten all about it. I don't have any decorations for Valentine's Day, although maybe I'll sneak some in. We'll maybe sneak some in. We'll see. Alright, now, before we get to the Earth news, that's where we are right now, we of course have to hit up this obligatory short section, of course, deemed space news. Let's go to BBC from 15 hours ago. Talk about the rigorous testing done to ensure satellites are ready for space. And I screwed up already. Good job, me. Good job, me. What is this? There we go.
Orbiting above us are thousands of satellites.
Whoa. What have you done? What the hell just happened? I wasn't even clicking it. It was on a different window. Why are you doing this to me? Why do you hate me so much? Why does my browser hate me so much? Is it because I ask so much of you? Is that the problem? Constantly running multiple windows? Is that it? You're trying to avoid BBC, I'm sorry. I know there's some people here who don't watch BBC from the UK, but think of it this way. You're not actually watching BBC, you're watching the Galactic News Network, and vicariously some coverage done by the BBC, but really you're not supporting them so much as you're supporting me. If that helps at all. Unfortunately, it doesn't help with my browser having just frozen. Alright, I guess we'll just refresh. How's that sound? Will that fix it? What in the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. That's bad. Son of a bitch. Oh, that's bad. Well, it looks like my YouTube Premium subscription is up. That's not good. That's gonna cause us some problems. That is gonna cause us some real problems. Oh, really? Already? God damn it. I just spent all my money on bills. My rent, my Earth rent, my Earth energy bill, and internet bill, and bought food. And now I don't even have money to pay my premium service. Oh, God. Why? You know, this would be a great time for anybody to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by way of PayPal or Cash App. Just saying, might help us in, you know, one way or another. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, everything's fine. Space news time. I'm gonna pretend like this isn't a problem.
Orbiting above us are thousands of satellites. Their journey to space starts in rockets of all shapes and sizes. But before satellites can be sent into space, they've undergone years of testing. This is the UK's newest centre to shake, rattle and expose them to the kinds of conditions they might face in launch and in space.
If it's in low Earth orbit, it's difficult to fix. If it's beyond, it's impossible.
And we're on a tour to find out about some of those tests in this giant testing centre, starting in this rather strange room.
This looks like the funnest room to jump around in. It's just me. Is it just me? Just the biggest padded room in the entire universe. Just the size of an entire soundstage. Oh, this is wild. I really just want to go in there and just bounce against the walls.
This is our electromagnetics facility in the NSTF.
It's
giant. It's massive, it's massive.
Yeah.
So it's about, behind the shielding and all the absorber, it's about 18 meters by 18 meters on the floor space. And I think it's about 15 meters high. It's a similar order of magnitude up there.
And what does that allow you to do?
So this allows us to test satellites, naturally, in the National Satellite Test Facility. So we'll do electromagnetic testing, so we'll do antenna testing, auto-compatibility testing, and electromagnetics testing.
In effect, this is a room that you can completely block out any signals or anything from outside.
Any signals. So yeah, once we close the doors behind us, this room will be fully shielded. You won't get Wi-Fi, you won't get phone signal, no one can hear you scream, all of those things.
The equipment in this room allows Dom and his team to test that communications with the satellite will work.
This is like what we've got on the walls and the floor, if you give that a feel.
And it's just full.
Give it a squeeze, give it a squeeze.
It's quite sturdy though.
Yeah, so that's a bigger version of this, which is
that makes it less
polymer
fun.
Foam impregnated in carbon and painted.
How many of these are on the walls?
I think at least 40,000.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Like or of that order, yeah.
I was going to guess more.
There's a good reason everything in this facility is super-sized. Satellites can be as big as a minibus, and the team need to be able to hoist and roll them around to different areas for testing. Like this room, where they're exposing it to launch conditions. In this part of the research centre, they can point 48 of these speakers
Holy
at the
shit,
satellite,
those things are
see what impact
wild.
sound will have on it.
So this is what we call direct field acoustic noise testing. It is random noise. It's trying to generate a kind of a random noise field inside that.
While they don't blast launch recordings at it, the noise played does recreate the sound frequencies that would occur during blastoff.
Solar panels could flex and break, but because a lot of it is, you can get very high frequencies, bolts will undo. And
literally
unwind. Absolutely, yeah. Because some of the tests go up to 10,000 hertz, so effectively 10,000 sort of movements in a second. This room was designed to be soundproof. We have a very big blue door. It's effectively I believe it's a sort of like a stage door that you might find on a movie set. But
That's exactly what I imagined. That's what I was like saying. It's like a entire soundstage just filled with foam. We just got them all over the place. Wild. There you go. There's some of the testing that these satellites go through. Alright, now on to the Earth stuff. Let's start in Latin America, a place we've been visiting a lot lately, a lot more than usual. And if you haven't already guessed, we're gonna go to Panama. Not specifically, actually, to Panama. We're gonna discuss it. Let's see what Tim Sheehy had to say. I don't think he's a senator. I think he's just a congressman. Lovely Pariah, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Just because. Well, just because you have gotten us one step closer. We're now 3 of 5 super chats and super stickers on our goal. Even though it says 1, it's a lie. We have 3. It's just not counting properly. So there's 3. 2 away now. That's it. That's all we got. We're almost there. What was I doing? Ah, right. Talking about Panama and the insane sort of musings of, whoa, wait, what is this? I am not, are you kidding me right now? I got kicked out of my own list. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. What the fuck? Oh my god. I haven't had to do this without premium. Ever, I don't
Orbiting
think.
above us.
And this is wild. What the fuck? Kick me out of my list. Go back to my list, please. Oh, but you're gonna put me in a commercial immediately first. Of course you are.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Son of a bitch. Sassy Sassarai, gifted membership by Morbius Dragon.
H&R Block is here with free live expert
Oh
help
my god.
and AI tax assist.
Oh my god, this is oppressive. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god, and I'm on the... Wait a second. What? How did I get... Maybe this is... Tell me that this is what happened. But, Morbius, thank you for the gifted Galactic membership. I'm sure Sassy Sassarai will be stoked to have been gifted a Galactic Memby. Please tell me this. Tell me that I haven't... I still have... Please. God damn it. Sorry, everybody. We got a situation over here. Fairly certain that this is the wrong account. Yep. Switch. What? The fuck? How did this happen? I don't understand. I don't understand. God damn it. Okay, I think I've maybe fixed it, although I'm not sure. I've at least got us kind of back on track. But you were blocked on Cash App? I don't know, how is that possible? I haven't seen any problems with it until you just saying that now. Makes me a little concerned. Wondering if other people have been trying to Cash App and been blocked as well. Did you click the link on my bio? Maybe it's the link in chat that's messed up. There's a link in my bio too. All the links are in my bio. Alright, let's go to Congress, see what Tim Sheehy had to say. Sheehy? However you say it.
Thank you, Senator Sheehy.
How long would it take China to block the canal for our usage if they decided to do it? I know you're not military experts, but I think you've been in the canal 100 times. You're all experts on the industry.
Govan with a gifted galactic membership.
How long would it take?
Geodragon is the recipient of that. Very
Senator,
exciting.
I can say that prior to the year 2000, the canal.
You know what? I think that.
Reaction force.
Let me think. Try and do the math. I'll do the math while I talk. Oh, I did this.
That kind of took all possibilities.
Hold on, I gotta go back.
Consideration.
I'm getting super distracted right now. I'm getting so fucked up.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh god. What? Oh my god, don't do that. Don't be an asshole. Don't be a menace. Okay, I think Double O Govan and Morbius Dragon both gifting galactic memberships. That's going to count as one of these. So now we're at 4. We only need 1 super chat, super sticker. You know, I'll even say membership at this point would get us over that goal, even though it says 1 of 5. Because for whatever reason, it doesn't count. It won't even let me use memberships or super stickers as a goal, and I find that stupid. So, forcing myself to do math.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Senator Sheehy.
How long would it take China to block the canal for our usage if they decided to do it? I know you're not military experts, but I think you've been in the canal 100 times. You're all experts on the industry. If they wanted to deny our usage of it, how long would it take them to do it?
Senator, I can say that prior to the year 2000, the canal had a quick reaction force that kind of took all possibilities into consideration, either a ship be installed in the canal or to be able to move one out. I don't know what those capabilities or what the planning for that would be.
So effectively, we don't have a ready response. But if China,
Southern Command does.
I don't like the.
What does that mean? It's in Panama. It's not in the United States. Oh my god. Multiple super chats and or super stickers all at once. Decipher. Oh my god. $5 super chat here. GSL is the extra orbital. I actually don't know what you mean by that, but I'll take it as a compliment. And also as the necessary last super chat to get us over the, oh my god, and PB and Tracy Eva with super stickers. But yeah, that's going to get us over 5 for 100%. Especially considering you two have just gotten in here with more super stickers. Looks like everybody wants all of the galactic content tonight. I see you. I see you. Don't worry. Holy cow. Incredible. You know, this is what's so great about having, you know, an ever-growing space fam. You know, we can unlock achievements unavailable before. Wow, Rob Skells is just going in over here. 5 gifted galactic memberships. Donald Duck. Oh, I thought Donald Duck just got an extra one. No, Albert C. Pyramid 7. Bobby. Brandy Nuance. And SM. All given galactic memberships. So great. There's a lot of people who I've definitely seen in these chats now getting memberships. So many of them. It's very exciting. Bringing the family together. Good God. Really appreciate all of you. But yeah, let's go back to Sheehy saying insane things about how the United States needs a response to something happening in a different country.
What the planning for that would be.
So effectively, we don't have a ready response. But if China,
I'm sure Southern Command does.
I don't like the mindset that's kind of pervaded that there's this far off hypothesis that.
But Senator, you're not talking to military experts. We're here because it's commercial reasons.
Yeah, but this isn't a military question. I mean, if he's driven the canal 100 times and you are American.
This isn't a military question. I'm just asking what the military response would be to a bunch of commerce and finance people. Trade. This guy is so useless.
I'm expert. You know, a couple of years ago, as you remember, I think it was the Ever Given jackknifed in the Suez Canal. That's not a military operation.
Yeah.
It's a ship that turns sideways. So if China chose to, how fast could they close the canal?
Chose to. What is it?
Well,
wait.
They could probably do a similar thing, but it would more be an act of terror.
Oh my God. He's talking about the Evergreen Suez Canal thing. I'm just now realizing, but he's suggesting that what happened in the Suez Canal was on purpose. That somehow that the Evergreen ship, which got stuck for weeks inside of the canal, was purposeful. That they intended to stop all global shipping through the sea. Wow. Look at this guy, Tim Sheehy. Filled with conspiracy theories.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Than it would be because they have facilities there. The most of this discussion has involved the
my
economic
God.
threats that China is bringing up because of the Belt and Road Initiative
Donald
and having
James
these
X.
investments in other countries. But
Getting in on the galactic love. Look at that. You got to get me some of the. I get that. I understand that, and I appreciate that. Wow. Here I was concerned about us reaching that goal before the end of 6 hours, and now we blasted through it thanks to the generosity of all of our space fams. Jesus Christ. I really appreciate you people. You bring warmth to my heart, even in the cold void of space. This is a wild this is a wild hearing. This question is so stupid.
I mean, it's not hard to close off a waterway. Panama Canal is actually quite vulnerable in terms of infrastructure. It's not, this is not a fort or militarily reinforced location. Now that's you're getting to the end of my knowledge of that. But no, it would not take long, but I don't know what it has to do with. It's not accelerated because they have people at other port, unless.
Oh, he is a senator? How is this guy a senator?
It's easier to infiltrate those ports.
How is this idiot a senator? This is Alex Jones level stupid, right? And he's in here in a Senate Commerce Committee. I just noticed the fucking title just now. This dude is a senator. I gotta go to this guy's Wikipedia page. What is this dude's fucking credentials? Oh, he was in the military, so I guess that makes him a genius. Okay. Thank God we have him. If you're in the military, why can't you explain to us what the military response would be, stupid?
The Chinese spies than it is other kinds of things, but that's totally out of my purview. That's more science.
Well, I don't think it is out of your purview. I think the reality is
what an idiot, dude. This guy is so
is an economic engine. It is also a national security engine, and I appreciate. I'm not trying to be combative or sitting.
You are trying to be combative, and you are being a dense motherfucker right now. Okay. First off, you have more military qualifications, at least to my understanding, than the guy in front of you. Yet you're asking for their opinions on military stuff. This guy was in the Navy. Okay? This dude was a Navy SEAL. Alright? He didn't go to college. He went to the Navy Academy. Doesn't count as college, in my opinion. And You know, I think his lack of book learning is sort of mashing itself up against his Navy career here. Can't seem to put, the pieces together. But he's the one who should be asking himself questions about what the response to any of this would be in a foreign country, right? This is one of the dumbest things one of the dumbest lines of questioning I've ever heard.
Perhaps I'm just trying to ask a common sense question.
It's common sense, is it?
We can dance around. I'm not an expert in this. I'm an expert in that. But the canal is vulnerable, as we've stated.
I guess I'm just sort of saying, why would they?
It's a great question. Thank you for starting with that. Why would they? Because if they block the canal, of course American ships can't get through. But you know what? Other ships can't get through. One of the biggest. Actually, the biggest, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest shipping country, the country with the most shipping activity on the planet, wouldn't be able to go through there. You think that would cause any problems for China? I'm just trying to put it together right now, but it's like, this is really, really stupid. This is mind-bogglingly stupid, right? Suggesting that China would want to block one of its most used ports, right? Not that they own it, but that they go through the Panama Canal all the time, right? They go through these places. No, they don't want to end shipping, right? The ability to get their ships through the... I mean, this is so dumb. Oh my God, he is an idiot.
The canal is vulnerable, as we've stated.
I guess, Senator, I'm just sort of saying, why would they bother with a military-like operation when they can get what they want with non-military means? If they can have influence in other ways.
Never mind.
That's the point of the question.
Okay.
Never mind. I thought he was trying to be smart. But he was just trying to kiss Senator Sheehy's ass. They wouldn't want to do either. Okay, I don't understand why people think that China would want to. They are a huge economy, and they need those ships to be able to get places. If they can't, China stops making the money. And it's idiotic to suggest that they would try and shut this down intentionally.
Segregate ourselves artificially in a way that they do
Artificial segregation?
We segregate ourselves. Well, let's talk about military. Let's talk about intelligence. Let's talk about economics. China doesn't work that way. It's a whole of government approach. They don't.
All right, buddy. We've had enough of your shenanigans. Wow. Shocking level of stupidity in the Senate. Might be at record highs in 2025. As many Republicans as there are in the Senate right now. Okay. We're going to hit this story real quick in case anybody here missed it. Real short one. But if you didn't hear, Donald Trump pulled the United States out of the WHO almost immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
After taking office. And a couple weeks later, one of his biggest sycophants and sort of, I don't want to say protege, because I don't think they have a lot of communication, but this guy who really, really sort of exemplifies Donald Trump's behavior as being, the best, and sort of just ass kisses all day from South America. One Javier Milei also decided to withdraw Argentina from the WHO.
He is following in the footsteps of far-right ally Donald Trump. Javier Milei is pulling Argentina out of the World Health Organization, blaming the UN agency's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic and intervention in Argentina's sovereignty.
We Argentinians do not allow an international organization to intervene in our sovereignty, much less our health.
Health experts expressed their concern over the decision.
Okay, that's it. I don't want to watch the whole thing because we did watch it on the other stream yesterday, I think. So if you want to watch the whole thing, I think we went through all of it. But I just wanted it for the headline there. I mean, it's insane. But of course, all of Donald Trump's sort of aspirationally Trumpian leaders are all kind of trying to do everything they can to line up with Donald Trump and his policies, be it Pierre Poilievre, Nayib Bukele, and of course Javier Milei, at least in the Western Hemisphere. All doing just stupid things. Whenever Donald Trump does it, they do it. Don't ask me why. It's very stupid. Now let's talk about another group of nationalists. That being the Brexiteers. And apparently, according to BBC News, the United Kingdom is debating Brexit once again.
What?
Shocking. Who could have expected people to be debating one of the dumbest moves of all time? Well, that's not fair, but a very dumb move nonetheless. Not fair to the rest of history.
Do you remember that time when British politics was obsessed with Brexit as politicians were negotiating the UK's departure from the European Union? We were so obsessed, we even did a podcast about it called Brexitcast, which eventually became this podcast, Newscast, which has been celebrating its 5th birthday as a daily podcast this week.
Wow.
And we thought we'd go right back to where it started and get the gang together again for a special look back at Brexit. And also a bit of a look forward, because it is popping up again in British politics. So we did that in the BBC Radio Theatre at the BBC HQ in London as we were celebrating the 5th birthday of this podcast Newscast. Hello, this is a special episode of the Newscast podcast because we're celebrating the fact that we've been making episodes every day, which are available on BBC Sounds, for 5 years. I think this makes it our... Oh, thank you. Which I think makes it our wooden anniversary. Wooden. So we're marking that momentous moment in the medium of podcasting by doing a big show in front of a live audience made up of lots of the people who listen to our podcast. And we thought we would put it on TV as well. And we thought we'd go right back to where we actually started our podcasting journey, me and Chris, and then Laura joined a few weeks afterwards, where we started a little podcast.
Full circle over here, celebrating the what do you call it? A 5-year anniversary. I can't think of it right now. I think there's a word for it. But this is fascinating. Full circle.
Called Brexitcast. And we covered loads of Brexit news in lots of detail. Lots of people joined us along the way. And we're joined now by Faisal Islam, the BBC economics editor, who's one of the people that joined us too. And Chris and Laura, the OGs, are here in the BBC Radio Theatre.
You know, I was actually completely unfamiliar with this. I did not realize that this podcast was at all related to this older podcast, which I think I might have seen at one point, but I never connected the two because, the last 5 years I just didn't watch that much BBC. I've been watching a lot more than I used to recently. I've always enjoyed BBC for them having slightly different takes in the United States, oftentimes, not always. As an American, I know the British people have slightly different opinions on BBC, and I get it.
Hello, everyone. Now, we don't want to get too self-indulgent, do we?
What, on this podcast?
Or do we? Laura, do you want to cast your mind back to... I think the first episode that we ever did of this podcast was June 2017. It was the first day of the negotiations. Mm-hmm. David Davis turned up in Brussels with no paperwork.
Yeah.
A guy called Michel Barnier had a huge binder, groaning with paperwork.
Yeah.
Just remind us of what the world we were in that day.
So Theresa May was Prime Minister. She was trying to, more than anything else, I think.
Before we get into this, I think we need to do that. I totally missed out on 50, and now we're at 60 likes, and we only have 4 support characters. How does that make sense?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I think we have 18, don't we? Oh, son of a... Okay. All right, we do have 18? Yeah, we do. Okay, let's see them. All right. All right. Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag, and Scott Bakula from Quantum Leap.
Hold her party together, which had been torn asunder by the very activity of a referendum where they'd been allowed to campaign on both sides. And that ripped the plaster off what had been a wound in the Tory party for many years. And she was all the time trying to keep the show on the road. While in her cabinet, there were people who were determined to do in the other side. There were already at that stage people who were quite determined to do her in. And at the same time, because she was so nervous about having another big, massive political Barney, she was completely paranoid about even showing the tiniest bit of ankle about the eventual kind of Brexit
Theresa
deal
May.
that she would find.
Yes, of course. Theresa May was in such a difficult position.
A, acceptable to her and the cabinet she'd put together, and B, that she thought might get through Parliament. And it was, looking back now, she was kind of always on a hiding to nothing, even though now it's interesting, lots of people go, oh, I wish I'd backed Theresa May's deal, because actually that looks like not that bad. And people who were on the Remain side, many of them have regrets about that. So into that, of course, David Davis was a sort of like to think of himself as a swashbuckling Brexiteer who was charged with the job of getting it done before getting it done was invented as a three-word slogan instead of just a normal sentence. And yeah, that's where we were, really.
Doing BBC Breakfast, and you were stood on College Green outside Parliament, and you did your now infamous soundbite about asking Mr. Blobby what was going on.
To be quite honest, looking at things right now, I haven't got the foggiest idea what is going to happen in the coming weeks. Is the Prime Minister going to get a deal with the EU? Don't know. Is she going to be able to get it through the Commons? Don't know about that either. I think you might as well get Mr. Blobby back on to offer his analysis, because frankly, I suspect his is now as good as mine.
Look, Mr. Blobby is beloved
don't do yourself
by the whole UK. Okay.
Can you remember what was actually going on that day?
Well, there was a trail featuring Mr. Blobby that went out on BBC One at 7:01 as I was putting my earpiece in on College Green, which is why this inflatable pink character from the 1990s was uppermost in my mind before dawn had even broken. He's not perpetually there, but he was, because he'd just been mentioned. And the thing is, I'd had a thought rattling around in my head for a few weeks. I hadn't decided I was going to do that morning. It just came to me in and of the moment. But I had been thinking about the broader point, which is that we, obviously as journalists, you're constantly trying to find things out, work out what people are thinking and saying and where things might move and where the balance of opinion is, etc., etc. Everyone could tell you what they wanted. Everyone could offer a view about where things might go, but there was a remarkable amount that was unknowable. And so I'd become frustrated with my own reporting, and indeed just observing more widely the kind of conversation where you could be asked a question on the air as a reporter and give a perfectly plausible, thought-through and well-sourced answer, but it might well be absolutely useless to the audience, because that was a combination of the whims and perspectives and outlooks on that day, which were then overtaken by something out of the ordinary 2 minutes, 2 hours, 2 days, or 2 weeks later. And that kept happening, didn't it?
It kept happening all the time, and I think...
It's true. It was a pretty crazy time. And, unfortunately, referendum, did not go in a way I think it should have, right? And clearly Britain is displeased. The UK, I believe, strongly, in terms of polling, I've seen numbers suggesting that something like 2/3 of people in the UK are regretting the Brexit situation, having left the EU. And, it's about time that another discussion was started around all of this, because, I don't think it was a good idea. And, whether or not Britain will rejoin the EU, It's to be seen. But I do believe that rejoining would take quite a lot, right? It's, it's like what we've been talking about with the United States, right? You dismantle some sort of agency or some sort of partnership. Rebuilding it is going to take time. To remain where? In the EU. Of course, the UK is not in the EU anymore, but this discussion is regarding the whole Brexit fiasco.
Head round, and you think I would have been able to do it by now. It's like, I can't tell you what the parallel universe would be like, where there's either a different Brexit deal or Brexit didn't happen at all. Like, actually, what would have happened with the EU-wide procurement of the COVID vaccine? People can make all sorts of theoretical arguments about, like, oh, the UK would have had to have been in it, and then the vaccine would have been slower to get to the UK. But equally, there was politics when we were in the EU. We didn't take part in everything when we were in the EU, so it's very difficult to present the alternative to then measure what we've got.
Yeah, and I suppose at least picking away at one of those hypotheticals, there's an interesting argument, isn't there, around imagine, where would the debate be in the UK had the referendum result been the equal but opposite? In other words, a decisive but still, not far off 50-50 split.
How close are we to a new emote? Great question. I am actually checking right now as we speak to see if we have gotten ourselves over the necessary memberships to add another emote. Let's find out. Ooh, no, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But we'll get there. I believe in us. We will get there. I think we lost some members technically because a bunch of people who were gifted memberships in the first week of us having memberships, which I think was the first week of the year, right? I think we got them like on the first, didn't we? Like the new year, we had memberships finally. So I think it's been like a little over a month that we've had them. So a bunch of people who got gifted memberships, I don't think they've yet resubscribed to the memberships. So we've lost some, we've gained some, but we are getting closer and closer to having 16 emotes, which is just crazy. I feel like most channels don't even utilize the emotes who have been around for super long. But here, we're serious about emotes. Very serious.
I think the reality is the debate would have continued, and there have still been very, very hearty arguments that the question of our relationship with our nearest neighbours should continue. What's been interesting, I think, and I think we're just emerging into a different phase, is that we had all of those years, didn't we, where we talked about, or politics, the sort of political class talked about nothing but Brexit. You think back to the 2019 election where, getting Brexit done was that central argument. And then you compare it with an election a short 5 years later where Brexit barely got a mention because so many people within politics, whatever their view about it, were just scorched by the experience, really. And various parties concluded it was not in their interest to talk about it. And just now, I think you're beginning to get a little bit of a sense, and you're seeing how Prime Minister is treading around it carefully, but an attempt to bring the question of our relationship with our nearest neighbours back into, if you like, conventional political discussion alongside everything else, as opposed to either talking about nothing but, talking about it to the exclusion of pretty much everything else, or not talking about it at all.
And we will talk about that.
Yeah, and I think the discussion needs to be had. It's been half a decade since this decision went through. Polls suggest that people would like to go back. And I think, it's about time. All right, what was I doing? Was I going to respond to something? I can't remember. I'm in top chat now. What happened? That's incredibly rude. All right. I think we'll move on from the Brexit conversation. That's probably enough until, any real movement starts to happen around that. Let's go a little bit east, or south, east-ish, to France, where apparently United Arab Emirates is planning to invest billions of dollars to build AI data centers in France. Uh-oh. What happened to Stargate in the United States? It seems like people are competing with Donald Trump's vision of AI takeover.
With one signature, France hopes to make progress in the world of artificial intelligence. In the deal signed on Thursday, the United Arab Emirates will build a giant data center in France as part of a greater AI complex. Worth 30 to 50 billion euros, with a computing capacity of up to 1 gigawatt, the center will be the largest in Europe. The announcement set Paris's AI summit on the right track. The government hopes to make the most of the event and announce all of their latest investments, like, for example, the 360 million euros set to create 9 AI clusters, which would train up to 100,000 people by 2030.
We will raise awareness among 2 million French people by 2027 to familiarize them with the use of AI. AI is an opportunity for everyone and must be absolutely used for the benefit of each person to avoid creating a new digital.
France also announced they had built 35 sites ready to host data centers. During his first term in office, Emmanuel Macron made artificial intelligence one of his key projects.
I want France to be one of the leaders in artificial.
I hate the rush to build all these data centers right now. Because the fact is if DeepSeek did what it did without as many, not even close to as much energy use as the other models that have been being worked on, like, I don't see what the purpose of building more data centers is. I think what we need to be doing is, in fact, figuring out if that is feasible. First off, like because replicating what DeepSeek has done, right? If in fact it is all real, and there's no sort of trickery happening with it. And there's been accusations about it, but there's been no real proof on it that I've seen. And so, I think we need to figure out if these are even freaking necessary. And yet people are building them before they even have a company to, occupy the data centers, right? It's insane. It's insane. This rush to AI everything on this planet it's out of control. And certainly the means by which we're trying to do it are even maybe not more problematic, but as problematic, different way. I mean, you all know how much I hate AI for multiple reasons. And it's been sort of something of a journey for me to even understand the like what AI, like what it's doing, what its effects are, over the last year as we've been talking about all this stuff. Initially at one point I just thought it was like a cool tool, and then eventually, over a short period of time, I would say I started to realize just how insidious a lot of this stuff was, what the implications were. And when I heard about the environmental implications of all of it, I was horrified. All right. Let's see. What else do we have to talk about? Right. Let's go to Gaza. There's a lot for us to talk about there. Wow, duck farting in people's general directions? What gives? Do our mothers smell of elderberry? Were our fathers hamsters? What would warrant this kind of horrifying duck behavior? Okay, let's start here. This is footage from, I think, the beginning of the week, showing trucks moving at the Rafah crossing. I believe they must have been coming from Egypt. It's only 2 trucks and 2 ambulances or something. Yeah, not a lot. That is not a lot of aid. Actually, those don't even look like trucks. Those are like buses. I would not call those trucks. One in the back certainly is a bus. Maybe the one in the front is a truck. Okay, things are about to get a little tough. People are concerned about the military applications of this stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. I don't think it's the main focus of the oligarchs. We listen to enough of these technocrats speak at Davos, and we've heard them talk about it, you know, ad nauseum throughout the last year. And my estimation is their focus is on replacing workers, right? It's again and again. They try and say it without saying it. But if you listen to them talk, you know, like we listened to the Anthropic guy talk about how, yeah, probably AI will make most jobs obsolete. And then we'll figure out how to deal with that when we come to it. Once him and a few other people are massively wealthy from this stuff, once it's already replaced jobs and removed the ability of workers to exert their power by withholding their labor, right? That's when they'll talk about the implications for labor, right? When labor has no power. And for me, that to me is the most concerning aspect, aside from like the environmental implications of all this. It's the human element that, you know, they refuse. They're constantly trying to find ways to pretend like it's not a threat to jobs. You know, but it certainly is. There's no way around it. And yet, when they talk to certain groups of people, it comes out, right? Like at Davos, or when they're talking to stockholders, right? But like when they're doing PR stuff, they try and avoid talking about how their goal is for these to replace workers, to cut down on their costs. And that's where it gets really problematic for me, because they want to use AI on absolutely everything, leaving no jobs, right? And without a discussion about what happens at the end, without a landing already figured out for society, I just think that we got it's just you know, it's hugely problematic and scary. Right? If we're just going full steam ahead, no consideration for the ramifications on that, and then, you know, we're supposed to figure it out afterwards type of stuff, that's too much.
That's too much, man!
Because if it were, here's the thing, I would be about it if it were being used to usher in luxury space communism, right? If it were to, you know, if we were doing this with the expressed goal of enriching all of humanity, right, with legislation to go along with it, but we don't have that yet. And that's what gives me so much trepidation about it. All right, now we're going to watch this. This is a documentary done by a Palestinian filmmaker in conjunction with Channel 4 News. I think we watched the trailer for this like last week. This is Gaza. No, you're not having a stroke. That's the name of the film.
Start whenever you want. and raise questions.
Where are we here?
This war is like nothing Gaza has experienced before. It's hell on earth. Looking back on my footage for the first time, I don't know how we survived this. These are my friends, my neighbors, my relatives, and people that I lived with them for 30 years. This is Gaza.
If you were describing everyday life in Gaza, where would you start?
I would start to being born in Jabalia camp as a refugee camp for a refugee family and take it from there. When people hear the word camp, the imagination they had is a camp or tents. No, it's a city within a city.
Well, here I am, Yusuf Hamad. Never left Gaza, so I'm very Gazan. So let me give you a tour. تعال يوسف.
Jabalia is not a geographic place, it's more of symbolic things. An identity, it became an identity. We have a connection that you'll never find it somewhere else. And if you have a wedding, all the camp will be in that wedding. It's like a feast of food and people celebrating, and you feel the love around. Because we are thirsty to enjoy and have joy. Whenever we had anything to celebrate it, we go really extreme with it. So I'm married now since 7-8 years. I had 2 children now. I have Ilya, 6 years old, then Ahmed, 3 years old. And I could say I made it to have a decent job in an international organization with a decent salary. 1 month before everything happened and this madness started, I bought my new house by the sea. That's the best thing you will ever had in Gaza, to have that view of the sea. And then, suddenly, 32 years of building and finding a path to succeed and establish a life just disappeared. At 6:30 in the morning, my wife woke me up that something's happening. There is huge bombs, and I was like, no, maybe it's a storm. I read in the news that there is a change of the weather. That's the first thing came to my head, or at least what I wanted to convince myself with, because I didn't want war. I ran into the window and I saw that Audi white car with a yellow plate. This is an Israeli car that I see in front of my house. And I remember seeing 2 people were pulled out of the car. 2 people I don't know in a really bad situation being pulled out, and they ran with them into my building. So I went directly to my phone, checked the news, and this is the first thing I saw.
One thing about those images of people breaking through the fences, was that I'm still sort of blown away by the fact that so many of them were just unarmed people who felt like they were prisoners and were just celebrating being able to be outside of their prison, essentially.
Not even my bad nightmares, man, that I imagine this will happen. Not even in a nightmare, man.
Before we get past this, I just want to point this out. This number has been contested multiple times because Israel supposedly killed at least some number of people themselves on the Hannibal Directive, a horrifying military strategy in which they believe that prisoners are worse than, than killing your own people. I don't know exactly how many, but it's been suggested hundreds died from Israeli fire, from helicopters and drones.
At that moment, I felt that this is going to be bad for us and for them. We all know that's going to be bad. But not that bad.
It's an entire nation that is responsible, and we will fight until we break their backbone.
אני אומר לתושבי עזה, צאו משם עכשיו, כי אנחנו נפעל בכל מקום ובכל העוצמה.
The only thing I was thinking about is that I have to move from here. I have to run for my life. So I took my wife and my children and we went to Jebali camp, to my grandparents' house.
What do you think would have happened to you if you hadn't made that decision to leave immediately?
And I wouldn't be here. Where I lived, after I fled, was tank shelling, like continuous tank shelling. They bombed the first 2 floors above my apartment, but then after that they destroyed the entire building. When Hamas did that suicide mission, they forgot they're responsible for 2 million people. If you want to go and commit a suicide mission like that one, why you take me with you? We were thrown in front of a beast, a really aggressive beast. And we were like small cats, like what we can do, we have some cameras. It's film. Send the footage out. People will see it, they react. I will save my family.
This is Gaza City, the center of Gaza City, where people used to consider safe. There is no place safe in Gaza, you see? Destruction is everywhere. Where the people can go.
Banning international journalists entering Gaza gave us more responsibility because it's only us. I don't mind taking the risk because it's my people. This was the biggest catastrophe I saw up to that day.
Here we are at the center of Jabalia camp. An Israeli airstrike killing more than 50 Palestinians in one of the largest camps in Gaza City.
This is my place.
This is where you live?
This is where I live. This is my place.
situation is unimaginable. You have to be here to understand what's going on.
Sorry, I'm not talking a lot right now. I hope it's not bothering anyone. But the fact is I haven't even watched this whole thing yet. I watched a tiny snippet of it. It's an hour long, and I thought it'd be just better for us to watch it together, you know. And I'm just sort of reliving the things right now, having all these flashes of the things we've seen over the last year and a half. And I mean, I don't know about you, but this is a tough watch. Glad we have each other to get through this one. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but we're gonna try and watch as much of it as I can manage to get through here.
Just look for a child removed under the rubble. He wasn't even crying. She doesn't even believe that he's alive. I was shocked when they pulled him out under all these. It's 6th-floor building. "85 people were killed in that attack. These are my friends, my neighbors, my relatives, and people that I live with them for 30 years. They've been at the wrong place at the wrong time." That dead body, I kept filming him because I know him. I know this guy personally. This man used to be full of life. From the Israeli perspective, they want to kill one person, and the collateral damage is 100. They don't even put it as an equation, they just do it. The father who was injured.
There's something about going back and reliving a fucking genocide. And this was all in the very beginning. Looking around, seeing the building still standing. You know? Things with windows. Stuff that just doesn't, you know, like now so much is gone. Practically every picture that we see, there's nothing left standing. It's just, it's sort of surreal to go back and relive it.
The child was killed. So we brought him to the morgue behind the hospital just to say goodbye for his child. That was the first scene I see a father with his child, which completely affected me. But I kept seeing that on a daily basis until I became numb somehow. Oof. That night, after releasing the first report, I understood that everything changed. I was really glad that I could reach that amount of people, but on the other side, it turns my life upside down. I think it pissed some people off, among them Israeli civilians. Were calling me all the night, insulting me with really bad Arabic words about me, my wife, my sisters. We'll kill you, we'll kill your children. And I was all the night next to my wife and my two children, just like every 5-10 minutes, I receive another call, Even if the Israelis killed me, targeted me, whatever, what's going to be the consequences for that? Simply nothing. It's not the first time that Palestinians were abandoned in such a horror situation. 2004, 2008, 2009, 2012, 2014, 2018, 2019, 2021. The history didn't start on October 7th. We have a long experience dealing with that.
That's a great point. That's one thing that we keep being told, is that history started on October 7th, right? That Palestine was completely free up until October 7th, 2023, and definitely not under the assault of Israel or the IDF. You know, and that's completely counter to reality. Because, of course, Palestinians have been under siege constantly. You know, like he mentioned, like 6 different Israeli offensives that have happened in the last, like, 30 years just now. And that's not counting the West Bank, or, well, I think some of those count the West Bank. But the point is a lot of that stuff has been focused on Gaza. Settlers have been mostly doing a lot of the violence, along with IDF soldiers, but really just IDF soldiers more watching and acting like West Bank police more than anything. But it's just, you know, not that they're, you know, enforcing the law against settlers or anything. It doesn't really happen. It's just, it's wild that we've been told this narrative that, you know, there's peace here before October 7th, when it's clearly bullshit.
2014, 2018, 2019, 2021. The history didn't start on October 7th. We have a long experience dealing with the Israeli army.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
That announcement just make our life as 2 million people extremely impossible. Our water is from the Israelis, our fuel for the electricity is from the Israelis, the fuel itself is through Israel, our goods is through Israel. It's clear that everything will be consumed in 1 or 2 days.
עובדים בערבית כל יום שהחטופים אצלם, שכונה מושמדת על יושביה. אין מה...
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna skip forward a little bit.
لا 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 خليه يصور خلي العالم يشوف خلي يشوف العالم ايش.
See, this is the difference. At the beginning, people were honestly show the world what's going on. Let them see. Now, such as that we lost the faith. You are exposed to this scene, not on a daily basis, on a minute basis, man.
Lost the faith in what?
Humanity.
And it's not shocking. It's not shocking. I'm not living in Palestine. I'm not under assault by Israel. You know, I'm not watching the buildings around me get bombed, my family dismembered and killed, being starved, while all of this is live streamed. You know, and yet even I, at different times here, have struggled to keep the faith, as he put it, faith in humanity. I cannot imagine the struggle as a Palestinian of maintaining some level of, you know, just basic human, like, expectations. But it's not shocking, because, you know, like they were saying, like he was saying at the beginning of that, is You know, they were filming everything. They were trying to film everything that they could so they could get it out, show the world, so that the world would stop this horrifying atrocity. And instead, the United States, Germany, London, UK, although they weren't the biggest funders, but multiple nations continued to fund, regardless of the footage that was coming out. It's disgusting. And I can see how it would sort of strip away expectations. I forgot about those flyers. That image is rough.
Everything changed when we've been asked to flee from the north to the south. That's a new, different era. Nothing is more humiliating than displacement, and no one wanted to do it at the beginning. Why should they? It's basically give you a flashback from 1948 directly when you see the scene. It's the new Nakba. I used to listen to these stories from my grandfather about how they have been exiled. It's just stories that we were hearing for years and years and years. And now we are the stories itself. We're talking about 2 million people are under evacuation orders, constant evacuation orders on a daily basis, without any solution on the horizon. This is the curse of being born as Palestinian. You are just in a constant move. That's exactly who we are.
Hi, Yamma. Yamma, قولي hi. Hi.
When I left Jabalia, I saw how many people are fleeing. That was really hard on me. I didn't want to leave anyone behind, and we died together. We survived together.
كلنا كنادر. ايش الفرق بين الهجرة اللي قلت الهجرة زمان؟ على السيارات. الله يسترنا ونصل بسلام. ليش الابتكار بتاعي؟
Alright, I'm going to move it slightly ahead.
He saved her. 9 years old. Her father passed away a few years. Now her mother and her aunt and her uncle and her 2 young brothers. So now she's part of the people, the children who have no one. What next? Koha?
A ceasefire between Hamas and Israel is due to come into effect right now.
والله الدنيا حلوة هيك بدون ست زلمات. فرحت كتير أنا يا جماعة والله فرحت كتير.
When we had the news about a truce, and I was like, at least I can sleep.
Under the truce, a total of 50 Hamas hostages will be released in exchange for 150 Palestinian prisoners.
We believed that this will lead for an end, but unfortunately, everyone failed us.
Israel resumes the bombing of Gaza and tells the 2 million Palestinians there to move again to an even smaller, supposedly safe area.
There's no other options. Either to move for a tent or stay under this bombing in Khan Yunis. So I had to make a decision and go to Rafah. Over 1 million people moved there.
كم مرة صرتوا نازحين؟
ثالث مرة.
عم بدكم تروحوا على فين؟
رفح.
إلك حدا في رفح؟
Rafah was kind of the final step inside Gaza. It's like there is no more. After that, you have the Egyptian border. The reality was, yeah, we are going to live in tents. It's different. There is no doors anymore. There is no windows. There's no privacy.
شاف المنطقة كيف؟ وين نظافته؟ بس ايش بدي اعمل؟ مضطرة الاولاد كلهم 4 ايام من غير اكل. مضطرة اني اعملهم.
بزنوا ليل نهار بدهم اياه.
I really love this guy.
أول خبزة من 3 أيام هذه على المية بدون أكل. هاتي هنا ريكي. بدك تعطيه خالتك؟ كلميها. سلم ايديك. كيف طعم عمك حرام؟ عشان هيك
that is just, I mean, it's heartbreaking. And at the same time, it's just, it's also incredible to watch this girl who she just said has only been living on water, making sure that the rest of her family has food to eat.
تحكي لك انه هي طالبة مدرسة وبتعرف تقرا وتكتب في مدرسة جمعيتنا اطفالنا للصم عند جامع
Okay.
And as that was happening, not far away in southern Israel, settlers held a 2-day event.
When the Jewish nation comes to resettle the land, we have to clean it out. So right now, we're taking out the infection.
Sweet American accent, bro.
That
you native to the area?
People being pushed out of Jabalia and that massive destruction was on the top of these things that break me as a human being. Most of the footage that I was dealing with is for people I know. I was seeing my relatives around among the crowds.
غزوا دمار بالشمال دمار احنا صامتين ولا روح اباده جماعيه للناس كلها
I have every day a news about someone who was killed.
الو
يا اختي
يا اخو
ايش الوضع؟ ايش فيه؟ ايش صاير؟
I was receiving news about my cousin. He's such a nice person. Have a sense of humor always whenever we meet.
لقيت انا كنت اشوف ايش صار مع سامر. سامر هذا باقيين ينادي هو بيطلع
وبالكواد كابتر يطخوا عليهم لازم تطلع هالجيت وكله يخلي وكله يطلع. فهو لسه بيطلع من الدار وقف على الشارع بيستنى في اولاده وهو ومرته واقفين. رموا عليهم قذيفة فتفتتهم كلهم 15 واحد استشهدوا ومرته اجتها إصابة بالحوض وكل جسمها مليان فضايع. أولاد اللي ساكنين بدهم يطلعوا من الدار ففي واحد من أولاد أصابعهم مقطعين.
المشكلة يا أختي إنه بقول للناس يطلعوا بنفس الوقت اللي بيطلع من داره بقتلوه يعني محدش فاهم مش يعني.
ما هو الواحد ما حتى لو ضلوا بدارهم قاعدين بيرموا قذايف. الوضع
Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sure. I'm like I was going to read the subtitles, but then it was switching back and forth between English so much. Switching the volume is tough so that you can hear my voice over people talking. So I didn't think about this with this documentary, but it's a powerful one. Definitely recommend people watch this. It's on channel 4. We skipped through it a bunch. Let's keep going. There's more to talk about. You can't just sit here wallowing in the past. Even though we definitely need to be doing some of that here. But the fact is the current situation is still...
Fallout continues to grow over President...
completely untenable. Needs to be dealt with. The past we will deal with, hopefully at The Hague at some point in the future. I just want to make sure we get through everything here before I just die. Because this is... we're on the Earth half, but I picked a lot of long videos here for us to get through. Let's go... yeah, let's go here to democracy now.
I think the impact of these statements will be, one of the other things that Trump said is that he's discussed this plan with leaders in the region and they all, quote, love it. So if you could say, what do you think the impact will be and how have leaders in the region actually responded?
Yeah, Trump is basically lying. I mean, there's nobody who lies more than he breathes, probably, than Trump does.
Illegal.
And everybody in the region actually wants an end to this absolute horror show that has been put on for the past 15 months of Israel's genocide in Gaza.
Immediately,
and they want a way to diffuse the situation. And instead, Trump is proposing to exacerbate it, make it worse, and to also impose a refugee crisis on neighboring countries. All of it, nobody wants this, with the exception of Israel and some of Trump's, high dollar donors who are pushing for this idea that Israel should control the land from the river to the sea. That's who wants this plan. And there's no question that even though the entire region would absolutely reject it, what I'm worried about, because there's been a lot of commentary of course, he's just bluffing, he would never send the US military to try to do that. I think all of that is true. But if all Trump does is simply allow Netanyahu to continue what he's been doing for the past 15 months indefinitely, Gaza is already unlivable. There is no infrastructure. There is no clean water. And if you prevent it from being rebuilt and allow Netanyahu to just continue treating it as a killing field, just this concentration camp with millions of people in it, being devastated over and over again. The fundamental reality is that we are heading to the complete destruction of Palestinian society in Gaza as a matter of status quo. And the world really has a choice to make right now of whether we have to stand up collectively and say that never again meant something. And this is absolutely the time to stand up and say this has to come to an end, or whether we're just going to sit there and watch as Netanyahu continues decimating that concentration camp endlessly in the hopes that we can eventually get Palestinians either to die or to leave.
Omar Badar, it's clear the U.S. is pushing very hard, especially Jordan and Egypt. I mean, you have the president has just invited the King of Jordan to the White House within the next few weeks, and the State Department announcing it's approved a potential foreign military sale to Egypt for the acquisition of what's called ANTPS-78 long-range radar systems. It's more than $300 million worth of weapons in that system alone.
Yeah, Trump continues to be under the impression that you can buy people. And there are some things in which you can't just buy people. You can bribe your way however you want. But the question of Palestine is one It's the lens through which the entire Arab world views international relations. The entire region understands that there is a very, very deep grievance in the fact that Palestinians have not been allowed to be a free people in their own country, and the fact that Israel...
Yeah, and Donald Trump either seems to not understand that in the slightest. I mean, everything he says seems completely contrary to what anybody with any knowledge on this subject understands. And he just, and like some of these suggestions that he's been making about this would not fly, I'm sure, in his own mind. I'm sure if you just transplanted some of these suggestions to U.S. citizens into the, in the United States, right? I mean, it's not, because there's certainly no way Donald Trump is planning on moving them here, right? Not that they would want to, but my point is like, he doesn't see any, he doesn't seem to see any of it. Doesn't seem to get it. I don't know how it's possible, because he's got, well, just saying, like it just completely blows my mind that somebody as privileged as Donald Trump, who's had as much time on his hands as Donald Trump has, as much money to educate himself as possible, and just wound up being as uninformed on this subject as possible. He seems to have only listened to a small handful of people and then just ignored everything else. So he has just this incredibly blinkered, narrow view of it all. It's all just straight up Israeli propaganda. He's getting it all directly from Miriam Adelson and Benjamin Netanyahu himself. And it just sort of reinforces his own beliefs anyways, so he doesn't take a second to consider any of this other stuff about Palestine or Palestinians.
Atrocities and occupation and apartheid and just the endless list of crimes that has been imposed on them, that is live streamed on people's phones and computers throughout the entire region, is a source of deep resentment. People are furious watching all of this. And I don't think that any amount of money is going to convince these governments to say, risk being in complete disalignment with your people. I mean, let's be serious. Those are not particularly democratic regimes, but they understand that they can't go so far out of step with where their people are, because that makes those regimes on shaky ground as well. And I think that Trump is going to discover that no amount of money in the world is going to convince these governments to essentially risk committing suicide. And whether he might be able to convince them to take on a small symbolic number, a few thousand here and there, just so Trump can brag and pretend that his plan worked in some way, I don't know about that. But certainly the plot of complete and total displacement of Palestinians from Gaza is not going to be something that anybody in the region is going to agree to. We understand.
Yep. Yeah, it certainly seems to be the current state of things. Donald Trump keeps saying, oh, they'll do it. They'll do it. They know why. You know why. I'm the godfather. Do you need me to explain it to you here on the day of my daughter's wedding?
What this is, we know.
Whoops, I meant to click next. If you didn't notice, that was the other half of something we watched yesterday. And this is, we're going to attempt to watch some more of this. I don't know how much we're going to get through.
Has no...
Because I tried to limit how long we spend on each video. Just because it would get out of control. Because there's a lot of stuff that we watch that's just hours and hours long. Like this. That being the part of the same interview we watched yesterday from Middle East Eye with Norm Finkelstein, where he gave his most current take on all of this. Was from 2 days ago.
I don't believe it makes a difference. It's already annexed territory. The International Court of Justice already ruled in July 2024. The ICJ already ruled that Israel's occupation, it didn't speak to annexation, I think incorrectly, but that's a separate issue. It already ruled that the occupation is illegal under international law, and that Israel has to expeditiously, as soon as possible, to leave. So if they already ruled then occupation is illegal, then obviously the annexation will be illegal. So it doesn't really change anything, in my opinion. It doesn't change anything. Was anything dramatically changed by Trump's recognition of Israel's control or incorporation of East Jerusalem? No, it didn't change anything. And the Democratic Party went along with it. Biden could have reversed, he didn't.
Just in terms of on the ground and what practically may happen. I mean, and it's kind of connected to the question of Gaza as well, because let's just assume that the fait accompli unfortunately does occur, and Israelis.
Which fait accompli are you referring to?
I'm
now?
talking about people in Gaza actually moving out of Gaza, right? Which is the plan, and there's lots of pressure and conditions are being created so that becomes a fait accompli. But let's assume
there is no grounds whatsoever to believe that Israel has changed its goal.
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you on that. But you see, it will impact Egypt, right? Because where will these Palestinians go? They would need to settle somewhere.
I can't answer that, but I'll tell you, we have to bear in mind that in the Middle East, there have been vast population transfers in recent years. About 2 million Syrians in Turkey, about 1.5 million Syrians in Lebanon. There have been vast population movements. So I don't think we can rule out the possibility, though, of course, I would be the first to acknowledge that this would involve problems, obviously, which is why Jordan and Egypt are averse to that solution. So I know that I don't pretend these will be easy matters to resolve, but I don't see. If Israel made an investment for 15 months to obliterate Gaza, basically to pulverize, to obliterate it, can any person seriously believe after that they're going to allow for Gaza's reconstruction? Now, that would be completely irrational, to go back to what you spoke to earlier. That would be a completely irrational act by Israel, and I don't believe it's going to happen.
Let's just play out what you said in terms of the.
I think it's a totally fair point that that Norm is making here, right? Because Israel's spent not their money, but our money in many ways. Bombing, destroying Gaza, and why would they want it to be rebuilt? And I just don't have an answer for that question. He's right. It would be completely irrational for them to be, at all involved in or interested in the rebuilding of it. Because why would they be aside from as a takeover, like Donald Trump has talked about, making it fucking Riviera of the Middle East, Monaco. It just, it's insane. It's insane. But what is the other option? I guess my question. Palestinians are certainly prepared to start rebuilding already, it seems like. We've seen people attesting to that on the ground amongst the rubble, saying we're going to rebuild it. And so and that's, I think, been kind of obvious to many people, maybe not all, but if you've been paying attention, Israel building an entire highway straight through Gaza, settlers talking about taking over parts of Gaza. And of course, Donald Trump coming out and saying the U.S. is just going to take the whole thing. It just, it's just been sort of this slow slide into the obvious that Israel, A, does not want Gazans to be there, of course, who hasn't figured that one out yet. And that, you know, their intention is for it to be, if at all, rebuilt for no Palestinians, right? And it's just this horrifyingly cynical, but honestly pretty realistic take from Norm here. Makes me question even more than I had been what the future looks like.
With Egypt and Jordan, right? Because for two reasons, it's different to Syria, because Syria is not. People were fleeing; they were fleeing a devastating war. Initially, these refugees were welcomed, and then obviously, as they stayed for longer, there were tensions among the local population and the governments, and they wanted them to going back. And Syria isn't Israel; it's not Syria. While Syria had a very bad leader who used to suppress his people, it's not a case of Palestinians being ethnically cleansed by settler colonialists, and this is part of the reason why there's reluctance to take Palestinians in, as you know. So that will impact dynamics in Jordan and in Egypt if some sort of accommodation has to be made. But all of these things creates a resistance to Israel's intentions. While the Egyptians and Jordanians, I think we both agree, are not at all sort of well-intentioned actors in this. They need to be realistic actors, and they need to stay in charge of their countries. So
we're totally in agreement. I can't answer the how. I know what the objective is. How they hope to achieve it, I can't answer that. I recognize both Egypt and Jordan will reckon a massive influx of Palestinians as being a disruption of those societies on a very significant level. There will be a kind of insurrectionary element added to the regimes which are already profoundly unpopular. And the second reason, obviously, is they don't want to end up like Sadat with bullets in their head.
Interesting.
So there's an element of self-preservation there on a very personal level. Or as King Abdullah in 1951 from Jordan, met his fate with an assassin's bullet. So yes, I think it will be a difficult thing to pull off. I recognize that, but I don't.
Wow. Unexpected take from Norm. It's kind of a pessimistic guy, you know, when it comes to, I think I have more optimism than Norm, and I'm afraid that it's due to the fact that I haven't been paying attention to this as long as Norm has. At least I fear that that's the reason why I'm more optimistic than Norm. But goddamn, that is one pessimistic fucking dark ass take.
About long arcs of history. I'm at that point in time where I'm very happy if I remember what happened in the morning. So I can't speak to long arcs of history. What I know is, and here I'm not going to be facetious, even though I do have trouble remembering what happened in the morning. Countries are capable of change. We've seen it in our lifetime. We saw it with, first of all,
am I the only person? I think there's a fair number of Majority Report watchers in here, but am I the only person that thinks of the Michael Brooks quote when you hear the long arc of history? Because all I can think of is him doing Barack Obama, right? The arc of history is long, but it trends towards Sharia. Something, I can't remember the exact quote, but it's something like that. Come on, infidel.
The two countries who are constantly at war in Europe were Germany and France. The idea of a war now between Germany and France is unthinkable. The two most the two regimes which represented, I think, the culmination of all of the underside of Western civilization, and not just Western civilization, the two most racist and imperialist regimes of the interwar period, by far, or I don't want to say by far, let's just say the two most, were Germany and Japan. The horrors they committed are really, by any reckoning, I'm not going to whitewash the British, the famines they caused in places like India, and all sorts of other things. But I think it's fair to say that Germany and Japan represented the most racist and imperialist, okay, not imperialist, that's unfair, the most racist regimes on the planet during the interwar period. It's forgotten. The Japanese killed about 25 million Chinese during World War II. That's not a small number. The Germans, they killed, the estimates now are 27 or so million Russians during World War II. And I'm leaving aside the industrial extermination of the Jews. But I think it's fair to say that Japan and Germany, for all their limitations and for all their flaws, are among the most sane of the industrialized powers. Now, don't tell me about Germany and Gaza and Germany. I know all of it. But I think it's still fair to say that Germany and Japan are at the Pacific end of the political spectrum and have been since World War II. South Africa, another miraculous transformation of a country. And in my own country, the transformation of the American South. The American South was a very ugly place. So when we carried out in our country lynchings of African Americans, some people think the lynchings were Klansmen, those were the white supremacists, wearing white sheets at night, carrying torches, and executing these lynchings. But that's not how it happened. You know what a lynching was like in the American South? It was a holiday. Factories were let out early. Schools were let out early. Mothers packed their picnic baskets.
Yeah, it's gross.
They
really
went to the campgrounds. The African American is strung up, then set on agonizing fire before he's been his last breath. And then afterwards, the lynched person, his body parts were auctioned off. Somebody would buy the liver, somebody would buy the heart, and then they would take photographs holding the liver, holding a heart, and they would use it as postcards. Now, the American South has undergone a profound transformation. So I don't believe in these notions of original sin. That is, you have the mark of Cain and you can never change. No, history shows peoples, nations, countries, they change. It can change. So I don't want to say Israel can never be reformed or radically transformed. I would say on its current trajectory, where it's becoming more and more not just a lunatic state, a lunatic society, which is different. You know, there's some times where one ought to make the distinction between a state and a society. During the war in Vietnam, at least during its peak, even though the state was committed to carrying out this horror in Vietnam, there was a significant dissent in society.
Okay. I'm trying to remember. I think, I see people in chat disagreeing with Norm's using comparative historical analysis on things, and I understand your objection to it. I think what he's doing is I don't think he's comparing specifically, or at least I don't think he's trying to compare them as being one-to-one situations, or exactly synonymous with one another. But I think what he's trying to do is suggest that historically speaking, after atrocities like this, there can be some kind of rehabilitation. Now, I think that, he goes on to make the argument that right now, in its current state, Israel is broken. And that the, ability, especially, that's why he brings in the society, discussion of Israeli society being completely, what was the word that he used? I can't remember the word he used. Yeah, I think, some of the comparisons may have been a little inept. But I think the major point he was trying to make is that there can be reckoning, but it requires a great deal of self-reflection within society, the media being involved with it, all sorts of other things. Germany, I think he at some point talks about how Germany, has gone through a hugely transformative, a very long transformation. And it's taken decades and decades for them to get to where they are. And they still have problems, right? AfD, there's still Nazis in Germany, He's also falling for hide the ball. Actually, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. What the hide the ball thing? You explain that one to me more. I'm sorry. I've also I have so many thoughts going through my head. I'm trying, oh God. All right, now. Oh, we gotta take a break. We just hit over 6 hours. Still got more to do. So, this is going to be our final galactic break of the evening. Thankfully, due to all of our space fams, people who've contributed tonight, we get all of the content. So don't worry, we'll be right back. But before we get to the break, don't forget to hit the like button and or subscribe to the channel. Both are super helpful, super important in getting us to where we gotta go. While you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you, space fams, and such. So many great ways to do that, of course: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But my favorite way is for you to go on to your browser, click the link in my bio, and get yourself a Galactic Patreon membership. 3 different tiers, so go check those out. Won't tarry along with details. I'll I think many of you know. Anyway, chat, I will be right back. Okay, here we are. I'm back. Time for us to finish the show, chat. We still got another half to get through, but then it's gonna be it. Enjoy it while it lasts. Alright, now, if you haven't heard, Donald Trump sanctioned the ICC, I think it was through executive order, and seems like the ICC is not a big fan of that, even though the United States is not a member state. It is, you know, being condemned by the ICC. Let's go here to France 24.
Fernand Van Tetz, our correspondent in The Hague. Hello to you, Fernand. What has reaction been to Trump's new executive order?
So, of course, the Netherlands, the host country of this court, has condemned it, saying that the court needs to be able to continue its impartial work. That was from the Dutch Foreign Minister, Casper Veldkamp, on Twitter. The court itself has also reacted, saying that these sanctions threaten its important impartial and judicial work. It says it stands by its personnel, by its staff members, and calls on the 125 state parties to the International Criminal Court to also stand up for justice. We've had a reaction from Hungary. Viktor Orban, he is saying that he is considering leaving the court, but mostly we've had expressions of support.
Shocking.
The
He
court
would
itself
want to
had
leave.
warned in its opening just last week. The court ICC president had said, that she is seeing that there are attacks being held against the court. And actually 9 countries just a few weeks ago announced, a group of 9, those countries include Malaysia and South Africa, which of course started proceedings against Israel at the International Court of Justice, another court, that they're standing up for justice and that they're wanting to protect the international justice system. So,
Dude, Donald, that's a good question. That is a good question. Do Donald Trump supporters A, know and or B, care about these kinds of things? Whoopsies, I almost just moderated your comment. Not what I meant to do. I meant to click it. So I was responding to you. I've been trying to be good about clicking these so people can see the message I'm responding to. But I actually don't know. I don't think they know very much about the ICC. I think they're aware of it to some of them, at least some number of them are aware of the ICC. His whole base, they're probably vaguely aware that there's some sort of international court, right? But I don't know if they could name it, right? And I feel like especially Republicans only bring it up when it suits them, not as like a matter of, it's not a consistent thing for them at all. Like beyond that, I'm fairly certain many of them don't understand how it functions or whether or not. I'll bet none of them. I'll bet most Donald Trump voters would not be able to answer correctly whether or not the U.S. is a member of the ICC.
condemnation so far mostly, but these sanctions will hit individuals working at this court. They will no longer be able to travel to the United States, or the assets there will be frozen, and we still don't know who exactly will be hit.
Yeah, and anyone who saw Trump's first term, no surprise that he's not a fan of the ICC. How do the sanctions this time around differ?
Yeah, I guess now that I've said it, now that I'm thinking about it out loud, I suppose that's a huge part of this, is knowing that we're not part of the, knowing or not knowing whether or not we are in the ICC should be important. I think is an important detail of all of this. So, you know what? No. Answer no.
From what he did in his first term.
So the first time around, you'll remember he issued ICC sanctions against Fatima Bensouda, who was the ICC prosecutor at the time, and another senior top official. That was over a potential case investigating war crimes by US soldiers in Afghanistan. That case was actually dropped and Biden also got rid of those sanctions pretty quickly. Who exactly will be targeted this time round? We do not know. That list has not been given out. Karim Khan, the current ICC prosecutor, certain to be on that list. They're also talking about, targeting of U.S. allies. I think the timing of this announcement is also interesting. Benjamin Netanyahu, who of course had an arrest warrant issued by the ICC against him in November with...
Yeah, it was great hosting this war criminal here in the United States. So glad we got to do that. Not shocking that the ICC is asking nations that are members to stand up against Donald Trump. What that means, I don't know. I guess these countries could sanction the US. I have one thing to say to this comment right here, Snicks. That is, nice. All right. Back to the serious issues. Totally distracted by that comment. Okay, but yeah, whether or not the ICC condemning Donald Trump in America for sanctioning it will, come to anything. Internationally, I have no idea. These days I wonder what effect anything internationally, international law-wise has any, at all. I can barely put the sentence together. So I feel like my understanding of international law has sort of been turned upside down over the last couple years, although I probably should have taken some of the signs over some of the previous years I've lived through. That's on me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Britain, Germany and France are among more than 70 countries which have signed a statement criticising President Trump's decision to impose sanctions on the International Criminal Court, the ICC. It said the measures increase the risk of exemptions from punishment for the most serious crimes. Donald Trump had criticised the ICC for issuing arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defence minister, who are wanted for alleged war crimes in Gaza. Well, let's discuss.
I love how the dude who's committing the most war crimes on the planet right now, Donald Trump, feels should be exempt from it. And so did the last administration. What the fuck is up with that?
With our security correspondent, Frank Gardner. So what are we to make of all of this in relation to the ICC, Frank?
Well, Jane, let's just remind ourselves, what is the ICC? It's the highest court on the planet. It is the mechanism by which the international community holds people to account for the most serious crimes, alleged war crimes, abuses against humanity. It's a kind of latter-day Nuremberg, as it were. It was set up in 1998 by the Statute of Rome. Now, in this particular case, the reason why President Trump has introduced sanctions against it is because back in November, just 3 months ago, it indicted Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, and his former defense minister, Yoav Gallant, for alleged war crimes, particularly for...
All right, there's France 24 and BBC covering this recent sanctioning of the ICC. I feel like he just did it to, if at all, because, you make a good point, Narwhal, about the meta nature of this potentially, where it's just sort of like some sort of preemptive excuse for having a war criminal in our country. I don't know. Honestly, is not clear. It is not. Now that I'm second guessing myself all over this last half, this last sort of 1.5 halves, because of all of your insightful questions, people. But yeah, maybe it's possible, especially because of how much this has been in the limelight, that Donald Trump made the estimation, or his advisors made some estimation, that it would look better if we sanctioned the ICC first. Because his followers will, if he says somebody's doing something illegal, or they're being bad and they're sanctioning them, I think they just assume that means that whoever just got sanctioned is bad. Donald Trump thought it through. So when they hear all those stories about how the ICC wants Benjamin Netanyahu, it all just makes sense. Oh, right, they're sanctioned by Trumpy. It's actually fine.
Now, I don't want reality.
Honestly, I'm not sure where I land on all of it. Somewhere between those two. Okay, now let's go to this. Oh, shit, I just skipped over it. No. Benjamin Netanyahu was, of course, in the United States. And, you know, he met with Donald Trump. But he also met with one Republican congressman, the leader of the Republican side of the House of Representatives. One little guy, Mike Johnson. Mikey, my boy, what are you doing now? Let's go to this very, 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 very short press conference between these two.
Good morning. I'm glad to see you all. We've been honored to host Prime Minister Netanyahu this week here on Capitol Hill to celebrate the remarkable progress over the past year and to renew, of course, our steadfast commitment to the U.S.-Israeli partnership. The Prime Minister and I have developed a strong bond since I became Speaker. I consider him a close friend, and we've spoken often.
Don't be creepy.
The first piece of legislation I passed after taking the gavel was a resolution of reaffirming the U.S.'s commitment to this gesture on our part.
So important.
Of course,
You
I
have
was
to
happy
remind
pass
Israel
the
how much we...
security assistance
I love
fund
that.
when Israel needed it.
It is so important that we remind Israel that we are still here for you. As if they didn't know. Like they didn't know. Like they haven't been getting the checks and the bombs and all the other stuff. Or that we didn't just carve out a exemption from the cut of all U.S. aid. Like if Israel doesn't know that the U.S. supports them, then they are. I mean, they're dumber than I thought.
The most. He and I speak regularly. We were honored to host my friend, the Prime Minister, in July for his historic fourth joint address to Congress, which tied for the record of all time. And that showed the world that Israel is not alone.
Wow.
They won't be, so long as we are governing here. Today we discussed the special partnership that we have between these two countries, and I thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his unrelenting commitment to making the region and the world a safer place amid really extraordinary challenges. What Israel has done in the past 7 months really is a test.
You know what? You've inspired me. I think I'm calling Mike Lil Johnson from now on. Lil in tiny apostrophes. You know, that's his new middle name around here. Lil. Mike Lil Johnson.
To what can be accomplished when we do not let the enemy set the rules. As Prime Minister Netanyahu said Tuesday at the White House, when our enemies see daylight between Israel and the United States, they will exploit it. And we all know that is true. And that's why strong, decisive leadership is so crucial in this time. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu both understand that peace is secured through strength, not appeasement, and not by turning our backs on our allies. Before he even took office in January, President Trump and his team helped secure the ceasefire agreement and the return of American and Israeli hostages.
Oh my God.
This week he announced a plan to exert maximum pressure
Oh,
on
thank
Iran
God.
and its proxies who terrorize the Israeli people and the world. This is what decisive leadership looks like. And with President Trump back in the White
Decisively
House, and
insane.
control of Congress, America will not turn its back on our national security priorities. Our support for Israel remains ironclad.
No kidding.
We're truly grateful to Prime Minister Netanyahu for joining us today, and I'll turn it over to him for a few remarks.
Mr. Speaker and Mike, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have developed, as you say, a very warm personal bond with you.
Both of you.
Don't be creepy.
What have you two been doing in the back room? No. Mike, your Lil Johnson, It's been very, very fun to play with it. I mean, what? We've been having a great time together. Nothing sexual.
Passing historic legislation in zero time. So we exchange a few tips on how to do that because we both know what coalitions are. But I have to say that I'm impressed with your leadership, with your initiative, and for me, most of all, your friendship to the State of Israel.
Oh, God. Such a great friend to Israel.
The American-Israeli alliance has never been stronger. I'm now completing the week in which began with an extraordinary meeting with President Trump.
Oh, so good. Such a great meeting. The very best meeting.
The critical decisions that show...
I mean, that meeting was insane. Donald Trump said everything Benjamin Netanyahu could have ever hoped to hear. Oh, God. Mike Johnson, yeah, I know. I noticed he's shorter than Benjamin Netanyahu. It's making Bibi over here look tall.
His commitment and the American people's commitment to Israel
How tall is Benjamin
have come to the
Netanyahu?
fore instantly. First, you renewed immediately the supply of weapons that had been stopped, which we need as we're fighting for our future, for our existence, and for the broader Middle East in the Seven Front War. He immediately released those weapons. He issued yesterday.
That's a funny one. I like that.
On this
It's a good one.
Scandalous and corrupt organization, the ICC, that threatens the right of all democracies to defend themselves by themselves. And he's done so many things in the interim, just in 2 weeks. But I was deeply moved by the reception that we got, the substantive things that we discussed, making sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and also making sure that Hamas is destroyed. We're not going to have a future for Gaza or for future for peace in our part of the world if...
No, you're not. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not just being petty. First off, BB is not 6 feet tall. Because people believe... We don't have an exact height on Mike Johnson. But supposedly Mike Johnson is 5'6" or 5'7", which would make BB maybe 5'9". I think they're both shorter than both of those, both of those numbers.
I think you're an extraordinary leader.
I could be wrong.
You have the job of running.
But that podium's just eating up, Mike.
Legislation in zero time. So we exchange a few tips on how to do that because we both know what coalitions are. But I have to say that I'm impressed with your leadership, with your initiative, and for me, most of all, your friendship to the State of Israel, the Jewish people, the Jewish state. The American-Israeli alliance has never been stronger. I'm now completing the week in which began with an extraordinary meeting with President Trump. And under his leadership, the critical decisions that show his commitment and the American people's commitment to Israel have come to the fore instantly. First, you renewed immediately the supply of weapons that had been stopped, which we need as we're fighting for.
You needed them? Get the fuck out. Oh my God, we really needed those bums. Oh God, we were running out of the massive bombs we needed for destroying all of Gaza. Just kidding. Just kidding. We of course finished off all of the blowing up, where there's nothing left to blow up. It's insane. I mean, it was one of the few things the Biden administration did, where I was like, okay, good job. You did a tiny thing that's almost insignificant, but necessary. There should have been way more. But the fact is them cutting off the sending of the biggest bombs to Israel was, in my estimation, just sensible. You know, seeing the pictures, what else did they have to actually blow up? And the BB is going to be like, you know what, the cutting off of these bombs was horrifying and we were critically needed. Just one of the dumbest things. I gotta end it. There's only like another minute or so of it, but I just can't get through it. It's too much. It's too much. I hate both of these guys so much. They are the worst. All right, now if you haven't heard, the hostage release on both sides has continued even after Donald Trump's comments, which was actually kind of shocking to me. I think I made a suggestion on a previous stream that, considering Donald Trump's ethnic cleansing comments and the U.S. taking over Gaza, I was thinking he might throw a wrench into the peace process. So far, still holding technically, it would seem. Let's go here to one of these releases.
And now I can see the first captive is coming out from the first captive that is coming out from the vehicle. He has been coming out amid the chanting of civilians. He has been held by both fighters that you can see on the ground, and he is heading to be handed over on the stage. He has been well dressed and holding a certificate in his hand, which could be quite seen previously in other previous releases of the Israeli captives. He is an old man, and he is right now standing on the front of the crowds of Palestinians who are chanting, celebrating the release of the Israeli captives. They completely are trying to guarantee that the release of the Israeli captives will be smooth, and he is completely looking at the crowds of people who came today to completely watch that. And another captive right now has come to the stage, and they are looking very old captives, and here is the third one. So Laura, the three male Israeli captives have completely been now released from Hamas's captivity on the stage, and they are right now surrounded by Palestinian fighters and soon will be handed over to the ICRC. Now, those fighters who are standing along with the Israeli captives on the stage, they are saluting and greeting Palestinian people alongside with the military wing of Hamas fighters. They are chanting for the brigade, they are chanting for the military movement, and a scene that has been widely seen historic by Palestinians, because they understand that with the release of the Israeli male captives today, 183 Palestinian prisoners.
You know, the fact that this guy's got a working gimbal in here, and everybody, like, this is the same as some of the other hostages releases that we've seen, but it's just, there's certain things I'm picking out here where it's just like, oh, Hamas is defeated? Oh no, actually they have a bunch of functional, very intricate film technology sitting around, stuff that's easily breakable. Like one of these Ronin gimbals, handheld gimbals for cameras. Like, I mean, this could break. You do a few wrong things with this thing, and it's gonna break. And it's just, you know, like, it's just wild. It's just wild. We kept being told that Hamas was defeated. It's all over. They did it. Mission success. And then the hostage releases started happening. And these just completely shattered, I think, many people's expectations of the status of Hamas. Galactic translation is out of order. Me? I'm translating badly? What are you suggesting? I've somehow shirked my responsibility? Hurtful, Joe. Very hurtful. I'm gonna choose to ignore it right now. Of course, I'm just kidding. I'm not actually hurt, but I just feel like it's more fun to feign the outrage. Although I do not know what you're referring to.
These three now released Israeli captives are being interviewed in Hebrew by armed fighters of Hamas's military wing, the Al-Qassam brigades. But after what you're seeing now, they will be handed over to the employees from the International Committee of the Red Cross who were previously on that stage signing the release documents. They'll be driven over the Israel-Gaza border, where they will be taken to an Israeli military base, the Re'im base, in the southern part of the country for an initial medical check and identification verification, and they'll be reunited with immediate family there. And then they will be flown to a hospital by a helicopter in central Israel in Tel Tel Aviv, where they will be reunited with the rest of their loved ones and then stay for an extended period of time, depending on their medical and psychological needs. This is an incredibly choreographed system that's been in place, not just since the beginning of this ceasefire deal, but also since November of 2023, when we saw the first ceasefire deal go into place. This is in coordination with the Israeli military and the health ministry that has set up different hospitals, different wings of hospitals for privacy for these captives, for their families. So they are well equipped to receive these captives in these stages. And remember that they are receiving around 3 at a time until the final week of this deal, where we will see 14 captives released at once. It's still unclear who among the 33 to be released in phase 1 are alive and who are deceased, because Israel said that of the list they received, they understand that 25 are alive and 8 are deceased, and all of the captives who are alive will be released first. So it is raising some alarms for some family members who haven't had their loved ones released yet as part of the civilians who were supposed to be freed as the first part of this deal. But nonetheless, the reactions within Israel at Hostage Square are something we've seen every week. They're waiting with bated breath, essentially, for the first sign, those first images of those captives who are being released, waiting.
Yeah, I mean, I can assume that'd be a very harrowing experience to be sitting on the edge of your seat, hoping to see your family. Fact is Palestinians have been going through that for decades, because Israel has been imprisoning people in military prisons without having any sort of, real trial, and imprisoning Palestinians sort of regardless of evidence of crimes in places that are not their territories, like the West Bank. And I'm sure a lot of Palestinians have been feeling like that for a long time. Right? Some of the prisoners, some of the hostages that Israel's been holding in their jails have been sitting there for years and years and years and have only recently been released. I'm sure many Palestinians never thought they'd see the people that have returned again. And if we could all just start seeing each other as humans and stop doing horrifying things to each other, maybe we could stop, maybe we can focus on making a better world. I don't know. I'm just trying to be optimistic. All right, let's go here. France 24. This was in Tel Aviv 23 hours ago.
The reaction here has been extremely varied, as you can imagine. A huge cheer went up in the air when the first initial flash of the images of these 3 released hostages appeared on the large screen behind me here in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. And then almost immediately after, a kind of hush of shock as their images became clearer and their physical condition that was impossible to hide became evident to the public here. In fact, we spoke just about an hour ago, I believe, maybe 2 hours ago now, with Dr. Hagai Levin, the chairman of the Israeli Association of Public Health Physicians, who is the chief medical advisor to the Hostage Families Forum, and he warned us that even when the hostages do look smiling and well, it hides severe medical conditions behind it. And this time, Israelis have been exposed, I would say, to the condition that they have been warned the hostages would arrive in. Prime Minister Netanyahu is in Washington this weekend, and at the request of the Trump administration, he did agree to allow an Israeli negotiating team to head to Doha to continue negotiations as is stipulated in the ceasefire agreement. However, the team he has authorized to fly tomorrow will be going in a delay of several days, and is a very low-level technocratic team that does not have the authority to...
Wow. So Israel is sending, amidst all of this, perhaps unshockingly, considering the green lights that Donald Trump has just flicked on for Israel. But this is disgusting. This is horrifying. Israel is sending a team of negotiators who are able to negotiate because they're so low level. That is insane. This is this kind of like play both sides type of thing Israel's been doing. Pretend to be doing one thing while they're doing something else. Like, you know, oh, we've been negotiating. And then, you know, it turns out, oh, actually, there's been a bunch of negotiators in the room who don't have the, you know, have the ability to do so. And then, you know, people will take from that what they will. And that's the problem, is that much of this stuff is going to be, you know, regurgitated by whomever, right? People unwilling to be unbiased in these discussions, to just report what's happening to them. People are going to use this as a way of saying, look, negotiators are being sent to Doha. Israel's doing all the ceasefire stuff. They're giving back the Palestinians. They are opening up the crossings, even though they're slowing them. There's still a bunch of Israeli guards slowing down those aids. They're doing negotiations, even though the negotiators can't negotiate. And it's just, you know, it's like, God, what's the word? I can't think of it, but it's just a massive gaslighting. I feel like, you know, that's going on. We just keep being told there's all the ceasefires happening and blah, blah, blah. And then they, I mean, practically every single part of the ceasefire they have violated, aside from the hostage transfers, right? Like, they broke the actual ceasefire part of the ceasefire day one. Now, let's go to this. This is the AP archive 8 hours ago, showing families of recently released Israeli hostages discussing the harsh conditions that they were held in. No kidding.
When I was released from captivity, I made a promise to Keith and to myself that I would keep fighting until I see him again. And I did. I fought with everything I had. Today, this reunion was made possible thanks to President Trump. Your brave actions have brought Keith back to us. From my bottom of my heart, thank you.
אבא שלי מספר שהוא הוחזק בשבי בתנאים לא אנושיים.
My father says he was held captive by brutal terrorists who abused him mentally, physically,
פיזית ורגשית. אבא שלי
and
בקושי
emotionally.
ראה
My
אור
father
יום.
barely saw the light of day.
הוא רעב לתקופות
He was
ממושכות
starved for long periods
וירד באופן
and
קיצוני
lost a lot of
במשקל.
weight.
הוא מספר על כך ששהה בתנאי בידוד קשים
He recounts that he stayed in
ולעיתים
harsh
איבד תקווה
isolation
שיחזור
conditions
אי פעם
and at
הביתה.
times lost hope that he would ever return home.
ירדן מספר שהוא עבר מקומות רבים בזמן שהוא...
You know, what's so frustrating about this is I don't agree with people being held hostage, right? I don't agree with people being treated in the ways that she's talking about. But what I do have a problem with as well, or whatever, how my brain, I just lost track of the whether or not I was using the negative or the positive or the affirmative. But what am I saying? The thing about all this is that this everything that she's talking about applies to Palestinians 100, 1,000-fold, right? And what could Israelis have expected these hostages' conditions to be exactly, while Israel's bombarding them and starving the entire population? Just what do you think they got, like food synthesizers down there? You know, you just turn it on Star Trek Enterprise and bloop, food. No, doesn't exist, of course. And you know, all this stuff could have ended if Israel just stopped what it was doing. right, got into a ceasefire deal, I don't know, a year before that all of this has come to fruition. Whether or not it will even hold, who knows? And yet it's just like, it's like almost impossible for me to sit here and take this seriously when you have 1 million plus starving Palestinians. And we're talking about 25 Israelis right now, right? Who are having a tough time. And of course, there's thousands of Palestinian prisoners in jail. Even after the ceasefire, Israel went to the West Bank and just started arresting people at will for no good reason aside from they just wanted more pawns. They wanted more pawns in this chess game to sacrifice. And it's just, you know, it's just hard for me not to be a little cynical about all this when, you know, that all that's going on. You know, Palestinian prisoners are not being treated well in Israel, right? The hostages that Israel's holding right now there's been accusations of rape. There's been accusations of torture and abuse. And, you know, I think it's impossible to sit in this situation and just, you know, allow for people to be completely one-sided about the discussion, right? There are reciprocal situations, all, you know, in every instance of things that we talk about here that need to be recognized to have a full picture of what's going on. We can't just sit here and say, oh God, look at how bad the prisoners who are being held in Gaza were treated. And that's not me excusing the taking of hostages or, you know, or any of it, but it's just, you know, it's just not, it doesn't sit well with me to just sit here and be like, oh, he had a really hard time. Let's sit here and take a moment. Without taking a moment to be like, you know what, we need to sit here and think about all the Palestinian prisoners, the hostages. I keep saying prisoners. God damn it.
Precision of language. Please.
They're not prisoners. They're fucking hostages. No matter what the media in Israel want to claim, you can't call them prisoners if they haven't committed a crime. If they haven't been, you know, it's just ridiculous. Especially when they're coming from not Israel's territory. That is a hostage. What do I think about the Super Bowl? We're boycotting it. That's what I think. We're boycotting the Super Bowl because Donald Trump is going to be there. Kristi Noem, people like that not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The fact is the Super Bowl is a huge economic powerhouse in the United States. And, you know, I decided when I found out the other day, we talked about it on stream when we listened to Kristi Noem's speech as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. She'll be facilitating all the security, or much of the security, at the Super Bowl. And along with Donald Trump and whomever else is coming along, I just don't want to participate in that. I'd like to send a message, you know? Less views on the Super Bowl means less money for the corporations who are going to be advertising for this and be profiting off of all that. So I decided to say fuck it and encouraging viewers to do the same. Send the message loud and clear. Now, Israel also released hostages from Israeli military prisons. Here's Khan Yunis.
Ben Shapiro is weighing in on Donald Trump's plans to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Actually, let's just pull up.
Did I skip a video just now? I could have sworn. Huh. Not sure how that happened. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Let's go to Ben Shapiro. See how Ben Shapiro's been attempting to, remain consistent over there. The Daily Wire.
From 2010 as a primer, a little appetizer. So in case you were confused about where Ben Shapiro stands on this issue, he is a unrepentant racist.
Well, I mean, half repentant. This tweet: Israelis like to build. Okay. Arabs.
They just destroyed the entire Gaza Strip.
Who gave them the money to build? Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. This and hashtag settlements rock. So they're that hashtag encouraging war crimes, which is what the settlements are. You can't take land that was conquered. This is one of the tweets that he put in his "I'm sorry for bad things I did in the past" document that he had on his website for a while, and then he put it behind a paywall, along with him saying, what's that guy's name from Iowa, Steve King, isn't a racist, and people are being woke by calling him one.
Well, maybe he self-reflected. I mean, if he did apologize at one point for saying hashtag settlements rock, and that Arabs like to bomb things and live in open sewage. Illegal. Maybe he's reevaluated.
President Trump's most audacious move has been his attempt to solve the situation in Gaza by allowing people who are in a rubble-strewn area a way out, so that the Gaza Strip can then be rebuilt as basically Monte Carlo on the Mediterranean. Everybody who is opposing this, everybody who's yelling about this, their solution is no solution. Their solution, of course, is to simply allow the rebuilding of Hamasistan in the Gaza Strip and the suffering of...
Okay, so your solution is ethnic cleansing, and you talk about, it's rubble. They're doing exactly what the Netanyahu, Likud playbook is, well, it's destroyed. They can't live there. Who destroyed it? So Ben Shapiro cheered on the destruction of the Gaza Strip for a year and a half. Over 90% of the homes destroyed, hundreds of thousands. We still don't know the true figures, but it's certainly over the Lancet estimate at this point of 180,000 Palestinians, and somewhere in between the deficit that Trump blurted out in that press conference, which would have indicated 500,000. It's somewhere around in between those two ranges. Ben Shapiro cheered on that wholesale slaughter, that genocide. And now that basically they've done enough and left the hostages. Didn't Yoav Gallant just admit this? That the Israeli government prolonged the war in Gaza when they could have gotten the hostages back, because basically they wanted to make Gaza, they needed more time to make Gaza uninhabitable so that they could do the ethnic cleansing that Shapiro says is the only solution. You want to add a different word before solution?
Yeah, no, Ben wants to find a solution for Palestinians. They will happily use,
Existence of rubble mitigates war crimes. Look at you, Mitty, coming in perfect time. Majority Report vid. I too, like Narwhal, was unaware of that rule. Never heard of it before. Is that an official rule?
He knows his job when the time comes, whenever Israel starts massacring, is to justify it. And it's interesting to see some of the people in his stable.
Okay, this is genuinely hilarious to me. This is a great comment. Well played. Look, okay. Don't expect Donald Trump to get geography stuff right all the time, okay? How's he supposed to remember where Monte Carlo is exactly? It's somewhere in Europe. Who knows? Where's the Mediterranean again? I forget.
Probably pretty cynically, probably with an eye toward contract negotiations, try to bucket, or you have people like Dave Smith that are like purport to be critics of Israel that did the rounds a little bit last year. Everyone folding in, and this is what actually is spoken for by the right wing.
Simply allow the rebuilding of Hamasistan in the Gaza Strip and the suffering of the people who live there for decades on end.
That's also what I
while
want
they
to say.
rebuild.
Sorry. No, we do actually have a solution. Don't pretend that we don't.
You know, I gotta go back because I just realized I've just come up with the perfect merit test for presidents and for high-level government officials. It's a great plan, and maybe it'll make American foreign policy less shitty. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too optimistic. Maybe the president should have to name every single country from memory on the earth before becoming president. You have to get a blank globe. You get the lines, so you get a sense of where things are. But you got to name each one of the countries. You got to be able to point to it and name it. If you can't, we need a new election, or do it before the election. Actually,
simply allow the rebuilding of Hamasistan in the Gaza Strip and the suffering of the people who live there for decades on end.
That's also what I want to say. Sorry. No, we do actually have a solution. Don't pretend that we don't. One democratic state from the river to the sea. What? The reality that already exists. The 3 million Palestinians that are in the ghetto of the West Bank. That's land is being encroached upon on a daily basis. That is controlled by Israel. You got to make them citizens. You got to make them citizens. And then the now reduced number due to genocide in Gaza, the 1.7 or 1.8 million people that may still be alive, their lives forever just tarnished by the carnage and the trauma of what they've witnessed, they also have to be full citizens too. And damn, your demographic majority may not be that pronounced, but sorry, you got to go by the way of South Africa, and apartheid is wrong. Deal with it. So when you pretend we don't have solutions, we do. You just don't like it. Your solution is the final solution.
It's true.
And in the meantime, the time preceding eventual one-state sort of anti-apartheid regime, which we can all dream about, how about who gets to govern the Palestinians is whoever the Palestinians vote for, even if that is Hamas.
He's saying it wrong. Hamas. You have to say it with a C. Like challah bread, Hanukkah. Yeah. Unfortunately, Ben Shapiro continuing to provide Daily Wire listeners with nothing but garbage. Can't expect much from Ben over there, aside from fast talking. A lot of fast talking. All right, keep it going here. Let's go to CNN. Talk about Donald Trump's fantasies. What? Don't be creepy.
Don't be creepy.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site, and get rid of the destroyed buildings. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute, I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent.
The Riviera of the Middle East. Well, after that, his aides tried to soften his makeover dreams, but he is serious. In short, he is proposing that Palestinians be forced from their homes, the U.S. would take over, would build what sounds like hotels, condos, oceanfront shopping, and everyone lives in peace. Oh, and he would also consider sending American boots to carry it out. Now, this is the same American first president who vowed to stop the endless wars. So, I don't know. I mean, is this an example of the madman theory at play? You just don't know what he's going to say next I think keep everybody on their toes?
So I think it's a bit of that. You've seen a response from the right, especially on this notion of the Riviera of the Middle East or whatever. You've seen a lot of people, conservatives, saying, no, this idea that we're going into, the Middle East, Trump is supposed to, he's not an interventionist in that same way. I think that you're probably...
Okay, shut up, Malik. I hate this guy. Have they? Yeah. Conservatives have been coming out saying it's a terrible idea. I think I heard exactly zero people say it's a terrible idea. Maybe I just haven't paying enough attention. But Malik is the head of blacks for Trump, so.
Like that. So that's part of Donald Trump's negotiating strategy.
I mean, I want to take that seriously because I see you chuckling, but seriously, I mean, there are a lot of people who say that in the Middle East, they understand Trump. They get how he works. They understand how to deal with him. He was able to deal with them on the Abraham Accords and get something that actually didn't necessarily put the Palestinian viewpoint front and center, but achieved something nonetheless. Is there any truth to the idea that in this particular region, it might be working?
I'd separate these two things out because the Abraham Accords was an enormous diplomatic success for which the Trump administration deserves a lot of credit. The madman theory is the...
CNN is so garbage. Like, I try to listen to what they have to say, but they are just so trash.
Opposite side of that spectrum. It's not about diplomacy at all. Remember, that term was coined when Henry Kissinger tried to explain Richard Nixon that if he was seen as erratic and impulsive, he could cow some of America's allies. This is with Trump. This is a little bit trying to put lipstick on a pig. There's an impulse control problem.
Here's my question, okay? Because the Abraham Accords, all they did was get two tiny countries in the Middle East to recognize Israel. Two countries that are completely uninvolved in this, essentially. Bahrain and, what was it? Not Yemen. It was the UAE, right? And, like, what exactly did that achieve? I just don't understand what the suggestion is here. Like, people keep talking about the fucking Abraham Accords like they did something monumental. They did not. It's just, it's strange to me that it keeps getting brought up as if it achieved anything, really. Aside from getting a few countries that were hoping for economic deals with Donald Trump to recognize Israel. It didn't really change, and it wasn't the ones who were traditionally going at it full force with Israel even. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
But then you're trying to wrap a veneer of strategy around. So don't overthink it. And when it comes to this, I mean, it not only is a contradiction of everything he allegedly campaigned on, and I like to hear conservatives who are Republic, not an empire people saying, hey, wait, that's a little bit much, but also the Arab Americans for Trump, who now have the world's most predictable buyer's remorse coming down the pike. But I wouldn't attribute a lot of his impulse, his sort of outbursts to strategy. I think that's a mistake.
Well, he thinks it's a strategy. This is actually really interesting. In October, last October, he's talking to the Wall Street Journal editorial board, and they asked him, would you use military force against a blockade on Taiwan? And then Trump said, I wouldn't have to because Xi Jinping, respects me, and he knows I'm effing crazy.
Yeah, so I think whether this is a strategy or not, we can't leave out the fact that this really would actually be ethnic cleansing. This counts as genocide under the Genocide Convention. Exactly. This is 2 million people. This is a massive, horrifying military operation that would be required. To me, what's most disturbing is not that Trump said this, but that Benjamin Netanyahu has recently said that he's actually on board with it. That, to me, is even more appalling.
More than his
morally
wildest
appalling.
Dreams.
And the idea that this could even be discussed, even as a joke,
why is it more appalling?
Is so appalling and unacceptable that I just can't get past. A lot of us who are saying that Israel did have a right to defend itself after October 7th took issue with using the word genocide to describe what was happening in Gaza. But I, having been one of those people, will say right now that this is exactly what genocide looks like: kicking 2 million people out of their homes.
Wow. I love this panel. 2 Republicans and Zionist rabbi, I guess, all here to talk with Abby. What a great round table of a discussion. Holy shit. It's fascinating that this guy, until now, was apparently defending Israel and that, no genocide here, and then suddenly the blatant discussion of ethnic cleansing rather than the, obvious what was happening on the ground. Like, this dude refused to believe his lying eyes until, like a good boy, until Benjamin Netanyahu said something, and then all of a sudden, actually, this might be ethnic cleansing. It's the first time I'm hearing about it being a real thing. What? Annie Fitzgerald's. Oh yeah, we heard about that. We've been posting links in this chat. Apparently, she's been doing pretty good, getting that that GoFundMe going. I think she's up to like $4,000 on the GoFundMe. Seems to be making progress. I know people have been posting links in the Discord too. But thank you, Soul Life. Now, as we talked about, King of Jordan and Donald Trump are supposed to meet regarding his insane ethnic cleansing genocide plan. Let's go hear Reuters to talk about that real quick. It's from yesterday.
US President Donald Trump's plan to resettle Palestinians from Gaza in Jordan is a recipe for radicalism. That's the stark warning Jordan's King Abdullah plans to deliver when he meets Trump in Washington on February 11th, according to 3 senior Jordanian officials. Relocating the Palestinians will spread chaos through the Middle East, he'll warn, threatening Jordan's peace treaty with Israel and even the kingdom's existence. Trump's plan sparked protests in the Jordanian capital Amman on Friday. Abdullah said this week he rejected any attempts to annex land and displace Palestinians. One source said he'd made a flurry of calls to regional heavyweights Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar to muster support. Jordan absorbed more Palestinians than any other state after Israel's creation in 1948. By some estimates, they make up more than half of its population of 11 million. Trump announced a plan on Monday for the United States to take over Gaza after resettling the Palestinians in neighboring countries. A White House briefing on Monday modified that idea, saying instead that Palestinians would be temporarily relocated for the rebuilding process. Trump's plan evokes Jordan's nightmare of being turned into an alternative home for the Palestinians, a vision long promoted by right-wing Israelis. Amman fears it would pave the way for the expulsion of 3 million Palestinians from the neighbouring Israeli-occupied West Bank, where violence has surged. Jordan has been a close Western ally since independence from Britain in 1946 and hosts US forces. It signed a peace treaty with Israel in 1994. According to Marwan Muasher, a former foreign minister who helped negotiate that deal, the main justification for doing so was to prevent a Palestinian state being set up in Jordan. Even Jordan's establishment is now questioning that reasoning, he said. The officials said Jordan is preparing for worst-case scenarios, drawing up plans including declaring a state of war with Israel, abrogating the peace treaty, and declaring a state of emergency.
Wow. Sounds like Donald Trump, the guy who was supposed to bring peace to the Middle East, is just advocated for ethnic cleansing of all the Palestinians from their homeland without their permission. And also getting countries near declaration of war on Israel, like Jordan, right? And say Jordan and Egypt both declared war on Israel because of all this. I am fairly certain that that's not what we could call peace in the Middle East. It's unfortunate but real. You knew Trump claimed to be anti-war and pro-Palestine was a lie. I don't even think he really claimed ever to be pro-Palestinian. I don't think he ever got close enough to actually say he was pro-Palestinian, but I get what you're saying. It was too good to be true. Yeah, absolutely. I was saying it too. I think it was pretty obvious, considering who Trump is, considering who he surrounds himself with. who he gets money from and their expressed beliefs. His family members, like Jared Kushner, who has been, like he was during all of this talking about this real estate deal that Donald Trump has basically come out and said word for word, right? You go back to that Harvard interview, like, or whatever you want to call that thing, where he was talking about all of this. And he basically, Donald Trump basically just repeated everything Jared said. And I was saying, they spend time together. Just because he's not going to be in the administration, don't think that Donald Trump isn't going to listen to him. Donald Trump has no opinions about anything aside from the people that are around him. He's not a learned man. And I think I'm starting to believe, there was one point where I was like, maybe Donald Trump is capable of forming opinions on his own. I've kind of come to the conclusion that that's just not true. He isn't. And he needs the people around him. Otherwise, he just mumbly. He's just, people and then the thing, and it happened. And it's just, he has no concept of history or any of these important, like, geopolitical issues, that's for sure. And it was honestly shocking to me, and it's still shocking to me right now, that Jordan is talking about declaring war on Israel over all of this. But I get it. If I were Jordan, I would be like, excuse me, do we get a say in this? Because Donald Trump was expressly saying, no, they're going to take them. They will absolutely take the... They don't. They know they have to, And when you have a mob boss who runs the most powerful military and economy on the planet, sometimes you gotta find a line to draw somewhere, and that seems to be a reasonable place to draw a line. His brain is getting smoother by the minute. My brain is getting smoother by the minute listening to that man talk every goddamn day. And it's not just the president or the king of Jordan or their ministers who are objecting to this. Let's go to Amman, Jordan. This is from yesterday. We say to Trump, there is no place for you on Jordanian soil. Take your aid assistance. We don't need it. Take your military bases. We have no need for an alliance with America. We share. We have and don't need your aid. Stop your aid and remove your military bases. We say to you, today, there will be no more deportation or Nakba for the Palestinian people. The Nakba on the settlers you brought, take those Zionists to America. There's no place for them in Palestine. No place for them on Jordanian soil, and no place for them on Arab soil. This is Arab soil. There's no place for Zionists on it. If you care about the Zionists, take them to America and unite them with the Jews on American soil. This kind of rhetoric should be making Donald Trump rethink some of this real estate deal in Gaza right now. You, Trump, are the pharaoh of this era. The justice will stand before you, and you will retreat despite your will. You are trying to cover up for Netanyahu, for his defeat through this nonsense, but defeat will befall him, and victory will be for our people in Gaza, and the resistance is victorious, and its existence and management of Gaza will continue, and it will remain there. And Jordan will never be a place for settlement. So yeah, as you can see, streets filled with Jordanians protesting against Donald Trump, saying some incredibly inflammatory language. Very strong words being used here, suggesting that all Israelis go to America, I guess. I mean, not back, but oh my God. Wow. I mean, is that any crazier than what Donald Trump just said about Palestinians? I don't think so. I think it's on the same sort of footing. at this point. It's just, and it's just, who could have expected anything else from all of this? From those kinds of statements being made by the President of the United States, the main backer of Israel. Of course, countries like Jordan are going to have a problem with it. If Donald Trump understood anything about this situation, he would have known that. The, financial means may work in some cases. But, it's not a blanket solution. And that's what he thinks. The same thing with tariffs, right? Tariffs and aid money. He thinks he can just, turn off the faucet and suddenly everybody will, bend at the knee. But it's just not reality.
I don't want reality.
Oh my God, how did we get this far already? 7.5 hours in. And we are at that point now. We got an entire extra half thanks to our space fams who are so generous. He got us to complete that goal from earlier. Now we're at the end of the galactic content for the evening. Last two, people. Penultimate video. A little bit of applause for you and your efforts. You're having made it this far. Let us go and start these final videos here. BBC News. Inside the brand new city built on scams on the Myanmar-Thai border.
The government in Thailand says it is trying to shut down the criminal scam compounds which have proliferated in recent years along its border with Myanmar by cutting electricity supplies and tightening banking and visa regulations. This follows the rescue last month of a well-known Chinese actor and several other people who'd been abducted and forced to work in the scam centres. The scam business is believed to earn the mainly Chinese crime bosses many billions of dollars every year and has trapped thousands in forced labour. It's resulted in a frenzy of building over on the Myanmar side of the border. The most ambitious of these projects is the newly built city of Shui Koko, a $15 billion investment promising casinos, luxury hotels and entertainment complexes. Until recently, it was off limits to journalists, but our Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head was allowed limited access by the Chinese company which runs it.
Well, there are a few places on Earth stranger than this one. I mean, it looks just like a provincial Chinese city. There are Chinese characters on the sides of all the buildings, and Chinese staff are running the place, yet this isn't in China. It's in Myanmar's Karen state, one of the poorest and most isolated parts of Asia, where an insurgent group has been waging war against the state for more than 70 years. So why has a Chinese company called Yatai built all of this? It's promising a $15 billion project complete with casinos, luxury villas and cyber parks. The reason, say Yatai's critics, is scam centers, human trafficking and money laundering. Yatai's boss, a Chinese man called Shi Jiang, is currently languishing in a Thai prison wanted by the Chinese government for being a gambling kingpin.
Well, we've been driving around Shui Koko for a while now, and this really is the most extraordinary place. Technically, we are in the middle of a war zone in Myanmar, and yet the scale of the building, the ambition of this project is breathtaking. What's much less clear, though, is what the business model is. I mean, they say they've ended the scams and the human trafficking. But looking around at all this, you just can't figure out where the money's coming from to fund it.
That's good. That's good. They investigated themselves and they have decided, actually, we're not doing the human trafficking and the scams anymore. Oh God, and this is horrifying. You know, like, Myanmar is already dealing with enough stuff, right? Why China has decided to take advantage of this situation, this power vacuum within the country in certain areas like this. God, I'm not a fan. Not a fan of this move.
Yatai had invited us to see Shui Koko, as they call their city, to show they hoped a different side. It's a safe, green city, they kept telling us. Everywhere they've put up these huge billboards promising in 3 languages that forced labour and human trafficking are no longer permitted. On the streets we saw only the local Karen people who come here to work in the hotels and restaurants. There was, unexpectedly, a library and even a not entirely convincing branch of Starbucks, but we saw few customers.
Is that a real Starbucks?
They allowed us to see only the outsides of all the buildings. It's private, they said, when we asked to go in. But some local people quietly told us that the scam business still thrives here. You could see bars on the insides of the windows.
Yeah.
At night, Shweikoku lights up.
Yeah, having bars on the insides of the windows does seem a little sketchy.
9 casinos, supposedly for Chinese gamblers, but there are few visitors. They allowed us to see these spectacular karaoke rooms, though in them we met only these young Chinese women who work here. And all the time, from screens on the walls, the face of the now jailed Shi Zhijiang looked down at us, extolling his vision of a shining new city.
Well, let's speak to
Yeah. You know, I try and stay consistent, and doing this kind of stuff, in my estimation, not good, right? I mean, regardless of the business practices, but like, just taking advantage of this moment within Myanmar to do anything sort of illicit, to, you know, take advantage of a horrifying moment rather than, you know, because like there's certain aspects of like the Belt and Road Initiative that I think are great, aside from, you know, some of the, you know, broken promises that I've seen in Africa. You know, like I totally think it's, you know, it's good that there's like a multi-faceted, you know, it can't just be the United States all the time, right? There has to be other people out there doing this stuff. And not for financial reasons, but just because I believe there needs to be a multilateral sort of power structure on this world. But like, you know, like China using these kind of like projects to do shitty stuff, I'm going to criticize just as much as America doing it, right? And it just, you know, God, it just bugs me.
Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head. Jonathan, hello to you. I mean, journalists are rarely allowed into these kinds of projects. So why do you think the Chinese company Yatai wanted the BBC there?
Well, our best guess is that they're in some trouble. It's clear that this somewhat enigmatic figure, Shi Zhijiang, who is in a Thai prison, is very important to the project. They really look up to him as their leader. They almost worship him in a way, and they feel they can't progress with him being stuck in prison. But also it's affecting the confidence of people who might be putting money into this city. And really what struck us was that there's a lot of these compounds that have sprung up along the Thai-Myanmar border. Of course, there were in other parts of Asia before that. Mostly they're pretty low-key, just, you know, basic buildings. People are crammed in there and made to carry out these scams. It's clear that Yatai has aimed a great deal higher, that they genuinely do believe they can build something bigger than just the scams, a genuine resort. It seems a bit crazy to think you can do that in that remote war-torn part of Myanmar, but I think they believe it, and they've put so much investment in, they're now really struggling. I don't think they're getting, you know, access has become very difficult. The border's sealed. You can't.
Right. Yeah. I think I get what he's trying to say. It's a PR move. To try and appease investors and assuage concerns about crimes being committed by the very people developing this area. Alright, last story. All the way in Sydney. I thought this was a good one to end with. Not going to give it any real forward. Just that this is a pro-Palestinian march in Sydney, Australia, from 11 hours ago. I just thought that little girl was a badass. She must be like 6, 7 years old or something like that. Leading an entire march. Screaming. Screaming at the top of her lungs. Doing a better job than some adults who I've seen try to lead protests. Really impressive. I think she's going places. Okay. Well, looks like we got through another one, chat. It's quite long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braining, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. Engaging the Galactic Chill Stream in 3, 2, 1. Whoopsies, what did I just do? Music just stopped. Is this Jack Harlow? No, definitely not Jack. It's Baby No Money and what's his name? And No No. I think he's a Chinese rapper. I just figured I would switch up the music on you people today, out of the blue. I mean, it's morning for everybody, so I figured I'd give it a little more gas than usual. Yeah, I've been a big Baby No Money fan since when he had no money, actually. He's got some money now. Might need to change that name.
Think I see you, told you that I'm taking in the crew. Nah, shoot, get out and go cop yourself new shoes. You be stuck, and you think it's some bad luck. Sorry, but free hands like time is up. Wait up, freeze. Have you seen the ice that I got on my knees? Grab supermarket, yeah, I'm searching for that cheese. Slow down, baby, I'm a arthritic, maybe. Whoa, let me go. Hey, got you standing on your toe. Screw a hose. Check the flow, you want some more. I got Allen. Bitch, I'm trying to stack some dough. I need me more. Slowly watching Henny Poe. Your girl told me I'm a one-pump man. Damn, think she trying to be a fan. My nerve told me I'm a one-pump man. Scram, think you best not call me blind.
Mad Villainy would be way better. Well, problem with Mad Villainy is it's DRM'd up the ass. At least that's my understanding.
What's up?
Touch grass. Yes, IP. Yep, that's the problem.
She a little freak, she for the streets. 6 digits on the check, took it to the bank. Commas after commas, make it boil. Got a 10 coming over, only need a thing. Shooting blanks on a blank, make a girl. My wrist ain't peasy, pros can't please me, sounding too easy. I'm a they stay creamy, pocket so dreamy. Shawty wanna freak me, okay. She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak, she for the streets. She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak, she for the streets. Neck got green rocks, Frankenstein. Makes sense and none at the same time. You MC squared, I'm Einstein. I'm the new Johnny Cash, well, waterline. Of course, my boys gon' stay this rich. Miami chillin', got a Will like Smith. Visa card maxed out, brand new fish. And my dick got her cheesing cause I'm semi-Swiss. Out the aphrodisiac, rhino. Head game crazy, she a goddamn psycho. No FaceTime sex, it's a slideshow. 10 toes down, got me dodging all the 5-0. She fit like Cinderella pumpkin. Come on over, baby, home alone at Mr. Coking. King Cobra wearing bulking. Popping out a sweat at the gym, got your shawty convulsing. She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak, she for the streets. She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak, she for the streets. Blow me down like a wind force gale. Her ship left, boy, that shit sail. Don't talk money, I read it braille. Baby so krill like I'm no whale. She aching on my clay with her hands like it's pottery. I'm freaky, think I love her, yeah, I might need a lobotomy. Swallow me, gobble me, all of me. Poseidon in the pussy got me feeling like the hottest. Feeling like I'm 50 Cent in a candy shop. Now she tryna lick my lollipop. Got pussy on my tongue and it costs a lot. You might talk the talk, but I walk the walk. Come on, pink coupe like Anderson. 35 mil this year, West Banderson. RuneScaping on these hoes, got Adam. She a F-R-E-A-K.
My equilibrium's all thrown off.
Makes sense.
She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak, she for the streets. She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak, she for the streets. She for the streets.
Wow! That just rolled them all.
Idiot. Such an idiot, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's do this. Might as well. For those of you who need to turn down, I'll give you this.
It is
The
important
Lo-Fi Bernie.
to put the agreement that the president struck with the Republicans in a broader context. You can't just look at an agreement unto itself. You have to look at it within the context of what's going on in this country today, both economically and politically. And in my view, and I think I speak for millions and millions of Americans on this, there is a war going on in this country.
Turned down for what? Well played.
What? I'm talking about a war being waged by some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in this country against the working families.
What happened to the tap?
Against the disappearing.
What does that mean, Minnie? What happened to what tap?
Of our country.
What tap? I'm very
The
confused.
billionaires
Incredibly confused, actually.
of America are on the warpath.
I have no idea what that means.
They want more and more and more. And that has everything to do with this agreement reached between the Republicans and the president. Mr. President, in 2007, the top 1% of all income earners in the United States made 23.5% of all income. Let me repeat that. Top 1% earned over 23% of all income. That is more than the bottom 50%. 1% here, 50% here. But for the very, very wealthy in this country, that's apparently not enough.
Was Minnie making a Clips reference? Is that what happened?
1%.
You know what? You switch out one of those words and I totally lose reference. I can see it now.
Now, all over
If
this
that's what,
country,
in fact, what
people
you're
are
trying
angry.
to do. I get it.
They're frustrated. It's true in Vermont. I'm
Totally
sure
went
it's
over
true
my
in
head.
Virginia. It's true all over America. But one of the reasons that people are angry and frustrated is they're working incredibly hard. In the state of Vermont, which I represent, I can tell you, there are people who don't work one job, they don't work two jobs, there are people who work in 3 jobs and 4 jobs trying to cobble together an income in order to support their families. And I suspect that goes on all across the country. But people are working harder and harder. In many cases, their income is going down. And the fact is that 80% of all new income earned from 1980 to 2005 has gone to the top 1%. Let me repeat that because that's an important fact. And I think that explains why the American people are feeling as angry as they are right now. They're working hard. They're not going anyplace. In some cases, their standard of living, many cases, actually going down. 80% of all income in recent years has gone to the top 1%. Richest people become much richer, middle class shrinks, millions of Americans fall out of the middle class into poverty. But that is not apparently enough. Our friends at the top who have a religious ferocity in terms of greed, they need more, it's like an addiction. 50 million is not enough, they need 100 million. 100 million is not enough, they need a billion. Billion is not enough. I'm not quite sure how much they need. When will it stop? Today, in terms of wealth as opposed to income, the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. You know, Mr. President, we went to school and we used to read in the textbooks about Latin America, for example, and they used to refer to some of the countries there as what they call banana republics, countries in which a handful of families control the economic and political life of the nation. Well, I don't want to get the American people too upset, but we are not all that far away from that reality today. Top 1% has seen a tripling of the percentage of income they earn since 1970s. Top 1% only 23% of all income, more than the bottom 50%. Top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. That's not the foundation of a democratic society. That's the foundation for an oligarchic. But, okay, rich get richer, middle class shrinks, poverty increases. Apparently that is not good enough yet for some of the richest people in this country. And I say some of the richest, because there are a lot of folks there who have a lot of money who do love this country, who do want to do the right thing. They're not into greed, but there are some who want more. That's what they need. For example, and this I think galls me and I think galls many of the people in this country, the horrendous recession that we're in right now, where millions and millions of people have lost their jobs, they've lost their savings, they've lost their homes. This recession is caused by the greed and recklessness and illegal behavior. Let me underline it, I'll talk about more of this later. The illegal behavior on Wall Street. So these guys through their greed, resulted in the most severe economic recession since the Great Depression. The American people bailed them out, and now 2 years after the bailout, guess what? They are giving themselves more compensation than they ever have. So they're saying to the American people, sorry we caused this recession because of our greed. Sorry you're unemployed. Sorry you lost your house. But you know what? That's not really all that important. What's important is that I on Wall Street continue to get tens of millions of dollars in compensation and in bonuses, that I have big parties. How can I get by on one house? I need 5 houses, 10 houses. I need 3 jet planes to take me all over the world. Sorry, the American people, we've got the money, we've got the power, we've got the lobbyists here on Wall Street. Tough luck. That's the world. Get used to it. Rich get richer, middle class shrinks. Not enough, not enough. Very rich seem to want more and more and more, and they are prepared to dismantle the existing political and social order in order to get it. So you got economics and distribution of income and wealth is one thing, but then we're talking about politics. And what happened last year is, I think most Americans know, is the Supreme Court made a very strange decision. The Supreme Court decided that corporations are people. They're people, and they have the right of free speech, and they have the right without disclosure. All of this is through the Citizens United Supreme Court decision that corporate heads can put as much money as they want into campaigns all over the country. In the last campaign, that's what we saw. Billionaires, in secret, just pouring money into campaigns all over this country. Now, does that sound like democracy to anybody in America? They got a handful of billionaires probably dividing up the country. Well, put this amount of money into Virginia and Vermont, California, wherever. But that's what they were able to do. So the rich get richer, and they don't sit on this money. What they then do is use it to elect people who support them, to unelect people who oppose their agenda, and they use their political power to get legislation passed which makes the wealthy even wealthier. Mr. President, one of the manifestations of that is, in fact, the agreement reached between the President and the Republican leadership. The wealthy contribute huge sums of money into campaign. The wealthy have all kinds of lobbyists around here, the corporate America, and what they are going to get out of this agreement are huge, huge tax breaks that benefit themselves. That is not what we should be supporting. As I mentioned earlier, we should understand that this legislation, this agreement, is really just the beginning of an assault on legislation and programs that have benefited the American people for 70 or 80 years. Mark my words, there will be an intensive effort to privatize Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Furthermore, as part of the Republican agenda, they want to expand, and it's not only Republicans here, I must say, some Democrats as well. They want to expand our disastrous trade policies so that large companies in this country can continue their efforts to outsource American jobs to China and other low-wage countries. I think any objective analysis of our trade policies have shown that it has been a grotesque failure for ordinary Americans. It's hard to calculate exactly, but I think it is fair to say that we have lost millions of decent-paying jobs. During the Bush years alone, from 48,000 factories in this country shut down. We went from 19 million manufacturing jobs to 12 million manufacturing jobs. And in this country, historically, manufacturing jobs were the backbone of the working class of this country. That's how people made it into the middle class. That's how they had decent health care benefits, decent pensions. And every day, we're seeing those jobs disappear because corporate America would prefer to do business in China or other low-wage countries. I returned from a trip to Vietnam last year, beautiful country. People there work for 25, 30 cents an hour. Sometimes when you go to a store, you may see a shirt made in Bangladesh. That shirt, in all likelihood, is made by a young girl who came in from the countryside into the city, one of the factories there. Now, the good news is that in Bangladesh, the minimum wage a number of months ago was doubled. Minimum wage in Bangladesh was doubled. It went from 11 cents an hour